We're at the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup. Let's make some noise.
Oh, and it's gonna
jumped into it. This corner judge is good for 1, 2, dip. He needs more.
They're doing even more here. You gotta touch the point. Mr. College walks it in. Toy Boy is gonna drop.
Knife him.
Right out in front.
Yeah, 3, 2, 1, running.
https://twitter.com/Septilence. Don't put that in. I'll get in trouble. So that's worth it. Did I get too close to the camera on that one? A little bit too close. Should I back up a little bit? Okay, sorry about that. My bad. I've been awake for probably close to 32 hours. Like, I have to hold my keyboard the normal way, because if I do it, I feel like I have arthritis if I hold my keyboard like that. It blows my mind. I can never do that. This guy right here, he's got his keyboard off at an angle. His isn't that extreme. There's a kid all the way down on the far end who has his keyboard all the way at a horizontal.
That's really cool.
They're gonna be at that table right over there.
Public information?
Oh, I don't know. This isn't live, so it doesn't matter.
It's not live, but you and I know.
Yeah, we know.
I'm not gonna tweet it.
Awesome. What game do you play?
Smash Bros.
Who do you play? Is it embarrassing? Is it like Villager?
Yeah.
Is it Villager? Am I spot on? Oh my god. Is it the Ice Climbers?
No.
Is it Game & Watch?
No.
Is it Pichu?
No.
Is it Wario?
No.
I can keep going. I think I can name every character in the game. Is it, did I say the Ice Climbers already?
Yeah, you said them.
Is it them?
No.
Is it them a second time?
No.
Okay, alright. Oh, is it one of the Links?
Yes, it is.
Is it Toon Link?
It is.
Oh, that is pretty embarrassing. That is rough. Who do you play?
I'll give you $20 if you guess correctly right now.
First try?
First try.
Give me a single hint.
It's an obscure character.
Obscure character.
Not played very often.
Is it Wii Fit Trainer?
Oh my god!
I'm the interviewer for a reason, baby. I do what I do. I don't need the money. I appreciate it, though. I appreciate it. So Bowser Jr., Wii Fit, and I forgot already. Are you all lying to me? Am I being gaslit? No. Bowser Jr., Wii Fit, and you told me already. Oh, Toon Link. Yep. Where's my main support at? Who are we playing this weekend?
A lot of Brig.
A lot of Brig, really?
Brig Lucio, probably.
Brig Lucio, really? I shouldn't say that too loud. I don't want to give away your strategies. It's over-under?
What do you mean over-under?
Like, do we think we're going to podium? Do we think we're going to come in last place?
Not last place.
Not last place.
Certainly not last.
What about 5th place?
That's doable.
That's doable? That's winnable? 3rd place?
Third place.
That's where things get dicey?
That's very doable.
Okay.
First place? That's very doable.
First place, very doable. Love it. That's the mindset. That's what he loves to hear. Yeah. Oh my god. Hold on. Cut the cameras. Well, who are you? Hello. Oh my god. I saw you earlier. I saw the back of your shirt. And I was like, I know that name. I know him. It's a quick play game. They Q-sniped each other at land. I thought it was a scrim. It's just unlucky. Are you actually a Villager player?
Yeah.
How do you feel about Villager being notably worse in Smash Ultimate than they were in Smash 4?
I wouldn't know.
You wouldn't know? You never played Smash 4?
No.
Oh, that's all right. Nobody's gonna hold that against you. Now, who do you play?
I play Robin.
Okay, wow. Did you know Robin has the lowest pick rate in the game?
Yeah.
Isn't that crazy? Come on, the LEDs, it looks just like Samus.
Huh?
Do you disagree?
I guess I can see
The
it.
Samus vibe. Show the controller to the camera. We're interviewing. This is recording, by the way. Surprise.
Not my controller.
Who do you play?
I play Peach.
Oh, wow, I like that. Who do you play?
I play the Shotos, mostly Kazi.
No, you lose against Kirby. That's just like a statistics thing.
Yeah.
It's maybe.
This is a death match, and I think they're all in the same one. They're all on Icebox. Are they all in the same death match? Maybe. Who knows? I feel like none of them can hear me.
We're at the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup. Let's make some noise.
Oh, and it's gonna
jumped into it. This corner judge is good for 1, 2, dip. He needs more.
They're doing even more here. You gotta touch the point. Mr. College walks it in. Toy Boy is gonna drop.
Knife him.
Right out in front.
Yeah, 3, 2, 1, running.
Welcome everyone, it's time to get gaming. I'm Hail Monkey Man in the booth alongside Orbital as we get ready for Esports U's inaugural CECC Service Academy Qualifier. We're getting to see all of the academies come out today and really be trying to impress that Commander-in-Chief and seeing who can be able to take the top of the stack into tomorrow's finals. But it's going to be a long day. We've got Valorant on the docket. Orbital, I need to know, it's a wonderful weekend. It's Saturday, we're having a great time, but these servicemen, they've got to be able to come out here and play today. It's a big group stage, and it could be a long one.
It really, really could. I mean, we have 3 awesome teams coming out here in the inaugural matchups here. This is the inaugural qualifier that we're bringing here today. So all these teams, you know, it's time to start a legacy, I think, is what they're hoping to say here. And it does leave a lot of questions because it's very, very fun. But at the same time, only 2 teams will advance into the finals tomorrow for a best of 3. And, of course, a chance to make it into a much larger event coming in just a few weeks, I believe.
Yes, so the Commissioner's Cup, all these guys are trying to be able to make it too. That's going to be May, and it's going to be some mayhem out there as well, as they're joining some of the best in all of the collegiate competitive sector. But this one, I mean, as much as the Commissioner's Cup is really cool, the Commander-in-Chief's Cup is also what's happening between all these servicemen. You've got the Navy Midshipmen, you've got the Army Black Knights, and of course you've got the Air Force Falcons. Go Chair Force! Because they're trying to have a little bit of that Service Academy pride. This is what it all boils down to. You see it in football, you see it in all sports, but this one, Esports, Valorant, we're going to see it a lot today, and it's going to be down to really how they can just be good in the moment. We're going to be taking our top 2 of these 3 teams going into tomorrow's finals, and we're going to be starting off, I believe it's with the Army and the Air Force, so the ground grunts versus the guys in the sky.
There's always some food for thought there, but yes, you are very, very correct here. We are excited to see what the teams can bring out, and we are going to see these 2 break it down on Pearl, Haven, and then possibly Ascent. And I'm glad that we're seeing Pearl first. That one makes me very, very excited. I'm always happy to see the new come in over the old. Haven and Ascent, I mean, overplayed, overdone. Let's not worry about that, right? Get back to Pearl, get back to the water. Let's you know, sad that we don't actually see the Navy in here. If they actually don't pick Pearl, I'm going to be really, really sad. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, that'd be true. It's got to fit thematically. That's how you get the guys out there to be able to go swimming just fine. And of course, this one's going to be interesting because you are starting off on Pearl. You're starting away from the marquee, I guess, quintessential map of Ascent as a decider, but that's kind of that neutral ground. I actually enjoy that they left that as their Game 3 decider because at that point, you've seen kind of all the major compositions, especially after your kind of pocket picks, and you're leaving it just up to good old-fashioned 2021 Valorant if you can. But Air Force, they picked Pearl going into this one, and this has always been about how to entry onto some of these sites, what initiatives you really pick up, and I really want to say it comes down to a difference of Sentinel because we've had some chaos when it comes down to the differences of controllers and a lot of Astra play, sometimes Harbor Viper, which we actually seen leaned by the Air Force right now, and so that could be that differential popping up already.
Yeah, this is, you know, you were talking about the Viper and everything, and as much as we want to talk about some of that control, some of the Sentinels coming out and giving a lot of information back, I still, no matter what, as much as I want to say it, I love Harbor. And so Harbor on this map is so much fun here, and again, it's still within that realm of control, you know, really maintaining, vision or denial of vision around the map, but it also forces a much faster play out of a lot of teams. So the idea of Harbor, I feel, is the equivalent of a mobile Viper. You just block off line of sight, you rush them as quickly as possible, and the thing is, if you're not following behind a Harbor, I feel like you're losing out on a lot of the time. Like, all of the kit just screams go forward. The fact that you're pairing it with a Viper as well is great. However, you are losing out on vision information. So for Air Force, you are basically flying in the dark. You're airdropping in as hard as you can, but it is pitch dark is what we're going to see here. It does worry me, but it means the mechanics should be coming out for that side.
We're looking at, you know, you're talking about Air Force coming in with a lack of intel. That's usually not their slide, not their idea. And they're going to have that anti-lurk that's built into that Killjoy, who was kind of going to be watching from a long distance. They're going to try and set up for that long form lineup if they can. Probably going to be running it down B long here to start things out. The only mirror that we have across both of these teams is the Jet. So that's really going to be Jet diffs, and I want to see how that plays out going onto this first map. Opposite side of that, we have a Fade and a KO. So looking for a lot of active intel, some pressure, some big AoE ults, but opposite of that Killjoy, you have a Cypher. So really trying to lock down some of these close quarters and some of these entry points to just see if you can find them with that active cam. So interesting differential of ideals coming into this first map in Pearl.
And you know, that's also not just for this map, but it's also for the entire tournament, right? This entire thing it hinges on how much information you can give and get away with, right? You do just want to go for the stock standard, and the best part is this is not a round robin. This is not that situation of you're going to play everyone another time. You only have this best of 3 to really prove that you can make it in the top, and we could be seeing, you know, every single time a possible, I want to say, prelude to the finals. I think that's the best way to put it, right? This is we're gonna see 2 teams face off tomorrow, and they are gonna play it out, and you know it could be one of those moments where you're just like, all right, this is what we're in for. So very excited to see what happens as we kick things off.
And I already like the early duel in mid. We see a lot of teams kind of ignore mid for long form until we really get in, like, to the later term of this first map, especially for Pearl. But no, it was an immediate duel. They're gonna go out and pistol, and both sides will lose one. Both the Jets actually off the field. So goodbye learning about the Jet diff. Both are dead.
Oof. You know, those duelists, they do say, you know, you try and take a kill while you die. That's what you're supposed to do. But for right now, it is a chase onto this A site. You were talking about B side, and it's not going to be hit just yet, but time is of the essence. Around the corner they go, and Raisuku says no today. Freebird said yes, please. And through the smoke, vibing. It's just vibing. Dr. Nuke, though, and might go ahead. Block one with the ability, one with the pistol, and all its flavor. Vibing. Ready to go to check 1 or 2 more. But it's a swing peek. It's one-on-one. Who gets it? You're going for the second half, and you don't have too much time. That will be Mike O'Hearn with a 3K to start things off.
I like the pressure that Air Force is putting on for that post plant, because they did get the Viper snake bite down on top of that spike, and then they just kind of retreated to the corners, and it really required, even at that half spike, to just kind of shoulder dance from out in the that back link. But otherwise, hey, good first draw. You really forced some of that extra util out, especially from the Fade. And honestly, it was poor Raisuku that was stuck in the corner having to deal with some angry prowlers. So the evil cabbages, they can't quite get the job done. And I like this one for Police. They're just kind of standing on top, seeing if they can take advantage of maybe a straight B hit. We actually didn't see that. Seeing A go as your first round is kind of an interesting choice, but it does look like they're going to be testing here out in B. But it's still mid control that is the priority here, Orbital.
Yeah, this is a chance for them, and again, they have the weapons in hand. I would actually say I personally like A hits at the start. It's shorter range, you know, the corners, the angles. It yields mid-range to close-range combat, so the pistols work out. B is like if you want to take that, if you just want to go ham, right? That's a long range with pistols. You aren't going to get too much unless you're running a sheriff or something like that. It's interesting to say, but I do agree the long side of B also is very one-directional, right? You just run straight up and you say, all right, this is all we're going to do. So for right now, though, as you said, mid-control was there, but it is now being dropped in favor of rotating for that longer side. B's side, with one down on Army West Point, it is going to yield a 4-man push with one rotating through doors. Keep eyes on those lurks, and they do meet, and Mike O'Hearn wins it out.
That's a great cam placement on that top tower, is able to see pretty much everyone. The Cove will go down, and so the plant will be able to get it extended. You do have the Viper's screen. It's kind of taking away all those sights, and Mike O'Hearn gets rid of Police as Google Slides is going to be able to surprise Vibin. The vibes are gone, as this will be a flawless for Air Force. A great couple of first rounds. They took advantage of the early duel, that pressure that is presented in mid. If you don't see that early, then you really have a defense that gets confident, gets aggressive, and they start to press up, and that slows things down for the attack. But because Air Force has been testing that early on, they forced the early rotation of the defensive jet over to A site, and that allowed them a free lane to run it down B.
Feels so good, and the start is looking just as per usual, and this is where things kind of kick off, right? We're taking a look at Army West Point. They're geared up, they're ready to go. A little bit of light armor there on a singular member, but most of Army West Point is rocking with the heavy guns, and that's what you want to see. So I don't think we're going to see some hard chases along that B side. Instead, bring it back to mid-range. Try and use those Spectres as nicely as possible. You can already see it around those doors once again. Mid-doors have had a tango with the 1v1s, and it looks like no one wants to test that this time around.
trying to see if they can get a bead on where those tripwires are, and they're going to get a little bit extra intel, and the Astro Star will come over, so they're going to try and maybe use a Nebula or maybe even a Well to fend off this Air Force poke attack, because they've been very tempered about their pace. They don't want to go in too hard, and they're looking for the rotation piece. They have tested again. The 0-point knife will come out, and I don't think anyone's abilities get nullified. That star is retrieved. And so they actually could be able to swing this out. They got to be able to clear that left side corner into mid-link. And they're waiting for about, I think, that 40-second mark to really crash on site.
Oh, man. This is a very quiet one. I'm surprised the Air Force... You know, we're all sitting here. Take a look on that mid, and there's Freebird just taking away slides, and that's going to be a brutal one. But in through Art is going to be a huge push. And again, that wall, take a look at that huge J that's currently looped around. It's going to allow Air Force to get right onto site, even with only a couple seconds left. And now they're in a pinch. A 4-1 pincer maneuver. This is going to be challenging for the side of Air Force to defend against.
I like the plant outside of the default box, not into that corner, but it allows them to be able to kind of swing into some of these pushes. But now you have the retake of, as Vibin does get traded out, and Police is able to grab at least one with the Vandal on back site. And so now just trying to be able to hold as long as they can. They do have that Poison Orb down. Velocity gets a trade onto O'Hearn, so you don't have the Snake Bite anymore, and trying to do their best with a Spectre. But the upgraded weaponry, this is your traditional outcome, but it took a few extra, as shield will be off of the KO and 2 do drop, so Air Force gets a pretty good investment into it, but that'll be Army West Point, the Black Knights, that are finally able to grab their first round.
Yep, that was clean as a whistle. Very, very nice. And again, in the third round, you usually expect to lose, 1 or 2, so losing 2 like that one doesn't feel too bad. The fact of the matter is, though, Air Force were still able to get the plant down. They're very, very happy about that, and Mike O'Hearn is looking phenomenal right now. 6-1, very, very strong, almost has that Viper's Pit ready, as well as that, on the other side, the Harbor ulti, right? These are 2 great AoE deterrents and denials from Army West Point, or they're great openers, right? If you get information that Army West Point are currently bottlenecked inside of one site, you could easily flush them out or deny them entry into either site you so choose. So this time around, Air Force is going to go ahead and set things up, hoping to swoop in on their prey.
Slime Pit nightmare of having both a Reckoning and a Viper Pit down on site. That would be awful. That is absolutely... You don't want to have to deal with not only being at 1 HP, but also having to deal with hopping around and stuff being under your feet. And Nervy is able to get rid of Freebird, so they're a bunch of active intel and denial. As the robot does drop, they're going to have to get, I guess, a new one at the thrift store, but because of that early pressure, that swing to Art, it will cause at least a soft rotation through back CT, but they've done this before on the Air Force side. They're looking to go over to B, especially because they already got the Viper's talk screen down, so they're going to be starting to hit into this one. You do have the Tailwind up, and you're talking about it. They're going to try and use that Reckoning to clear this site.
Yeah, but MIB said not today. I'll deny 1 at least, and then the Crossfire brings 2 more. And that's 2 big ultis that were used. Air Force, they used so much. The first set of ultis did not work, and now that is going to be the Neural Theft, giving so much information. MIB says, give me it all. That's a 3K and opens up the window for a 1v3. Slides is going to turn into a slideshow of pain here in a sec. The blind can only do so much, and it will bring it to a 2-2. Phenomenal defensive play by Army West Point.
And that's a big ultimate investment going into that 4th round. Because Air Force, I mean, they were doing the Wombo combo. They just did it in different times. I was hoping that they'd be able to claim site a little bit more thoroughly and with authority, and then use the Viper's Pit to be able to maintain it, and then use Reckoning after the fact. But that wasn't the case. They tried to open it at equal and opposite, so both those ultimates go away. You do have Seekers that are going to be coming online. The one for Police, they actually are going to play around this Marshall and probably be able to pop the Blaze Storm and get even more kills. But Army West Point, they're able to find some great value in that round, just forcing Air Force to really use that economy.
I wanted one or the other. I didn't want both, right? Like, I was sitting there like, I didn't want to see both go down, because again, as we said, and we're gonna say it over and over again, if we see it again, right, that's the time that I think I might go ham on it a little bit. But you don't want to use both of those big AoEs. You don't want to use those big kind of sight capturing moments. But right now, that's not their big worry. Their big worry is getting through this kind of save round, this rough round that they get to deal with, as Velocity is sitting pretty, saying, hey, give me another chance. I want to swing one more. 4v5, as Army West Point are currently choking out Air Force. They have no idea where they want to go. There's one hanging over there in mid. You see Dr. Nuke. Wondering where else the Cypher is going to be. And now it's a call, but there's vibing. Just vibing away with the 2K.
You let them pass through. D-Song is going to clean up one extra, and that does leave Google Slides with a Bulldog. And if they're going to win this, they'll have to Bulldog their way through to get back to that spike. But it is behind enemy lines. That is deep in the trenches. And if there's anything that a good Grunt can do, it's be able to hold a good point. So they're going to be long downside, and this guy is into a 1v5. You don't really want to save that Bulldog. You called it a light buy, kind of a half save. They were able to build up some eco from after the first couple of rounds. But, you know, they know they're in a rough position. They may actually just kind of keep this gun, see if they can get anyone lurking to find them. But otherwise, the Black Knights, they did a great job just kind of sussing out this mid push. Get us to think what Air Force is going to change up at the beginning of their rounds in difference going to round 6.
So nice. And you know what? We're going to see what they can pull out here. Army West Point, again, they're very calm, collected, and this is what I expect out of these teams, right? You expect coordination, you expect communication, and if they're not, then, you know, hey, maybe there's something to go back to the drawing board with. But the best way to break it down and make sure communication doesn't happen is you drown them out. Mike O'Hearn has gone with the drown it out approach. That is an Odin for round number 6. Just said, screw it. We're going to go in guns blazing. It's not going to be pretty, it's not going to be soft, but it's going to be so dang loud you can't even hear yourself think.
Man, just the 50 cal turret placement apparently is where they want to go, and Elise is getting very aggressive with this Nebula out. Look how much position and push and distance this defense for Army has been able to take out here in Plaza. But, you know, the difference that we're seeing right now is Air Force wants to be able to swing this early into A site. They haven't gone with early pace. They did see a shoulder pop. Velocity is calling for at least a soft rotation, and they get one as they were able to get a headshot onto Slides. But now taking the early trades if they can. That's a lot of extra damage that goes on to a Nervy. And right now Air Force is kind of stumbling into this plant, but they're able to at least take away a few of these sight lines. Police is looking to use this Blaze Storm to even connect a few. Every single knife except one is just landing in the dirt.
That one hurts a little bit. D-Song said, get this kill. Nervy saying not happy about that one. That's going to be a 2K for the Astra. The one that you called out earlier, seeing those pieces of the puzzle come back into play here, and it's full control. This was a gun round for Air Force. Army West Point showing off here, but this is around the back. Raisuku said, let me spray it down. That's a 3K. Can you get another one? You got to pick up another gun, but you don't hear the defuse. And that means it's all done. You know what? It was close. And high props to Raisuku, but that will be a 4th for the side of Army West Point.
That's 4 in a row right now. This is something that maybe you start thinking about the runaway, the streak into this early first half. This becomes yet another kind of save position. They've been playing around a hero rifle. You will have Seekers as well as a lockdown, which can be able to push back, especially if they play this to A. It's a lot tougher to do it from that B ramp push, and they could play to it as well if they are able to take over Art. But this has been kind of rough for Air Force. They have Marshals, they have some long-distance weapons. They're going to be playing around one real AR, which, you know, if you ever go to your actual, your marksman test, sometimes the gamers in Air Force a little bit better than the rest. But right now, it's been the West Point Black Knights. They've been able to really win these first contact combats. And with a minute 20 here into round number 7, they really have not given up a position for free. And look how much util is just scattered over B.
I love it. Again, this is one of those main things that you want to deny away, and for the side of Army West Point, that's very, very important. You can see there are a couple stars laid down over there in B main, just in case anything pops off, but it's a heavy lead also in the mid, right? Every single corner, every single angle is going to be propped up, and unless Army West Point, nope, not even a chance. You are denied any sort of entry into the site for free.
They were nearly denied a lung to breathe through, as that one was a quick shot, and I thought that they had the angle. They're going to be prioritizing rebuilding O'Hearn's Viper Pit. That, you know, they would love to be able to see that again. We haven't been able to find the numbers like they had early term, but this is becoming a lack of decision. We have not moved anywhere. They know that there's an operator. Are they just trying to be able to own up to these guns? They've got to get this one in 15 seconds. And this is a lack of crucial decision making. I know it's a 4v5, and I know you don't have much in the way of great weapons. So they're going to try and use that tuck screen to be able to push this one around the corner very, very late, and they're going to have just enough time to be able to get his plant off.
You know what? That's a way to play it, right? You play down the time, you play it, and look at that. The actual cover that they can give themselves is actually quite a bit, right? So you see the bubble, you see the wall, everything to deny information. That is one of the benefits to Air Force's composition. We said it, right? Their entire composition does hinge on push forward, on follow through. It's the retake that's going to be a problem.
That's unfortunate. You got a double swing straight off of Jenny, and they're going to be able to defuse this one straight behind. But you do actually have, I guess, a snake bite, but they didn't have the poison orb to be able to double up that vulnerability and damage. And so, though the util does go through, the Cosmic Divide keeps it weird. I think that was, what, 3 and 4 survivors, respectively, between Air Force and Army at the end of that. So, 5 in a row for the Black Knights right now. And Air Force, they're going to be able to have... Well, okay, let's talk about this. This has been a weird buy system. They have been stuck with light shields and then just kind of being weird, like off and on dependent between ARs and marshals for like the last 3 rounds.
It feels like they could upgrade if they wanted to.
Yeah.
There you go. Okay, so we do see 2 of them, but not more than. And I feel it's that feeling of we got to save our econ, right? We got to save, we got to make sure we have enough econ for the next round. But I mean, honestly, you have quite a bit. So it's surprising that you would decide that. Of course, with that last round, having 3 alive after the defuse is like, that's going to put a hamper on everything that you're used to. Used to a wipe and such. Ooh, a little bit of trades back and forth there, a little bit of a body shot, but it's a question. It is a question of sorts, but I'm sure by the next couple rounds and a few more Army West Point wins, we're going to see it shake out just to be the same.
Having their Killjoy up, they were dead in the previous round pretty early. Having them up now is going to present way more options because they could push onto the site, but you're seeing the tentativeness of that. We got to be able to win these contact points from Air Force. They were so confident in the early rounds, but once the weapons and the real gun rounds came in, Army looks far more the better squad, at least right now, because they've been able to press up into mid. They were taking away that game plan. And Nervy, they are going to be dropped and made a memory of. You didn't even need an operator. They had 14 HP. Come on.
That's ridiculous. Again, Army West Point, you said it all the way, I think, round number 3 or 4. Yeah. Army West Point are just better at these initial engages. The gun duels are going their way. That one obviously didn't, but that was a 2-man swing there. And that one hurts quite a bit. You take a look at the HP there. Both of them are taken quite low with the attacker lockdown being in play. It's going to force them out, but it's going to be nice to hold. Again, they don't have any heals in the back line, so this is going to hurt quite a bit. Eyes are open, and there's Freebird taking out Dr. Nuke. And Slides is just like, hey, let me try and help out as much as I can, but you walk through, still get mowed down. Velocity ready to follow up behind MIB, and it's a clean out of this ace site. 1 left alive, and there is nothing Raisuku can do. 15 HP. Yeah, you ain't getting that close. That's going to be a very nice Nanoswarm kill, but it's not going to stop the defuse. 6 rounds on the board for Army West Point.
That Swarm grenade commit. You saw, I believe it was Mid Police. They said, okay, I'm going to stand on top of this little damaging robot, and I'm going to die, but I'm going to get it to halfway, so that way you cannot be able to repress on or re-swing out from your corner and be able to win against any of these, because I have 3 of my players left behind. So 6-2, Army is streaking right now, being able to get these diffuses. Vibin has provided a lot of good control. 9-3 quietly just being a quintessential piece. I mean, Sentinels, again, on this map really define the attitude that you work with. If it's your Killjoys to open up with the lockdowns, to be able to have great anti-lurk, those neural thefts and just playing with their duelists from Vibin has been so clutch for how successful Army has been through these last 6.
It's been instrumental in keeping them above water, and at this point, it's just, you know, ride that high, ride that confidence, and it's on Air Force really to buckle down and kind of get themselves back in this game, whether it be taking a tactical timeout and trying to reorganize their thoughts here. There's going to be some stuff up on top to kind of think about here. For right now, though, it's all about how do we want to entry. Remember, the last few times, they have waited an extensive while. I think we've always gone down to about 15 seconds left on the round before they actually make their entry. They haven't really had confidence outside of it, and it makes it very predictable. Army West Point just saying, yeah, we know you're not going to push for a while, so we can gather our thoughts, just wait it around. Now through mid doors is where they're thinking of going.
they don't really have the set. They only have set piece type plays to work with some of these old. Great tailwind to be able to move them through, and then a big spam. But that's gonna be returned the same as the cyber cage will ruin them off of that tripwire as well. Vibin, they have to hop away those little cypher boots, and they will actually survive. By Raisuke gets a kill onto D-Song. 20 seconds left. You've been talking about the timeliness. They're gonna have to pop flash off of the guiding light and get themselves onto site B, but that's gonna be up to Michael Heron to be able to get that one down. Prowler's gonna blind them. They're still gonna hit the spike, and that becomes a 2v3. Make it 1.
I mean, this is RU West Point playing this one by the book, and I alluded to it earlier, right? They don't have vision information gathering, so Air Force are running into this banking on their technical prowess. When that technical prowess fails, though, it becomes very, very apparent. And at this point, I wouldn't even say technical prowess. We see him, just lose out on 1 or 2 gunfights, and all of a sudden they feel at a complete loss. Their judgment of going in at every with only 15 seconds left on the clock, it means that they are rushed, and that also hinges on technical prowess, right? If you're running in, you are banking on seeing every single member, every single opponent that is in the site. And for right now, it's just not working. I want to see the Air Force try and go for a little bit more methodical entry. Yes, it might be a lot more dangerous, but right now the rushes aren't exactly working. Try and figure out a different route.
Look at this rush.
Oh
Straight up. Top peak. Bang.
No!
Goodbye, Harbor! Oh, sent them straight back to the waters, and Freebird was there to help and support. You do have the Cloudburst. 2 are shut down already. You were talking about methodology. They were looking to just simply make their way into an A main hit, and then off of this swing, D-Song does drop, and Raisuke has been coming out the better of that, but they have still been very, very hurt playing around the need for a regrowth off of their Sky, but I love that they at least have the anti-alert from their Sentinel. You do have a full clear, at least a partial clear, as Vibin is just chilling from downlink. I don't think anyone's been able to make it down this ramp without getting killed by Vibin.
Vibin is straight up vibin. That is very, very correct. Vibin is vibin, and it ain't gonna stop. The vibes are just too immaculate. It's the vibe check corner. I think that's what it is. The vibe check corner. Vibe check. Raisuke. Vibe check.
Ooh.
Vibe check. Vibin said no vibes. No vibes. Vibe check.
No vibes.
Oh.
Vibes are low.
Vibes are low. Vibes are very, very low. Vibes are bad. Vibes are bad. Let's go. Let's go.
But look how stuck this presents the Falcons of the Air Force into, because you have Michael Heron, who is down long. They're going to try and put the poison orb to deny that viewpoint from out of secret. Oh, and just a nice little tap, Freebird. Good call out. Police has been able to get 2, and then the last one is going to be cleaned up by Velocity, who has been non-stop Velocity. You're talking this being tech and like being able to play around that. Well, there's tech issues for the Air Force right now. If I know anything about them, they're going to have to call their Enterprise Help Desk, because there's some IT issues going down with their attack. Since the first 2, it's been 8 in a row for the Black Knights.
The Knights, their shield is just too dang strong, and right now Air Force, they're floundering. They can't get through this gate that has been set up before them, and I don't want to say it started all the way at the beginning, but it did feel like once you lose that first gun round, it's that feeling of helplessness. No matter what you do, you're not going to win, and in games like this, the mental is very, very important. It's not always apparent to outside viewers, but to the players, it's harsh. You sit there and go, dang, I just don't feel like I can hit my shot, so you're not going to want to take a certain swing. So right now, you got to have that moment. But D-Song said, nope, I'm going to sing you the song of my people, which is Get Off My Lawn.
Feels like that this was paved ever since that double ult round was lost. Ever since the Viper Pit and Reckoning were used in the same round, they've not been able to recover. The Viper Pit will be used, and that's going to extend all the way out into open mid-A site. So the Spike will be down, the Viper's Pit will be up. You have 3 attackers are going to try and blind fire with that operator into it. Just see if they can be able to pick anyone off. It's a turkey shoot, but who's going to go into the GAC Palace? D-Song was going to be able to get rid of Sky. It becomes a 2v4, rather 5. Michael Heron is able to live just long enough as the ghost is able to haunt them out. They do live, but it's not too long, and it's going to be a Nervy that's found in the opposite side corner. So the army just unafraid of jumping into the gas pit, and so off of that buy as well, they're going to be granted, I guess, the loser bonus of losing the last 9 for their creds, and they'll be able to at least buy some, but this eco has been very weak for the Air Force since those opening 4.
It's the again, it comes down to the fact that it feels like everything that they do is going to get countered. This was a very aggressive composition. Again, when you run in with no information, it's hard to really put yourself in a winning position. It's almost always going to be on the back foot. Now, granted, I play solo queue like this. I play push or die. That's all I do. I also play Harbor and just run after my own abilities. There's a reason I'm down in like Iron, so we don't worry about that. But it's a good idea in theory if you're trying to play fast, but the comp is not built to be waiting around for a good, minute and a half before you actually try and make a play. And also, when you do it 9 rounds in a row, you don't vary your pacing. It allows Army West Point to predict and push like this. You can see they're closing in. Look at that bottom left. It is the consistent push by that Cypher, a long club, just saying, I know you're not here. I'm flushing everything out here.
Yeah. And if there's ever anything that I've ever seen out of the Air Force, you don't fly blind. You go in with as much intel as possible, and that has been only driven by the anti-alert that you have. Of course, your Sky can be able to kind of open up more aggressive points, but again, the aggression is being trampled. You do have Vibin. Uh-oh. Do they get lost of this swing? Raisuku is able to suss them out. Great job anchoring out from mid. And actually does give it options, but it's starting to dwindle because of the tick-tock of that clock. And I thought they were going to be able to rotate early, but simply because they get that first kill, they don't fully commit to it. They want to be able to hit A. That has drafted a couple of players to go and swing on that rotation over to B, but there's no one there. The Reckoning is going to get expended, and they're now going to get caught. You're going to have the 0.9 that's going to be able to nullify 3 of the remaining 5, and that's a great take. So, can Freebird be able to swing again? No, Air Force may finally find some success.
That suppression was huge, but it just wasn't enough, and as you said, it is going to be a chance. A little bit of a bounce back at the end of this half, but that spray just through that corner, that might be big. Mib saying, I have this chance. Let me get through my own wall here. Oh, questions abound. Corner being red. No one's spotted just yet, so please holding on to this angle. That's going to be a snapshot, though. Headshot. Raisuku is down. Knives are out, but Nervy said my knives are stronger. And it will be a round. It is a 9-3. Air Force able to push for the curse. Let's see if it works in their favor.
The problem that you have now on your less optimal side, I would say, you do have the Killjoy that could be able to provide you so much work, depending on where everything is set up. But you don't have, well, I mean, I guess you can either have them work against the Killjoy or work against the Viper, and then Harbor can be a presented kind of active controller to be able to assist either, or you gotta find value off of rather Nervy. They are this. I was talking about there being a duelist diff. The Jets are literally on the opposite end of the scoreboard from each other right now. That has to change if the Air Force are be able to turn this one around.
Of course, and again, on attack, information is important, right? You dictate the pace, so you know what's going on, but on the defense, it's even more so. You have to know where the opponents are, because this can happen. The vibe check may not be from Vibin, but the vibe check is still very real, as it's now a B-side hit on 2 fronts, as it is converged on. Vibin holding down there, and Art saying, watch all this, and now it seems like a pretty crazy standoff. Army West Point getting a very quick plant with 1:15 left on the clock.
You get the plants off. That's for a long form. They're going to be able to put a Astra Star down. They're going to be able to weld this one out. Vibin sticking around is actually such a cheeky ego check, because he's just chilling in this corner. A Cypher that won't leave well enough alone, and he's got all 4 right there. They're going to check him top and bottom, use the Cloudburst to at least make that into a one-way, and so he won't be able to have the full look off of that swing. But 2 now looking down long sight, as they're just going to be able to take this one into a duel, trying to be able to at least half it. But they will lose Vibin in the concentration fire, and that is going to be the well that does pop off and creates the vulnerabilities, and Nervy gets rid of D-Song, and then the same done to Slides, and the attackers of the Army. They're the first one to be able to reach 10. They do it as quickly as 13 rounds.
So clean. It's gonna be good, and you know what? Freebird's gonna take it. It was a Freebird at the end of the day, but solid play. And again, I'm very, very surprised that Air Force has not taken some sort of timeout. They have not taken some sort of just moment to kind of breathe and try and figure out a game plan here. But of course, this is on the second half. There's not too much to tell. If everything rolls out in an appropriate manner, we should see this round go to Army West Point. They have the guns. There is a Marshal on the side of Air Force for for the lone jet at the bottom there. And Nervy gonna try and run that one, but right now Army West Point gonna now rotate over to A, but look at slides. You missed one. Oh no!
Oh, that's built around. You got to be able to get that right click. They sent 2 of them, tried to be able to spam shot. It looked exactly like me on my expert marksman style test. It didn't work out the same. You have the tailwind up and able to survive. You just have 2 good of guns. You have pistols in one hand, you have the Spectre and the Stinger in the other, and it was just a push. This is the difference as well, especially because you have the leniency of 11 at the time 10-3, now 11-3 round differential. You can be aggressive, and we never saw that kind of pace out of Air Force because they weren't built for it. You have the absolute cruise control that can come working around your KO and your fade, and of course, if you have someone like Mid Police who is now 17-6, a true killer for the Black Knights, then it's basically just free entry.
It's free real estate all the way through, and it's not going to stop, unfortunately. That's going to be a good tether, though. Chasing it. Oh my gosh. Mib's trying to go for it, but doesn't want to go. Oh, nope, never mind. Just wants to go hang time it.
Oh.
And Freebird still gets the nade kill. The pulse sends ripples through slides, and then Dr. Nuke barrels up Vibin. And you know what? It's a chance, but still losing 2 this quickly with 3 still on the map for Army West Point. This is not looking good for the Air Force. They got to do a little bit more if they want to stay competitive and make sure to knock this round in its face. If they lose this one, they are on map point, and that is going to hurt.
Dr. Nuke, trying to make sure that those nuclear codes stay safe. You have a spray, a little bit of extra damage, and Nervy's able to at least win that one against D-Song, and same for Dr. Nuke against Velocity. That one is ticking very quickly. One swing, another, they do clear it, and so they'll be able to at least get 1 defuse. This is the traditional outcome for the first 3 into your half, but, I mean, we've seen this a lot, Orbital. As soon as a squad is up at 11, and pretty much up by 5 to 6 rounds, you start saying, all right, what reps can we have right now that we can play into the next map? Because it's kind of a go next, but until that hits 12 and 13, it doesn't really matter. They can still have the Air Force continue to just get themselves back in a better headspace.
It's the calming effect of, whew, we gave ourselves something, right?
Yep.
We gave ourselves something. The problem, of course, is the fact that with the new econ changes, or I want to say the old, I'm old. Don't listen to me. Weaponry and everything for the Air Force is still a little bit rough. You saw the light armor once again. They're working with a little bit lower end just to make sure they get the util out instead. So for Army West Point, they should know that the guns are going to come out blazing, and you know what? They got a fair number of rounds to play with. They're not worried in the slightest. But for right now, they still are also opting to take things a little bit slow. Again, they get information. They get to play off that, okay, intel of who's going where. Air Force are just going to pray to get a headshot somewhere and hope someone walks into their crosshairs.
The talk screen that was set up from just about every major entry to the east side of this map. I don't know if that compass is all set up. Vibin is able to get rid of a Nervy, so that's gotten rid of the at least the duelist sentinel turned around for Air Force's defense on B, but you do have at least Michael Heron that's stuck around into that link, but this is, even with one big pick, a push onto a site. They actually do put those stars down, the nebulas to be able to take away, and they're going to be able to swing right back on. Freebird frees Raisuku of their life force, and so they're going to be planting for defaults, and that's off of that great no fun police, no command. No extra ults online, but they've done the damage necessary, and Air Force is stuck in a pickle. Michael Heron going to see if they can swing around from behind, but this is just great crosshair or crossfire setups.
I mean, they have it all just locked down here. This is the Army West Point that we know and love so far, at least in this game here, because they have been on a tear.
Boy.
And as soon as they got the guns up, they say, not a worry, a team ace. These songs saying, give us a little bit more. It is map point for Army West Point and the Air Force Falcons. They're trying. They are trying their hardest here to fight back.
Michael Heron stuck with a dart. They couldn't take it out, and everyone at the firing range trying to take them down. And then you just saw a bunch of Black Knights in the sewers low crawling together. That is a team that has been well versed in good chemistry. And look at this one. We got light shields, you got stingers, maybe even a classic Dr. Nuke. He will have a bulldog, but this is a messy Walmart buy, but that's about the discount that you have to have if you're in the military to be able to just get out there and get these ones rolling. They're going to use that cosmic divide to be able to get themselves basically free point, free sight, and they were trying to play so close together that they were mostly all A, but now they're well divided. That plant comes off. They've got it where they want it. Vibin gets rid of Nuke, and this is basically a victory lap for West Point, just trying to finish off this first map.
Take a nice stroll, wave to the fans, say thank you very much. I mean, you don't got much. Air Force going, okay, how the heck do we play around this one? That is going to be an orb thrown down, but an immediate draw. You can see it there, the well coming out, making sure that they can't even get the first half. It's so strong. And Nervy with the knives up, not going to find anything. D-Song gets a spray, 2 headshots around the smokes, and it's down to 2 members left alive, and Nervy gets 1 with the spray there. Mib just sends them packing, and now there's no time left. Army West Point, 13-4.
Goodness gracious. We got to see 3-4 players all try to be able to get that defuse up at the very end. And thank you so much to the awesome observing that we're getting today. With all those laser sights, it was a pure fish in a barrel firing range moment right there. But you know what? Army, they respond well after letting the first 2 go. Never a doubt in their minds to be able to get this one going as they get this one just clean. You were saying clean as a whistle before. This one is clean as all of those well-outfitted guns, and they're able to just take all that learning, make it work, get this one going. Look, it's a very it was just systematic. It was methodical, and they just showed that they were ready for, especially Air Force's map pick of Pearl.
Yeah, this was one of those moments where you sit there and go, okay, what really went wrong? And number one, I hate saying it, the gun duels. You have to be willing to try and take those gun duels and win those gun duels. In all 9 rounds that we saw on the defensive side that were won by Army West Point, it was first bloods, I think, for their side. You know, Vibin in that mid, there were so many art takes that just went the way of Army. And for the Air Force, there has to be a call somewhere in there saying, hey, we have to change things up. The ability to adapt, to overcome, to improvise, even on your own map pick, to, even if you've exhausted everything in the playbook, to write a new playbook, that's something that has to be said. So for game number 2, I really want to see them try and break out of their shell, say, hey, we can try and fight in another way, especially on Haven.
Yeah, you were super right. 14-3 in first blood differential. That is pretty massive. So, Air Force, they got a moment. They got some time. This best of 3 will continue. Haven's going to be the other side of a short break. We'll be back to you with a CECC Service Academy qualifier right after this.
What's your kitty?
We're looking at 10 and 6 right now.
Oh, hey, that's third, dude. That's better than I expected. Who's bottom frag right now? I want to go talk to them. Ian? Hey, how do you think we're doing so far?
You know, it could be better.
Could be better? You're one of those rough days?
Well, you know.
Let's go find more people to harass. Yeah. Where's Boise State? Who's your favorite to play?
Oh, right now it's got to be either Chamber or Breach.
What country is Cypher from?
Oh, dude. It's Moroccan, right?
It is Morocco. Oh my God, I don't think anyone is gonna get that. Oh, you're good. You're good. All right, see you later. Let's go harass Boise State more. Who is this? What school is this? Boise?
This is Boise.
Oh man, that's okay. Boise's still got really good odds. A Large Bagel, one of their tank players, Nerdy Bird, they're off tank. Both of them not here. A little bit scary, if we're being honest. Getting warmed up, getting ready to cast some players. No, not cast, interview. Change your mindset, change your mindset.
Words.
No, but last words until we come back.
Oh, okay.
Because we're leaving.
Enjoy.
Oh, that was good, that was good. Anything from you?
How are you doing, Polly?
Awesome, thank you so much for your time.
What is going on, everybody, and welcome to the ECAC Top Plays of the Week. I am Septilance, and I'm super excited to walk through these with you so you can see all of the great moments we are getting out of collegiate esports. One of my favorite things about these seasons is as they go on, as the years continue to pass, the skill ceiling just gets higher and higher, and the teams get better and better. Starting things off in week 1 and 2, these teams came out the gate swinging. Let's take a look at what they were ready to bring out in these early weeks. Valorant is a game all about risk versus reward, and Sin from NYIT wanted to show us just how much he was willing to risk to get that great reward of a round win.
forced to pop off, maybe get a little bit more sniper play, but these direct tight angles make it tough. You have Axorus that actually gets a wall bang headshot onto Prime. Oh, that timing on the paranoia works so well.
Yo, give it up for the Util, bro. Sin's gonna pick up 3 into the site. It's a lurk on its way from the chamber, but unless you're gonna spam through this box, you're not getting anything done, and Panda won't even let him get that far.
Super Smash Bros. Ultimate is a game that can be decided in milliseconds, and Waka, one of the best players from SUNY Canton A Squad, wanted to show us just what they can do with only a second and a single stock on the board.
Sledge option going to be charging forward smash, going a little early. They're not quite getting what you want. Drop shield after first hit and pick, getting hit by the kick. High percent. There is the stun into Claw. That Claw could have been charged for a lot longer. Oh my goodness, that's a forwarder into stage with the stage spike and then upping immediately after. What a sick.
1 point in Rocket League can never make a team feel comfortable, but Driftsy wanted to show us that not only was he going to pick the pace up, but he wasn't going to let his team down.
Defensive test with flying colors, though they couldn't get out, and that is the important part at the moment. Clears a must for UA, and it's just not in the cards at the moment.
Dripsy connects off the backboard. What a shot. I watched it unfold slowly. You stopped speaking at just the right moment.
Valorant is often called a team-based shooter, but sometimes it can't just be about the team. Sometimes you gotta have those hero plays. Spec wanted to spray and pray and was actually able to save the day for SVSU, tying up the series 7-7.
Hard B push here. 2 Omen smokes coming out. 1. Oh, Spec just finds 3. What? Spraying through the smoke? Oh, what, Spec? That's not legal, man. That's not legal. This is match day 2 of the ECAC League. You can't be doing that right now. Spec just goes with the call.
Here in this clip, Fanshawe finds themselves with their backs against the wall, 20 seconds left on the clock, and they're desperate to take down Wake Forest. They don't have anything to get through this team, they don't have any weapons on the field, but with Jackie Moon in the wings, at least they had a sniper.
Apparently. Guys gonna believe all the shots. Oh, a sniper! Jackie Moon from about midway through. What a shot right here from Jackie.
Wow, good eye sniper. Yes, sir. Jackie Moon puts us on the right side. A little bit more to the left. This one would have been...
Here in this clip, we're going to get a great moment from a Pac-Man, and as a Pac-Man player, I was super excited to see it. We're going to hear a lot of praise from our commentators giving Mosey those compliments of choosing Snake against Pac-Man, a great counter pick. They were super excited to see a Snake on the field, but even without their blessing, Trollery does not yield.
Approach, but like you said, he's trying to play this safe because losing a stock right now for Concord would be really bad, and, well, a little bit of commentator's curse there. We kind of willed that one into existence. Oh, man. Oh my goodness! What?
Now I know what you're thinking. Oh, Septilence, how could that be all
Welcome back, everyone, to Esports News, and of course, our inaugural CECC Service Academy qualifier. That is a mouthful, but it's also because we've seen a lot of full and wow, goodness, competition for esports. You always try to be able to rattle these off, but sometimes they come off a little bit slow. Much the way that we saw Air Force after their first couple of rounds, it was basically stagnation. And, you know, hopefully they're able to bounce back into the second map. We go from Pearl over to Haven, and I got to think that, at least for the Air Force, Haven is a little bit more explored here, Orbital.
Yeah, this is, I always say the 3-site maps feel a little bit more technical, and it lends itself to the, okay, we can try and flex our muscles. And that's what Air Force were trying to go for. And when I say trying to go for, I give them a massive benefit of the doubt. They played a very heavy composition of denial of information with no information gathering of their own, severely relying on their own technical prowess. And again, it fell a little bit flat. In the side of Pearl, it's, again, if you know where the opponent is going, you know, that B-side rush, that A-side, it's fairly telegraphed at that point. And, you know, for Army West Point, they did it by the book. For Haven, it's going to be a little bit more freeform. If they do utilize that B site a little bit instead of just the constant A and C, hey, you know, never mind that. There's a possibility. There is some option for them to go a little bit crazy in that sense. And maybe you catch Army West Point lacking a little bit. The problem, of course, is Army West Point, this is their map pick. So only time will tell what's going to happen here.
Yeah, this is the one that the Black Knights have been waiting on, and of course, after this one, if we are to go the distance in this opening of, round robin style, then we're going to be seeing us go to Ascent. I don't think that we're going to make it simply off of the first, but I have seen 13-5, 13-6 opening maps go the distance into a full best of 3. So kind of up to the Air Force to be able to get more technical. I mean, they do that whenever they first get enlisted and they come in. These guys in the academy, they're trying to become those butterbar officers and be able to lead and guide these airmen, these soldiers, do what they can. So you got to think that leadership is there. Already we see kind of a slightly different setup. I like Mike O'Hearn going over to the Astra. That's a small wrinkle for me because the rest seems about default. And Nervy, I want to see be able to pop up onto that jet with more pressure. The Killjoys will be opposite of each other, but opposite duelists. Mid Police is trading from the jet over to the Rays.
Ooh, and this is also a heavy change once again, right? That cipher that came out on Army West Point's side was very, very useful. I give them a lot of credit there. And I will always say the stat that can't be seen is usually the most useful for a team. You don't get to see, all the assists come through from, the cameras coming out or anything of that sort. So this time around, they're almost going mirror. The fade, though, is going to be instrumental. That one is going to be really, really fun to watch. Again, the tethers coming out, information being given and handed over on each side. A very nice draft of the agents coming out for Army West Point. I don't see them faltering this time either. It is going to be the side of, the side of the Air Force to step up into the shoes that were not filled in game number 1.
And excuse me from earlier, because Rays was actually instead shifted over to the Phoenix. So the Phoenix is coming in live, which means Mid Police is going to try and be that aggressive off of close quarter combat, which this map can lend itself more to. It's a little bit tougher to actually take some of these longer form positions. You won't see as many op battles. I mean, unless you decide to go back to last year's Chamber before getting nerfed, and that happened a lot more. But Killjoy effectivity will come in huge. The Wombo combo off of Velocity, who was already great, on to the Fade, and then with Freebird onto that Breach. I mean, that's just going to be decimation, showcasing that they can make great use of massive AoEs. But gotta see what will come for success for the Air Force here. They are attacking again, and starting from a familiar point of contention, a starting point that they have to be able to not just find the first 2. I need to see them find at least half of the first 6 rounds.
All right, well, let's see if they can do that. Let's see if they can hold it up to at least the 9-3 situation for themselves. The 3-round curse once again. But for right now, it's a free entry onto C. And again, this does levy itself. Air Force, they are banking on a little bit more aggression, and I like it. Remember, last time, for 9 rounds straight, it felt like they were waiting out the timer for 1 minute and 20. This was a hard push. They said, hey, it's an opening on C's site. Now let's see the defense. Army West Point setting up into 2 different positions, garage and connector in the backside. And D-Song says, I still went out. Raisuku able to trade 1 back.
3 coming on top side. You can have a curveball swing. That's a great blind. Mid Police trying to be able to get another one. They're going to go directly into this duel. They thought they had it, but Nervy proved them otherwise to survive for the Falcons. Air Force flying high, flying quick. And you had talked about it, Orbital, how as soon as it's telegraphed which direction you're kind of going, it's a much softer guessing game for Pearl about which site you're going to, because if you're just releasing pressure, you don't often stick around and you rotate. For this one, you take advantage of the fact that the defense is so laterally split, and they did so. They said, run it long C, let's get onto site in a hurry.
And granted, that is also the standard for the start of this map, right? That is a golden standard for anyone that really plays this map. It's a rush, it's go ahead, take care of things. And then once guns get in their hand, Army West Point become a different team. I think we saw it in game number 1 as well. We saw the pistol go the way of Air Force, and we expected them to come out guns blazing, and then Army West Point just shut them down. So this could be another option here at the exact same time. Mid Police, though, saying, I'm not too worried about that one. As you said, the Phoenix, a little bit of a difference instead of the Jet. This one's a little bit more grounded, if you will. But it does provide a lot of counter fighting. Oh, no. Oh, no. They've read this. This is a good call by Air Force. An immediate dodge around to the C site once again, and hard rush up long.
Weidman is going to be chilling. They've been able to do that pretty well off of a Cypher call, but they don't quite land 3 of those bullets. And now Google Slides, who actually comes in with the Ares, because why not have some heavy-duty machinery firing down long? They're going to be hecka blind off of that guiding light. And Mid Police, just because they're on a different agent doesn't mean they can be out and they don't hit their shots. Dr. Nuke, they land the best of that one, as it will be Air Force surviving with 4. That's a great look, because they'll be able to hang on to the majority of those kind of mid-tier weapons going into what they hope to be their first bonus round.
This is going to be the chance for them. As you said, the first of hopefully many. This is where everything changed. This is where we saw 9 rounds in a row for Army West Point that came with some fires, so time will tell. And to give a little bit of an idea, game number 1 went 13 and 4. Sorry, numbers got mixed up. And this time around, we don't want to see that happen. So keep eyes on Air Force. What changes? Number 1, they went ham for these first 2 rounds. They were still quite aggressive. And then in about round 5, they slowed down to a snail's crawl. If that happens again, I do have some worries, but I'm sure they talked about it during the break.
Look at this very aggressive push. Mid Police, they're going to wombo combo up into A main. Do they find that sewer hit, but the spike is actually going to be turning the corner. They're going to have nothing in hand, and that will be Michael Heron that is turned down. Hot Hands goes out to keep that sewer re-hit, but they're going to actually turn long banana. Nervy trying to be able to get rid of it. They do. They find 1. They get 2. That is a great re-peek, but from opposite end, they get a weapon upgrade, able to punish the Army getting stuck in their own situation.
Beautiful job. We can see it. Air Force still having that early pressure that they enjoy, and that's a great shot. Slides from the ground, fires into the heavens and wins it out, but Vibin ready to take out Slides, and now it's a 2v3. Still doable, but a little bit worse for wear.
Still have good ARs in hand. 2v3, not the greatest advantage. You will have the fault line that comes out. They're trying to be able to get these guys stunned up. Vibin does get rid of their doppelganger, and now this all of a sudden goes the other way. Vibin had to play against the Nervy, and they just put down the alarm bot, but the alarming sensation of a bonus round being won by the Air Force will come to fruition. Now, they also make that one rough for the Army, because for the first time in a while, they're going to have to deal with sequential kind of save positions. They're going to have to go light shields, maybe only buy into a Marshall or otherwise, but great looks by the Air Force, and they're going to be able to buy up.
It's that ping pong economy, right? You're now locked into that save buy, or the partial buys, depending if you get any extra kills on the back end. It's that back and forth situation. And so Army West Point, as you said, this is going to be that first time that we actually get to see that happen. So now we get to see what happens when they're on that back foot, where they don't get to run multiple rounds in a row. And Nervy now looking a little bit better here, getting some good frags off, getting those first bloods. And we did say last time it was 14-3. I think in the first blood area. So Army West Point saying, all right, maybe we can get back into it. Mib, though, gets a little bit of a dink. Doesn't get the head, but it's enough. No one wants to go through garage anymore.
Italy's trying to recover off their own hot hands, and it has been an activation state that a Nervy really needed to reach for Air Force to start getting some of this pressure and some of these wins. Mid seems to be at least a point of control and contention, but they're looking to lean into C. If they can take over B, they'll do it. But look at that one coming out from the smoke as well. A Nervy and Vibin, they're looking to take over to site C. And Vibin looking for any kind of pings, but they don't really have that active intel much the same way. They don't have the X-rays. Mid Police is trying to just be able to get the spray down. They are taken care of by Slides and stuck in the well, but no one swings out to it. The spike is ticking.
Vibin sends one away, gets a second. Are you kidding me? No, this is not how they draw it back. This is supposed to be a save round. They're going to go ahead and rush their way in around the corner. Freebird is able to find 1, and it's down to a 2v2. And Vibin just sprays into the ground, trying to clear out any util that might be on the ground. Again, those stars can be absolutely fickle. And up goes the Cosmic. Oh, no! But it's on the right side! Oh, look at that! That's brutal! That is a rough way to have it! You're dancing straight through, and you still get it 5 and able to hold it off! What a disaster by Mike O'Hearn!
Oh, that... It was the smartest and most ruinous tactic. You actually had it and didn't need to expend it. Oh, that hurts, but that's so smart. Recognizing, oh, hey, I could defuse it from this side. Cool beans. And that wall otherwise keeps them from being able to take down the diffusers. So West Point takes advantage of a little bit of outthinking themselves by the Falcons, but they do pick up their first. Air Force makes it messy, and they do make it expensive, not just for the Army West Point, but for themselves. So let's go to round number 5. Air Force, a little bit of a stumble on their own feet, but I expect them to continue to still keep this momentum running.
That is a moment that you're just like, sorry guys, that's my bad. That's all I can think about, right? Like, I'm so sorry. I haven't seen that certain situation crop up, but I'm sure it happens in solo queue all the time, but it feels so bad. So we'll see what happens, but for right now, it is into that 5th round. Knives are out for a Nervy, and this is the point where we really do want to see Air Force be able to bounce back. That is a heartbreaking round to lose, by the way. To lose a round like that is, it does break the mental a little bit, so I want to see Air Force be able to still continue onwards and be able to really just say, okay, that was a fluke. It's only one. We don't have to worry too much. Eyes are open. Still a lot of util being laid down on that C site by that Killjoy. We know it happened, so that's going to be Knives out, but Mib was ready. The police are rounding it out on this B site. The first time that we see B site hit, it looks like it might be a wash, but right, Zuku says no, it will be a chance.
We saw Pearl defined by efficiency and fault on round 4 whenever the Reckoning and the Viper Pit were used at the same time. Air Force was not able to recover on that map. We gotta see if they can be able to pull themselves up by those bootstraps and be able to win this one big. Ooh. You get at least a couple of trades, right? Suku is able to get D-Song, but then they are taken out by Velocity. Michael Heron, will this corner get checked? They gotta be ready for it. What a step! They have no idea they were there, but they're still able to at least get one. The grass is able to pull it down, and they're coming with util in hand, trying to pull up that gun as quick as they can. But Air Force are able to take this round by the skin of their teeth.
I mean, that was just great play right there. Oh man, Mike O'Hearn made a rough play last time and said I had to make up for it, right? That was a beautiful tuck into the corner, able to grab a 2K, and Army West Point were none the wiser. So this time around, they're feeling good. Yes, you have 3 ultis on the table. You have the lockdown, you have the Cosmic Divide, which hopefully you don't use it like Mike O'Hearn did. And you had to run it back. But for right now, I don't think you want to use any of those. You are on the save. You only have 2 rifles. It's not going to be great. Not going to be fantastic for you.
Still body checking here, and I do like that you've seen Vibin kind of change up where they have some of their placements. They actually may activate this early swarm grenade. Does the Owl Drone check corner? It didn't. So they're basically free. Does anyone swing hard left? They've gotten rid of right. Oh, he's just chilling. Oh, he's able to ruin him. Vibin gets a 3K. Make it. Oh, almost got the 4th. So much damage. The Owl Drone, that's what it's used for. Check everywhere, but they only look to their right, not their left, and they will be left behind in that 6th round.
Oh my gosh, that was... It went from bad to good to bad is all I saw right there. That was a roller coaster of emotions, you know? It's one of those things that you just sit there and go, why didn't I think of that? Slides, you had an opportunity, and honestly, Vibin is doing a great job in game number 1 as well. Held down those doors. Wasn't, I think, the highest KP. KDA, it was, of course, I think it was mid-police. But it's still a very consistent pace. And for Vibin right now, stacking up, saying, hey, Army, let's get things together. Let's keep fighting. I love it. And hopefully we get to see a little bit more power behind it as well. We have not seen them be able to collect more than a round at a time. Let's see if they can do 2 or 3.
Alarm bot goes out. 1 drops down. D-Song takes advantage of the vulnerability caused onto a Nervy. Vibin still not checked. No one's checking checking Vibin. They are in these corners. They are a demon. You have to be able to exercise those demons from out of your corners, or else they are going to take you down. Raisuku is going to upgrade. I think they had all of the classic they were activating around a hero rifle. They will be checked in window. Grasp comes out. Boom. Even with 1 HP, they get at least a little bit of damage. Freebird will take them as well. This becomes a 1v5, and you know, as much as I trust in some sheriff skills, that would have to be a 50 out of 50 expert marksman test to complete, and that Spike is on the opposite end. So Slides is trying to just clear what he can.
It's a slideshow, right? Take a picture here. It's a little tourist attraction, right? Oh, look, this is what we call Defender Spawn. It's a beautiful spot. Oh, look at the connection over here. It's called Corridor. We do like this area as well. It's very spacious, very, very open. And here we see the tourists come in, the locals here that own this block. That is Velocity taking that one back. It is now 2 rounds in a row. So Army West Point getting back into form. And remember, Monkey Man, this is what I said, right? This is those moments. And yes, this is what I wanted. Air Force taking a timeout. Let's go.
I'm so happy that we finally have a decision to play with the macro pacing. Also, shout out to our observer who's basically acting like a Cloud Koopa, just with the camera on the fishing pole, giving us a full tour around the entire map. But Air Force finally realizing we need to calm down. We have made some mental errors that really have played against us, and they're still in a place of advantage. I don't exactly know what their eco looks like currently into the next buy, but that last one looked like it was a prominent save with maybe all of 1 AR, so I think they'll be good going to this next round.
They'll be happy. It's, again, we're not so worried about the econ. We know what the econ is. Everyone should know what the econ is, and that's one of the things that I call a static factor, right? That will almost never change. That will always stay the same. You know how much econ you're going to have. But it is that mental diff. This timeout is specifically for mental. They know what happened last time when Army West Point went on a tear. They just kind of fell apart. And Air Force doesn't want to let that happen again. This is why I was so excited for the timeout. I want to see what they can do. It looks like it is also on a buy round. So as you were talking about, they are going to have weaponry in hand. And Enervi should be able to buy up as well here, I think.
Like a little.
Yeah, I think that's what, I think that's like a Spectre and armor. Oh, no, okay, so I was thinking full armor, but they are going light side, so, it checks out. The Guardian is going to be brought in. But it is still that keep pace forward. Don't fall into that lull of take things slow, have to play safely. Take chances. That's what you're hoping to see here. That's a long-form shot, though, and hey, you know what? The waiting worked.
Oh, but look at this position! As you have mid police, they are checked. They thought they could be able to get away with it much the way that Vibin has done for the past couple of rounds, but so far the man advantage does rest with the Air Force as they're going to use a lockdown to push off the majority of personnel by the Army away from A site. And this is not a decoy. They're really trying to be able to at least get someone caught or just keep everyone separated, but I do wonder why they didn't take advantage of the position while it was there, seeing if they would get any early peekers from a heaven, but they waited a while through that entire lockdown. Now the Cosmic Divide, this is a great use of it because they have to force all of Army to be able to come through that great nebulous wall.
Oh. The scary thing is you control heaven, but not below. The Defender lockdown should be able to space things out. They do have to decide, though. This is going to be a chance. Take a look at Air Force. They're not worried at all. They're actually going to chase in. And that's going to be straight to 1. So they go ahead, but look at the lock. This is going to be pain. Oh, no. Do they not see? Oh, that's around the corner, though, and Nervy wasn't locked down. That's a beautiful play right now, and Air Force look like they are in control. What a beautiful job here. Michael Hearn comes around with the shorty. What a call to make false sense of security with that lockdown.
That was actually beautiful because they didn't think to clear garage because the Cosmic Divide was up and they just saw everyone in front and they're like, oh, if someone is detained, they would do it from the safest spot possible, right? Sewer or long A. And that was a beautiful idea. Michael Heron has really been kind of that cerebral factor coming up with creativity for Air Force, even if sometimes that imagination has been him in the butt a couple times. But they come off of that timeout. They make the best use of their buy. They're going to have a couple light shields to their name. You do have Seekers as well as post-plant hold with the Hunter's Fury that could be expended. But look at the wombo combo of big ultis that can be used as well. Mippley's just running it up with the run it back, but they can't be able to get any bullets on target yet.
Such a rough time. And again, Air Force are seeing glimmers of brilliance and at the same time some rough moments. I want to see some more moments of brilliance, but Vibin was ready, and Vibin has honestly been such a good check. I don't mean that in any funny way. It has been Vibin that has been very solid, right? There are players that stand out. There are players that look phenomenal like mid-police, but then there are also players that are just kind of your rock, your fundamental foundation. And it feels like Vibin's that one, and game number 1 had a very nice KDA, very stalwart, and this time around, stepping up even further, right? 13, 6, and 3, challenging mid-police at that top spot. And I love it. I love those players that just feel like everything that they do, they have a set chance of it working, and it's really up to the opponent to make it difference, right? So I love it. I love to see it. Right now, we are just 1 point away, and it is a semi-save round with 2 hero rifles coming in for the Air Force.
As heroic as Bulldogs really can be, sometimes I've seen people be able to hit those wily shots, but look at how aggressive and confident the Army West Point has been able to be. The guiding light goes behind them. That means they're going to be able to find some targets in front. Curveball caught in hand, just trying to look at the wall, jumping away, but it will be a hot hands. Mid Police trying to be able to keep their HP tapped up and up. They're going to have another curveball. Big blind. They blind themselves, this much like me. Welcome to trying to be a Phoenix main. But that aggression, hey, look, it's tough out here with the Flash agents. I can't do it. But look how far back Air Force has been pushed. Again, they didn't have really the buy. They had Bulldog and like 1 rifle, and then Army recognized that, and they just went zoom, W key.
Yep, it was a Bulldog and Vandal, and I agree. I love the fact that you play Phoenix and I play Harbor, and we are literally water and fire. We work so well on the broadcast, but I feel you and I would not do well in a solo queue match at all. We would be very bad for each other.
You could say that we would be boiling, right?
Oh,
so yeah. Others people cook, we boil.
Yes, and unfortunately, boiling is not exactly the the best tasting in the place. But for right now, we are seeing, as you said, Air Force push all the way back, and it's back to that pacing of, oh boy, we're gonna wait to the last 15 seconds. However, Mid Police is in perfect condition in this heaven side with the running back. Gonna hop down, get a spray off, can't find anything, but gets information. 2 tagged on site with a 3rd in the back line, and the rest of Army West Point will follow suit.
Gotta be a little concerned because that did give away where Mid Police was, but hey, you know what? So saith me who is not winning this game, but this one finally is gonna bring us back up to neutral, as the Army is finally able to bring us even Stevens through the first 10. Air Force, this is going to be an interesting situation. It was a save, which means they're going to have a net gain going into this attack. Dependent upon their buy here and success in this round, look at what creds are left over. It is like Army could buy like 2 extra ops right now and be unaffected going to the final round of this half.
Oh boy. Oh boy. This is gonna be that step forward. I feel like this is the turning point right now for Air Force. This is that moment where you make or break. Because again, if you fall into that rut of we have to play slow, we have to play to a very, very safe pattern because we're losing, it's gonna continue over towards the other side. And D-Song looking like they're right back in form as well. The rest of Army West Point waking up after the short break and the 5 rounds that they lost. Although you did say at the beginning, Hail Monkey Ben, you did say you do want to see Air Force be able to take more than 3 rounds in this half, and they've done that. They've taken 5, so already doing better than in game number 1.
They had a great first start. Army has been allowed to stick around, though. They weren't ever able to get kind of a boot to the neck to put them down. Nebulas have been put onto positions to keep that early look. You have the Rolling Thunder. That will be loud, be thunderous, be very, very Swedish as the rolling Swedish meatball comes through. D-Song is able to clear 1. They get another playing off of this 2-man combo. It's a buddy cop movie, and everyone is going down, trying to make use of the lineups. Dr. Nuke, was trying to ICBM from distance, but it's going to be Mid Police that makes great use of a flank to take away the Killjoy supremacy. So Air Force, they're going to be looking down a rough pipeline of not a lot of cash, kind of a mid-buy, and West Point is finally able to grab the lead here in the second map.
I mean, that was Dr. Nuke trying to put up some numbers, and I respect it, right? Solid nano swarm to slow him down. Couldn't activate it, I think, at the right time. Instead, got kind of blindsided there by Mid Police. But it is time to tell. Will this be Air Force tying things up? Will we be going into a second half 6-6? Or are we going to see them kind of falter, put it at a 7-5? Either way, it is better. I'm very, very excited to see what more they can do here. Yes! Slides! Bring it out! Slideshow through that ammo socket.
Oh, okay. Police are going to take up some position. I'm surprised they're not using the running back already. Actually, they did. All right, cool. I didn't see that it was activated. Showcase to me being able to pay attention. The Nebula will take away at least the window.
You're Phoenix. You're blinded already. It's okay.
It's true. Look, we throw 1 curveball, and then we sit on the sideline for the rest of the game.
As a Harbor, I do the same. Usually, though, it's in the gray screen, so, we don't talk about that. I'm gone off the map. I'm good.
Oh my gosh. Seekers get expended. We have all of 1 ultimate in that Cosmic Divide that will be online. And that does at least open up the sight into this 5v5 retake form. Can Air Force be able to at least tie us up before we flip halves?
Only time will tell. At least they're sectioning off part of the map. It's not exactly a 50-50. It's more like a 70-30 there. But right now, can they find Up in Heaven? It's locking out to. This one's a lot better than in game number 1. And I want to see him fight for it. Right now, D-Song ready to sprint through with the rest of the team. They all drop down, and now they know where the last few are. They just rush in through hell. Raisuku able to find one. That wall should come down shortly, but it's still going to be enough. There it is, a free fire of kills. And that will be the round. Army West Point gather up and hang on to a 7.
Wow. They're like, you know what? We know all the tricks that the Air Force has been playing. These guys in the chair force, they've been chilling at their desks saying, you know what? What cool ways can we be able to make this work? And the Army just denied them from doing it twice. The first one is cheeky, it's clever, it's cool, but you can outsmart yourself. And this time around, Army, they were given a free test sheet of answers saying this is what they're gonna do. Let's just outplay them, let's outgun them, let's outrun them. So 7-5. Look at the last 4. I mean, honestly, look at the last 7. That second half of the first half was where Army West Point came back into what we saw in Pearl. And now they're going to bring us some of that aggression going into this next one. I want to see what happens with Mid Police again, because that's where they became even bigger last time around.
It's been scary. I got to agree. There's been points where they become larger than life, if you will. Right now, though, at the start here, this has been a much more solid game, and again, the pistol really gives us a good glimpse in. Last time around, it was Air Force that were able to take the pistol. This one, they're playing a little bit more cautious. You can see push all the way up on A with, I think that is 2 on that angle. With the well going out, though, it's a nice call. Slow them down, and now the call for a rotate all the way from A side. 2 will be rotating in, but to relinquish the site, Air Force being willing to recoup and get ready for a rebound. It's a 5v5 retake option as Army West Point scatter for the C long. Nervy, though, finds Freebird.
Ooh, Vibin was waiting for the flank lurk to be able to come through mid outside of B. They have taken all the way in down in distance. D-Song is trying to play this alongside Velocity. The well will be there as well. They're just trying to force all these bullets. But that's actually the worst kind of position for a pistol round. You want that a little bit closer because you have so much damage fall off whenever you have to shoot. And I know that some of us are really cool and good at duck hunt, but I know that beyond like 25, 30 feet that thing is just going to go just sideways. So plant position, a little bit off. Air Force is able to recover quite well.
I'll happily take that one, and I mean, the buy is looking a little bit juicy, but you know what? Go for it. Normally, we only see, the Spectres come out. It's a little bit more long range. It's okay. That's 2 Ares coming out. That is spice and a half right there. That is some nice investment.
It's W key. I love that.
Yeah, that's not even W key. It's just set up in one corridor and pray that you hit something. That's what it is.
Well, that's W key if I turn around and run away.
Yes.
Because I know that's what's going to happen. I set in that position, and then I leave because I see 4 people come in. I take as many shots as I can. But, yeah, Air Force, they want to run with this. See what they can get. Dr. Nuke hanging out in this door frame. I don't fully trust that with an Ares, but...
The barrel's also really long. It sticks out. If anyone was holding off the side on A, it would be definitely noticed. And all right, somehow it works. Vibe and caught unawares as a big vibe comes through. That's a deep funk just slamming into your head there. Eyes are open. C is open as well, but Air Force are currently jockeying for a position. They got the kill and now back away. They're still waiting for Army to decide exactly where they want to go.
This is Army's map pick. They won Air Forces, and now Air Force is trying to do the same thing opposite to force us into a game 3. Remember, we have 3 best of 3s today as we go all the way around all of these service academies. You have the fault line. Oh, and a big snapshot by Mid Police. Now, Dr. Nuke didn't have much in the way of health. They had 43 remaining after that initial duel with their doppelganger. That'll be 2 off the field for the Air Force, and the Nebula, rather, is going to separate them from Garage. He's doing a quick body check to see if anyone's coming around. Good use of that curveball. And so they will be down in distance away. That well again will be put down with that Astra Star. Is going to try and take him away, but they're just going to try and spray and pray. And look, it's a little bit closer this time. They may be able to win off of this Thrifty.
Could be fun little chance, and nope.
No, never mind. Maybe
you tried to set it up. You tried so hard, and then Air Force heard you and was like, "Nah, bro, nah, not today."
A little bit of damage though, a tiny bit of damage. We do have the how many people kept their Aries? Okay, both. All right, cool. So Prio
right back to it. Yeah. Oh, bring it. Get the bucket. Yes, Dr. Nuke, please hang on to it. I love you forever.
Oh my gosh, where are they gonna be sitting?
This is phenomenal. This is so phenomenal so far.
And they are gonna sit primarily on A. You see, kind of it's gonna be a 3-1-1. And that's off the Bucky. Dr. Nuke's going to sit in that cubby, maybe even really close up into sewer. But Air Force grabbed the first two. Army West Point, they're going to have that eco advantage coming into true ARs. And this is such a ratty position, but it's also one of my favorites.
I love rat positions. I also like lurking, right? Would you say those two are the same or no?
I'd say lurking is smarter rats.
Oh,
depending
on that's okay. I can actually understand that. I get that. That's fair. I'm guessing you run into one or two of them, huh?
That, and I sometimes do that like once every 20 games. Don't look at my career streaks, by the way. 15 losses in a row. Talk about getting some losses in a row, though. This is some big trays as they're able to recoup and recover for Army. Air Force only has 2 left, and they're both looking at the same link position. Can put the firewall down, and I mean, this is theirs to control, but it looks like they're going to have a split one up into heaven. They're going to try and put these Astra Stars down to take away vision, at least from Sewer.
Ooh, that's going to be a clothesline, but Mid Police said not today. We will take our rightfully earned round, and losing 3, that's painful. Air Force should be quite happy about that. Again, this is the stock standard, right? 2-1 at the start of a half is not uncommon. What's uncommon next? Whether or not you win the round, and I mean with guns out, full guns I should say. Michael Hearn, come on, join in, buy up please. There you go. All right. Full guns though on both ends, but the light armor is really hurts to see on the side of the Air Force.
Yeah, Air Force, they got aggressive a couple times, especially into the. Well, I mean they're able to keep some Spectres and some Aries, but Army West Point in a position they could lock this back up into a 2-round advantage. They're prioritizing getting Vibe and at least some of their ult up so they can maybe play around that lockdown. Raisuku is taking a page out of the Army playbook and coming all the way up along A. And I think Army may recognize that type of play because this is when they started doing it, getting aggressive, coming out of that defensive position. It was more around mid and A, but they've been playing so much here, Orbital, onto C. They just keep waiting to be able to separate that garage position and then just get themselves a free site.
And it's really been that retake that's been a problem here, but this time around Velocity said not today. I will take that kill, and Vibin with that lurk. Vibe check through the garage. Nope, someone else got to it first, and Raisuku around the corner said, hey, you didn't check your corner either. It's a 4v3, which does benefit Army West Point, but they are currently bottlenecked. They have said we're going to fight on site and not worry about it all. For the rest of Air Force are going to try, but Velocity from inside said bye-bye slides. And Irvi with a little bit of an orb. Nothing to really block out as, again, we're just looking for those kills. Velocity, though, is going to lose their life. Freebird is able to revenge it. And Raisuku is the last one alive. 2 HP on Freebird, who's going to go fishing here for a little bit.
Oh, can't quite get the drop down. That becomes a 1v1, but that bomb is ticking very, very fast. I think Raisuku is being told to stay away. They're actually going to commit to this. They're just going to get blasted down. Oh, they didn't half it, though. So they have to leave, and I don't think they're going to be able to get away from that bomb in time. So they're just trading out for a better skin, so it's next to their death orb whenever they leave. But Army West Point, everyone ends up leaving. So this eco is kind of weird. I think Air Force may play into a single. Actually, in Nervy, looks like they do have the Blade Storm up. So they may play to that, give away a gun, buy to someone else. And Army West Point, they're creeping and crawling away with a lead. They did have, I think, did the first half end in 7-5, right?
Yeah, just about. And, I mean, they got back up in that round lead, but it's surprising because right now, Army West Point were the ones with the lower econ output. They actually were the ones sitting on lower tech and lower, I think it was about 3 to 3.5K for everyone.
Yeah.
The fact that the Air Force are the ones deciding not to buy up when they were sitting on 4 or 5K bothers me quite a bit. They should have felt like they could have bought up here. They should have felt like they could actually field an entire gun round. But yet multiples are sitting on 1 to 2K. This is going to put him at a little bit of a disadvantage.
Yeah, there's been a tedious amount of anxiety for making sure they have enough of an arsenal built up into later rounds that they're not able to win it straight up into these mid rounds. Look how many are leaned. You have one decoy in Vibin that has been consistently looking for that mid check on that lurk, which is so weird from a Sentinel, but they also play with their toys and they set them up too. And then it's going to be a straight push down yard. D-Song tries to help out. They do get blinded off the Seekers. Freebird is able to get that wall bang as they play around the Phoenix kit. So now, as they're able to take site A, you do have Vibin that can start to slowly kind of encroach, but you do have one looking backwards. Curveball, does Police want to take this duel? They just see too many shots hitting through this wall bang. So right now, West Point in a great position to get themselves first to 10 again.
I mean, they're going to give it their best shot, and Vibin said, hey, I'm good. Dr. Nuke, though, with the Sheriff, going to shut down one at least. That's more than they could really hope for here. Around the corner to go, Dr. Nuke meets a couple bullets down to 64, and is now going to be chased to high heavens or low hells, one or the other. This is it's a rough spot to be in, of course, and you're just running around. You're not sure. You just want to find a nice little corner to tuck in and hide for the time being. It's a well-fought round. Again, Army West Point on 10. 3 more to take the first series here at the inaugural Invitational here.
It's a soft shout, or actually big shout out right now to our 2 top killers. You do have Vibin and Mid Police, who were huge in the previous map for Army, as they were able to go, what, 19, 4, well, I was 19 and 7. For Mid Police. Right now, 21-11 and 19-9, respectively, for Vibin and Mib. You are already on another lockdown that can open up that site. Same thing. Freebird is one away from just being able to be aggressive. D-Song, this ult economy is huge. It is kind of bigly huge for Army West Point as they can build into it. They're also taking their time. They've been playing back and forth with pace. They can either get aggressive, they can run down side if they really want to, or they just straight up just chilling. Just kind of waiting, see what they got to do.
This looks hang out.
Yeah, this actually looks. This looks like a tech wait almost.
Yeah, I think this is actually a tech wait.
Okay.
We'll get eyes on it one way or another. But for right now, I mean, they're having a ball. I wonder if actually all of them just hard froze, like
bathroom
break.
break.
They're here. They're alive. They're alive. I wonder what they were doing. Did they take an in-round timeout?
They just they all stood up and they high-fived, and then they did that freeform like slow-mo pose.
Yeah, that would actually be so funny if they all just like got up and were like, shake it out real quick. Do a little dance. Get going. They're playing the round. They are playing the round, so that's crazy.
Their Phoenix had to go to the mess hall, be able to get a late lunch, I guess. The hot will come through.
I don't know. That just sounds.
Look, he's hungry, man, and it's closing soon. You got to make sure you get there before 1600.
There, right?
they got it covered. They're fine.
All right, fair. Oh man, we are getting into this one though. It is 10-7, and eyes are open in this 3v4. Army West Point looking strong as the Air Force go. How the heck do we play this one? They took so long, they didn't move an inch. And now they gotta wonder what the heck happens here. Dr. Nuke in the top side. Little red dot for the crosshairs. Not finding a single soul just yet.
Some grenades are gonna keep a nervy off-site. You do have the aftershocks that's gonna try and push some damage. Extra damage is in fact found. Oh, and O'Haron, even though they had them in their crosshairs, was not able to put them down. So, Army West Point, they run at their own speed, their own tendencies. They do what they want out there. So right now, 24-11, you still have the lockdown. You've got the wombo combo of the Nightfall and the Rolling Thunder. And they're actually the ones that are taking the time out. I think they're recognizing, okay, something's actually happening in the background. Let's chill for a bit. Air Force, let's look at what buy they're going to be able to muster up, because you want to have enough to be able to be competitive, have a gun round going if you surrender this one to that 12th. And you cannot leave yourself in a pit where you have to just fight with stingers or specters against this mighty force. But this is looking like a mirror from what we saw before, but with Air Force having at least more initial success. But the last 4 have gone to Army.
Oh, of course. Army has been, again, you take a look at that, And outside of the first 2 initial rounds, they've gotten, what, 8 in a row kind of thing? And the reason I cut out the first 2 is I get yelled at a lot for saying this, but I will stand by it, right? It feels like the first 3 rounds don't really matter unless you're getting multiple frags, unless one player steps up, gets 4 frags every single time, and they get their ulti in round 3, right? It just feels like it lays out almost exactly the same. It's 2 rounds and then 1, and so for right now, in all intents and purposes, they are on a streak. Army West Point have not let up at all, and this time around, they're going to continue, and I like this because our Air Force, you were talking about it, either you end up on guns and you take that kind of L and say, okay, this is our last stand, or you take it in this round. And I say take it in this round because, again, the ultis are a little bit on point. That lockdown should be ready to go if you can find one of the orbs. But it is going to be the most ultis that you get to work with.
Got the Nightfall to open up sight. Now you have the Rolling Thunder to be able to hold it. Same thing with the lockdown if you really want to, but I think that's in the back pocket of the Army. Vibin again is such a phantom out in mid. No one wants to go ghost busting, and they're just chilling, waiting for anyone to come around to the Haunted Mansion. Song just waiting along with mid police for anyone that wants to challenge against his firewall. Lots of spray and pray, and they do get a wall bang onto a nervy. Vibin is not checked.
Dang it.
Oh my goodness. They never have eyes in the back of their head, and that's why they end up dead. Mid police gets 3 to finish off the round. So they did buy into this contention point, and they're in round number 19, but it's round 20 that could be the swan song for the Air Force in this first series.
I definitely did not yell knife him. I definitely did not yell that, but it was like perfect positioning. I couldn't not do that, right? That was a phenomenal flank. Army West Point, again, their macro has been on point. It's never, a single player holding it down against, 3 or 4. They're never taking those awkward trades, except for Vibin, who, 2 members run into them, but they're never willingly taking these, I want to say, disadvantageous moments. Every single time they're calling for the team, they're making sure they got backup, they're making sure that they have these opportunities, and I really, really do respect that. It's a calm, consistent style that can adapt to the opponent, and it feels great. It's led them to a solid game 1 and looking like another solid game 2.
If we ever get a moment like that with Vibin, mid police though, be able to at least get 1. Then I want them to have a hammer in hand, so it'd be hammer time. It'd be great. That's it's one of my favorite. Velocity is just completely confident in their ability to take on that swing and that flank from that window. Dr. Nuke is trying to be able to put a swarm grenade out. They do force them away, but that actually does cut off their pathway to getting out of this garage. The alarm bot is there. The lockdown is going to force them to run away. Oh, it's double lockdowns? This is the Thunderdome, baby!
No.
Okay, maybe not.
One was deleted, but it doesn't matter because Micah O'Hearn said it did its job. It delayed them all, right? Air Force were able to draw out 1 more. It's down to a 2v2. This is an opportunity. Remember, this is a much closer game than game number 1. Air Force want to keep fighting it. So they're going to try and knives her out, dash in, around the corner to go. Velocity is stuck in this corner, but you don't look, no. Velocity, come on, knife him, knife him, knife him. You know you want to. You know you want to. Don't you dare tempt me like this. Come on, no! All right, it's fine. It's still a 3K, but it's a lineup for Army West Point as they take game number 2, 13-7.
The rudest of rude. I love that so much.
I'm a terrible player, I think. Like, I am trying to instigate these terrible moments. It's like, oh my gosh.
But you know what? Just job well done. Knowing that they had the Air Force in the palm of their hand, they could play with them as if they were silly putty in the newspaper and be able to just replicate and say, see, we've got everything that you've been able to read to us. It's been telegraphed. We know those plays. We make those plays. And they did it as our first series of the day. 2-0. Shout out to our awesome top competitors to the Army as well as Vibin and Mid Police. Really were the ones that dictated success between both Pearl and Haven. I mean, Air Force, they had moments. And I think, honestly, that is a helpful kind of series to get them ready for them to be able to face against Navy. But Army just looked so good.
They look clean and calculated. There was never a moment where they felt outclassed, even in those ties all the way up to the 7-5. Even though they were going back and forth, it never felt like they would get out of sorts. Like, again, I hate saying it, but Air Force did, right? Air Force looked a little bit more up and down. Their ups are good and they held steady, but their downs looked very, very rough. And so it's calm and calculated. So if you're going up against this Army squad, you have to be willing to take things as a statistic, right? How many times did they play this angle? Okay, they play it once or twice. Cool. Keep that in the back of mind. Work from there again. And I want to see what other maps they have in store as well. Fracture is available. I know Lotus could be crazy. I want to see some action there. But for right now, Army are looking just like the cream of the crop.
They're looking pretty darn good. They set themselves up into a 1-0-2-0 and pretty much have halfway punched their ticket to the finals tomorrow, but we'll get to see them later on after a short break. It's going to be Navy, the midshipmen, versus Air Force Falcons. Can they be able to pop back up and put themselves in a position for success? We're going to find out right after this.
They're bringing to the table. It is great collegiate esports week after week. And on the bright side, folks, this is just the beginning. We've got the whole rest of what is guaranteed to be a great season ahead of us. Thank you so much for joining me for this recap, and I'll see you on the next one.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Collegiate Esport Commissioners Cup. I am Septilence, and I get a really neat opportunity here. We get to interview Burns from E United. Burns, how you doing?
I'm doing well. How about yourself?
I'm doing great. We're on day 2 of the event. It's been a fantastic one. I ran into you yesterday, but we were running around like chickens with our heads off, and it has been, I mean, how has your time been here? What has this event kind of been like?
Yeah, it's great. I just love being in the passion pit, seeing all the college kids go at it. Reminds me of like an old school MLG event almost, but being like in an epicenter of the passion pit, seeing Rocket League, Valorant, Overwatch, and Smash, just it's amazing to see all of these schools compete against each other and get a shot to play on this main stage.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And tell us a little bit about kind of what is E United, right? Because we know that you're here, we know you're here to represent them, but for the people that don't know, what is E United?
Yeah, E United was founded in 2016. We're a professional esports organization. We've been in League of Legends, Overwatch, all the way to Battle Right, I think it was called back in the day. Right now in 2022, we are in Gears of War, Halo, Rocket League, PUBG, and announcing a new title tomorrow. I know, get the small intel here. So it's a lot of fun. I went pro in Call of Duty when I was younger. I ended up playing my last event under E United, switched in 2016, and I've been the GM ever since. So it's a true blessing to be able to stay with an organization for as long as I have, and we love giving back to the collegiate community. I actually graduated from Full Sail in 2013.
I was a little confused about the jersey.
Yeah, so the Full Sail boys are out of the tournament, unfortunately, but I decided I would rep them today in their honor. Yeah, it's just great. I love working with younger individuals who are trying to find their path in esports, and these college kids are really showing what they're all about.
Yeah, so to be kind of an ex-pro player, where a collegiate scene at the time didn't exist, especially not to the scale right now, what is it like to see such high levels of success, such high levels of support for something that you weren't able to kind of get as much support in at the time, something that was looked down on a lot more?
Yeah, I'm extremely jealous. That's all I can say. Full Sail started their program in 2017. When I was there in 2011 and 12, it was just a bunch of nerds running around, just creating their own clubs. I was still striving to go pro, but now you have these opportunities to play on main stage, play in front of thousands of people. We just had locals back in the day. You would show up and play for like $200, $100. It was like lunch money. Now these kids are playing for scholarships. They're playing for fame. They could pop off here and end up getting a sponsor for $10,000 or $20,000 from somebody. So the opportunities are just endless at the moment, and I think it's just great that you know, you basically can prove yourself and make anything happen right now.
It's instead of kind of what you had gone through, being in college and also trying to go pro, these kids can try to go pro while being in college. It's hand in hand instead of those two kind of battling kind of matchups. So if somebody's trying to go pro, right, they're like, Burns, I want to be you one day. I want to be the GM of E United one day. What is that first step to really take it from a hobby to a passion, to a job?
Yeah, I think I've told this story a lot, but it's really, I thought about going pro every night before I went to bed. Like, I lived and breathed Call of Duty for years. It was my life. I had to skip dinner sometimes. I had to skip family functions, and my family didn't really understand, but it was what I wanted to do, and it all worked out. But at the end of the day, you always need to kind of be organized. You have to have the ability to not put all of your eggs in one basket. So even though it worked out for me, there are so many opportunities in esports. There's being a caster or interviewing people. There's working in production. There's helping people get waters. Like literally, there are so many opportunities. So, oh, this crowd's awesome.
They're going crazy, dude. They stayed on their last life right now.
Off subject, Smash, regardless if it's middle school, high school, college, it pops off all the time. I love it.
Well, Burns, thank you so much, man. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, no worries. Thank you, guys.
What is going on, everybody, and welcome back to ECAC Top Plays of the Week. I am Septilence, and let me tell you what, right away, if you thought last week's clips were great from weeks 1 and 2, your minds are going to be blown here in week number 3. Let's take a look at what these players brought to the table this week. We wanted a banger to kick things off strong in our 8th slot of the week, and let me tell you what, CU definitely coming in clutch. They're already up a couple of points, but they want to make sure they can walk away victorious in game number 1 with a pretty good pinch from Pancake.
Yeah. Ooh. Another good shot. Pancake with that shot.
Oh, get your syrup and your chocolate chips out, because this pancake is looking tasty.
With only 60 seconds on the clock, the University of Kentucky was feeling great. They'd already won a fight, Midtown was within their grasp as they only needed to secure one more fight win to full hold Bryant University. But Klaus knew, sometimes it's not just about winning. Sometimes it's about sending a message.
Okay, they've got to move. There's the initial hack. Klaus down like the cat among the pigeons. And there's not a lot of coming back from that one. The fawn, it's...
RPI found themselves with their backs against the wall on Bind. They were 2 round losses away from losing the map and the series being tied up 1-1, going all the way to map number 3. They needed a hero. They needed somebody to guide them to the promised land, and it was Moses with a 3-piece that secured the deal and won them their 9th round.
The team, Southern Arkansas, will make a free and clear take on the site unless Moses able to block it down with a 3K. It's all up to the singular Briani, who's nowhere to be found.
That must have been, you just walked through.
CU did such a good job this week that we want to highlight them not once but twice. This time the attention pulling over to Lyric, who gives us a great aerial coast-to-coast play and seals the deal with what looks like a 0-degree goal to put CU just 1 point further in the lead.
Oh, that was beautiful. Beautiful aerial goal.
Could have said it better myself. Look at how Lyric creates space. And the accuracy. Does it get any better than that?
It really doesn't.
For this next clip, we're jumping over to a Smash crew battle where things are looking good. All 3 players alive on both sides, and Bounce with 3 stocks against their opponent, Sam Kalta. Bounce finds an amazing snipe off stage to guarantee Sam's first stock be taken off the board, putting Bounce's team in the lead.
Unlike
but that nice neutral B off stage.
Beautiful snipe. You love to see that one.
Week number 3 was the week of Rocket League, the week of CU in particular. Lyric, just when you think this team can't come out any stronger, finds a 3-second goal against CMCC that just showed the dominance CU was willing to come out with here in week 3.
We are 3
oh my gosh.
seconds into game
You don't get much better
2.
than that. That was awesome.
Oh man, that was beautiful. Ceramics, pedal to the metal right there. Foot on the gas pedal.
With a 1-round lead on Ascent, Suni Canton was feeling a little bit shaky, and it was up to Lil J to make some big moves.
You got dash. Not gonna go for it. We'll get all the way out of that one and fake the dash away, so they know about him close. Well, the Roomba will give it away. Let's tuck the nade though, so definitely gonna stay alive.
Party's
Okay.
over.
Good.
All right.
Spike down B.
Jinx, bro. Yummy a soda now.
Love that.
Oh, the timing.
I like the gust.
One enemy remaining.
Ace.
Fantastic Lil J ace on its way. Happy to have it. 5-3. Sunny Canton.
Things were looking bleak for the University of Kentucky on the 5th and final map, but the momentum started to shift when Klaus decided the chaos needed to end a little quicker.
Who just won't be able to survive on the point all that long. Nurik finds Rimru. High noon for 3 for Klaus at the last possible second to secure a cap and buy them a stay of execution.
And with that, folks, ECAC highlights of Week 3 have come to a close. Let me tell you, it's been a pleasure getting to reminisce on all these fantastic moments with you. Check your posture, drink some water, don't forget to love each other, and we'll see you next time.
We're at the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup. Let's make some noise.
Oh, and it's gonna
jumped into it.
Corner judges go for 1, 2, dip. He needs more. And they're doing even more here.
You gotta touch the point. Mr. Collins walks it in. Toy Boy is gonna drop.
Knife him.
Right out front.
Yeah, 3, 2, 1, running.
What is going on, everybody, and welcome back for week number 4 of the ECAC Top 8 Plays of the Week. Now, at this point, you're probably realizing 2 things. 1, that's right, I'm going to be with you all season long as we jump through the best moments of every week. And number 2, wow, Septilence really only wears one thing when he's not on the clock. And I can't even defend myself, it's a comfortable outfit. Anyway, without further ado, let's jump into week number 4 and see what these players brought to the table to beat out their opponents and be victorious. Wake Forest was already up a game, there were 4 minutes left on the clock, and they just couldn't find that first point to take the lead and put them up 2-0 in the series. But in a final moment of success, Malone clears it from one coast to another and finds an open goal, giving Wake Forest the lead once again.
These Champ 3 and Champ 2 is doing. I mean, seriously, look at Malone making advantages for himself.
Wow.
And he will put Wake Forest on the map. This game number 5 could just go their way.
I just want to say Malone just said, I'm going to show you what a Champ 3 can do. All right, buddy?
On a control map in Overwatch, your team must capture 100% of a point to succeed. 99 just won't cut it. King Rock from Keene University was fully aware of that and didn't just find a Death Blossom. He found a full-blown Death Garden to keep his team alive.
Sound barrier to go away as well, especially now that you have your own. It's going to be a little bit more breathing room. Doesn't look like the Winneco. Okay, there we are. Now it's coming up big. This Reaper has bloomed.
That was just gorgeous amount of patience coming.
GVSU Blue found themselves up by 5 rounds, and it's always better to turn that 5 into a 6. It's incredible, however, that this team doesn't always need all 5. It can come down to just one player and how much they can really GVS do.
An Illusion delivers with efficiency. 3 in a row. No time left, even if they had the chance at Orbital Strike out of the last.
This battle between Muskingum and St. Francis was insanely close. Only 3 players in a round, and there were 1 player left on both sides, both down to their final stock. Things were looking pretty strong for St. Francis, their Luigi only at 40%, but it was up to Splat to do anything but.
Just keep him off stage with that Zare. Oh!
If
that
block
spot
didn't-
right here
if
for
that-
Teo.
If that block didn't disappear,
Oh!
No way.
Oh! Just steps on the
Hovers
steps on
over
the
pressure plate.
A tale as old as time, Pace White versus Pace Gold, and Pace White's morale was through the roof as they won a fight, but little did they know, this was Lofi's world, and they wouldn't be living in it for much longer.
Going in with the blade.
Uh-oh, Blade is out. It's hacked. It doesn't matter, though. Slashes away for 2. Looking for a 3rd. Looking for 4. Won't get it just yet on the Blade. However, the slash and dash works out. Lofi's got 3. Looking for everybody else on this team. It's a white.
The Inkling versus Ganondorf matchup is not very good for Ganondorf, but let's be honest, which matchups are? In this clip, we're going to be watching as JD from Fisher learns the hard way that You never really want to meet an Inkling off stage.
Sooner if you don't find that kill confirm or that kill or a bomb off stage like that.
That
Caduceus
bomb
edge
angle.
guarding is so good today.
Yeah, that bomb angle was beautiful.
Week 4 of ECAC Rocket League was absolutely insane. CMU and FC were tied up 0-0, but it was Gand who told FC they shall not pass game number 2.
Side of FC, they've only got one player for a moment there. They're trying to recollect, they're trying to reposition, but how do you position around a pinpoint accurate shot like this? Gand goes crossbar down for the first goal.
Adams in reverse backed the defense off with that.
Whenever I'm on the mic for Valorant, you'll often hear the line, check your corners, repeated over and over and over again. And even with me not on the mic to tell them, I have a feeling this team may have learned that lesson.
Nah, he's got to take the shot.
Take it.
Oh yeah, because sounds of teammates running on through and come on dive. The 4K on a completely unaware trio. And it's 11-0 right now.
And those are the top 8 moments we thought deserved just a little bit more time in the spotlight of week number 4 here at ECAC. Thank you all so much for watching. If you're interested in what ECAC has going on, we got something happening nearly every day of the week. So check us out right here. Editor, it's a challenge for you. Wink, wink. And folks, this has been all from me. Thank you all so much for watching. Enjoy this, and we've got plenty of weeks down the line. Can't wait to see what comes of them.
And there's so many other jobs as well that can translate out of this experience in esports. The only path is not just as a player. I think all of us are representative of jobs in esports, but it mirrors traditional sports in pretty much the same way. You've got, you know, broadcasters, you've got production people, you've got marketing and sales, and now NIL and things like that. But really, esports is kind of a great accelerator for a lot of new businesses that are coming up in the metaverse and Web3, and there's a lot of new technology that is going to be needed. And so these STEM students that are also esports athletes are really the future workforce and leaders of tomorrow. And you know, us as well as all of our brand partners that we work with really recognize this. And I think that's really, you know, a key driver of why brands are in this space. They want to be part of building that future workforce and leadership and shaping it and supporting it. So, yeah, it's been a very interesting space to watch.
And we offer such a big, we offer such a big counterpart to traditional sports also, because it's a counterpart, but it's also the same, is what I'm trying to say. Because when you're traditional sports and they're done after their 2-a-day workout and they're done after their practice scrim, they're coming home to play Call of Duty and relax and put their feet up and get a drink and play video games. It grows their brain, problem-solving skills, and their hand-eye coordination while they're home. Hand-eye coordination, if you're a football player, massive skill. So it helps build those things while they're off the field. And then for us, vice versa, if you're an esports athlete, one of the errors I had growing up when I was competing in esports is that I was not active enough. I played sports, I competed a little bit, but I wasn't active enough truly when I look at it. So that's one area that esports players can learn from in terms of activity and physical and the marrying of both. People say, oh, sports and esports, video games. Not really. We're just kind of the tech industry's competitive form of competition, as to where traditional sports are more physical, hands-on. So I believe in the marrying of these two sectors and that they actually live together while also being counterparts.
Well, I think then to speak to something about marrying, right, from traditional to esports, that to me speaks to this whole new thing, at least again from you guys, right? You guys have more traditional sports background, right? Paul, Lee, Mike, and all of that. But I think let's talk NIL then, because I think that's something that I think is really interesting, that at least when I heard about it, right, of what we're trying to do with, you know, esports athletes, schools, programs in general, because it wasn't something you would think normally, right? You could understand, right? Football player on the field, star quarterback. It makes sense, right? The guy is somebody that everybody knows on campus, whether you're whether you're on the team, off the team, or you're just going to the school. It makes sense. But I think nowadays it's not as common, or people don't think that they could be somebody that their name is out there, right? Or that they're known, right? As we're growing the space, as we're putting this together, it almost feels really interesting that your star entry in Valorant, or your star forward on Rocket League, right? Whatever the case might be, now they can have NIL deals. It's a thing out there, and I think, I don't know, maybe Mike, you want to start off, but
I think thank you for teeing that up. So I was talking for too long. I forgot to bring NIL into the mix, so it's a common occurrence, occupational hazard. So I would say that so NIL for I'm sure most of you watching understand what it is, but NIL stands for name, image, and likeness. Name, image, and likeness, that term has been utilized to describe the transition of traditional student athletes, NCAA athletes, and their ability to monetize their name, image, and likeness. It went live July 1st, 2021, and it has continued over the course of the last nearly 14 months now. It's an interesting term because it's been co-opted to describe the NCAA's approach to student athletes being able to make endorsement money or be able to monetize any part of their name, image, and likeness. But it's been around forever, right? We've had athletes endorsing brands for over 100 years. Babe Ruth of the New York Yankees was endorsing brands 100 years ago, and it has continued onward from baseball cards all the way through now, where we have lots of different integrations of how influencers can monetize their followings. So what I would say on the traditional side is it's still a very young space. There are a lot of stories out there regarding NIL that tend to focus on the negative, or how out of control, I put in air quotes, it has gotten. But there is still a burgeoning marketplace for many more student athletes that are involved. About 17% of NCAA athletes are currently involved in NIL, but 65% more than that want to get involved and are curious how to get started. On the flip side, brands are challenged with a few different things in the space. There are 10,000 professional athletes in the United States. Once July 1st, 2021 hit, and you dump every NCAA athlete into that space, that's another 500,000. So brands that maybe didn't have a dedicated athlete strategy when there were 10,000 now have 500,000 plus that 10,000 to figure out how to activate who they are. That's a lot. I understand brands' hesitancy in some instances, but I can tell you that companies like us are on a daily basis educating brands and student athletes as to the software you can use, the types of activations you can get involved in, and how to utilize your followings, or if you don't have to or want to be a social media star, are there ways in which you can monetize it? Now, I know I described that under the umbrella of the NCAA, but I see it as being no different in esports. I think there are massive opportunities for people with followings to be able to use that and connect with brands. I think a company like us can help you to do that. And then beyond that, we can make sure that those transactions are safe for you. I think there are opportunities, not just at the individual competitor level, but at the program level to have a sponsorship go to that. I'm sure some of you out there listening and watching already have deals like that in place, but I think we can continue to enhance, augment those deals and make them more comprehensive and make them, first of all, I think product deals are perfectly fine, but I think we can get beyond that and grow some of these deals to a greater extent. Paulie, thoughts on that?
Yeah, what you said is right. So I'll put it in for layman's terms here for just the esports players, because I talk to so many of our athletes that compete in our CECC series that are currently still in college. And basically when Mike Blewett says NIL, what he's referring to is just very simple. If a brand or any sort of anyone wants to use your school's name or your brand or anything with you, there is a deal for you that can be put in place, whether it's product deal, whether it's a paid endorsement. You can, whether you're a macro influencer or whether you're a micro influencer, you can be paid for your services. So most of the people, when I talk to them, I won't say people, college athletes, they are, intimidated by the word. They don't really know what it means. They've never done anything with it before, and that's what it means. Any single time a brand or anyone at all wants to use your name or do a deal with you or do some sort of activation with you or your school, that's basically what the layman's terms, the NIL meaning comes from. And it's evolving in this space. There are so many brands that want to associate with micro and macro influencers and just get people involved with their products or their services. So all of you, collegiate athletes out there that are competing in esports, not only are we trying to broker those deals, but also keep your eyes, ears open, and don't be shy or scared to take these deals, because that's what I've heard the most, is that most of the time they're just scared to take them. They don't know what they are. They don't know if they're locking themselves into some agreement or terms that they're like going to give their name away or something too. So this is a really important space, and it's how you're all going to physically make money and build your brands along with company brands. So it's really important to learn. And my advice is to just get your feet wet. Don't worry about shying away. Read the contracts and take some of these deals, because growing your own brand is the future of what our industry is going to be, in my opinion.
Exactly, and if you follow in the pro space, you'll see that the pro teams are not only focusing on competitive play, but a lot of them are focusing on their brand and their cultural importance in the space. And so, one of the things that we do also is help athletes build their brand, build their following. And that's part of what Paulie and Kyler are doing on their side when we do this behind the scenes training. And so, building your brand, this is the creator economy. Anybody and everybody can be anything they want to be. And so we just really want to be the conduit that supports that across the board.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I think so. With that said, thank you everyone for, I think, great insights in terms of, for any of you that were watching this and maybe had questions about, what is Esports U, what is CSMG, who are they, what are they doing, what are our plans, right? Well, we know we kind of tried to make a bigger splash in the spring, and we're excited to bring more stuff with you guys for the next year. But I think maybe as we close out here, I know we're slowly approaching on time then, but maybe let's go around the room with everyone here of just what's one thing that we're all excited for this next upcoming year. I know we touched on our plans and a lot of things, but if anyone had to speak, if you had to speak to just one thing of just what has you excited for us as a company, for us as the collegiate or college esports space, right? What's one thing that has all of you guys excited? And maybe we'll start with Mike, since our traditional sports guy, and we'll let Mike speak first.
Sure. So I would say many things on the traditional side, but I'll focus on esports. And I'd say the thing that I'm most excited about going forward is, after yet another year of us doing a round of events, I'm excited that more schools will understand exactly what we're doing with our regional events and culminating in CECC and getting more schools involved. I think schools will be more excited to compete in our events because we've established it over the course of a year, and I welcome any and all conversations with getting people involved.
I think for me, I'm most excited about like the schools and conferences. Mike, that's amazing. That's so exciting. I'm also excited about the brands that we're starting to be able to get involved in this. In our Commissioner's Cup in last May, we had over 14 brands, blue chip brands, participating in our event. Barbasol, Microsoft, CDW, Morgan Stanley, New Street, Air Force. And so I think brands are really starting to get excited about being involved in college esports, and we're offering them a platform that not only gives them, a big event, a big yearly event, but also regular daily programming where they can have exposure in front of this audience that they want to build affinity for with their brand. So I'm super excited about seeing the brands get on board and help grow the space along with us. A rising tide lifts all boats. And I think that's probably one of our mottos here at CSMG and Esports U. We're growing our brand, but at the same time, we're also really growing the college esports space as a whole. And that's our goal, for it to be a healthy ecosystem for all parties involved.
Yeah, I agree there. And I guess for me, obviously always, seeing the collegiate esports space elevate, coming from competing, this didn't exist when I was competing. And just to see it now literally within the last 5 years, probably really come to fruition and start just blossomed out of nowhere, and now becoming a space and seeing everyone, schools, players, productions, companies all elevate together has been really, really nice to see. But if I was the most excited for one thing, it would probably be the city where we're going to land for CECC 23. I'm really excited to know where we're going to be. There's a lot of great cities. I mean, I personally would love for it to come to New York, despite whether we got a positive bid or not. I want it to come to New York, but I just think the atmosphere in New York when you throw an event here is just super magical, especially in the summertime. But either way, I'm really excited to see where it lands. Tons of great cities, tons of great opportunities, and yeah, who knows? And I think that's going to be the most exciting process for me.
Absolutely. I won't speak to anything. I think I'm filling Paulie's job on this one because Paulie's more a panelist than this one. So, normally Paulie's the host, and I don't know. I think me personally, I'll just say something real quick. I'm just excited to keep telling your stories. If you're a student, if you're a program, let me know. Let us, reach out to us. We just ultimately, at the end of the day, we want to tell your story. And I think that's what has me most excited, because now I think we're getting to a point where people know us. I hope you guys trust us, and and we just want to keep expanding and growing the space. So with that, Paulie, I won't make you do the weird thing where you got to toss to yourself, unless you want to do that. I don't know. Actually, you might have a way of doing this. Let's test it. Yeah. Okay. Right, how do you want to throw yourself here?
Well, that's going to conclude here the future of collegiate with CSMG and Esports U. Thank you so much to Angela, Mike Blewett, and Kyler Tandle for hosting our panel. And now back to myself for the day 3 of the CSMG Coaches and Director Summit 2022.
Hey everybody, and welcome back to another ECAC weekly highlight clips. Now, I feel like I've been saying this every week, but this week in particular is full of some really unique kind of once-in-a-lifetime plays and clips and moments, so I'm super excited to jump into it with all of you. We're kicking things off with one of my favorites, Overwatch 2. University of Albany finds themselves back against the wall, 1/3 of the point already capped, but with a lot of great communication and a little bit of teamwork, they're able to snipe this fight back quickly.
Controlling these fights, and now are able just to go with the blade. It's gonna get one, gonna be able to get a few with the cleanup as well. It's just near team kill gonna come out. There it is, Moose Milk getting taken down.
Clip number 7 almost takes us back in time to Super Smash Bros. Brawl, where we would see Diddy Kong versus Meta Knight all the time. But unfortunately, EJJ from St. John's is about to find out that Benedictine was not kidding around.
Oh, almost gets the near up shield. Oh, 5. Yo. Oh my God.
Ooh, and not enough height. Yep, that was really well done by Kid there.
Number 6 here in week 5 is going to be an amazing play from Wayne State. Amatsugachi finds a huge needle thread and guarantees the first point goal for Wayne State against their opponents.
I think I've seen this play before. Amatsugachi just waiting for the ball to plummet down in the zone, the scoring zone. That is massive dunk to get Wayne State on the right foot.
I'm super excited about clip number 5 because it feels like the first Valorant clip we've had in a while. It's coming out from our friend Doodle V on the side of SFU. Uses every single knife in a Blitzstorm. It just can't find that elimination, but luckily enough, still had one knife in the chamber.
Linking it from the backside, they're going to be able to swing on this one. They do have a sage that's behind them as well. EK is going to be able to give big value. They are able to maybe get the defusal. It's still beeping. They're still dropping. They have the right click. Trying to knife him. Oh, they jumped him like a ninja in the night. Oath is put on their back, and it's jetted.
Sometimes as casters, we get a cool opportunity where a player's name matches up really well with what they're about to do, and I can't think of a better example than Bad News being the one to deliver that game-winning goal against Keen Blue in the 4th game on the side of Wayne State.
And double tap every time. Massive goal for Wayne State.
I mean, there wasn't even really a mistake. I mean, they had a player up for the potential shot, but the double tap opportunity that Bad News gave himself.
Now, I hope you're not sick of SFU, because while they already had their time in this weekly reel, they're going to find themselves here in slot number 3 as well. Mako, a shark in the water against the side of Muskingum to guarantee another round win for SFU on Pearl.
Mako will back up an operator that could get a collat here, and all of a second, they get one, have to reload, can't quite get the other one, don't need to, Sky's able to be the limit, they get another, stomachs are just being opened up with holes in the shape of a bullet, and it doesn't tag at least that one, another through the wall bang them, because they can't kill the Mako.
Using an ultimate in Overwatch 2 can be incredibly dangerous. If you miss your ultimate, it could put your team in a very poor position, but with a little riz from Shiz, he kicked the door wide open for his main tank to come in and save the day.
Now you don't even have another chance to recalibrate yourself. And the big EMP into the shatter! Oh my god!
That EMP shatter was devastating! 6 seconds left for for Sumter to try and touch. There's not going to be a recontest.
Now, for this number 1 highlight of the week, I think anybody watching is going to know right away. Ridley is not a popular character in Smash Ultimate. So you know when you see 2 Ridleys going head-to-head, something incredible is bound to happen.
That's what I would do. Yep, and then you sit and just take that up smash. Such a strong and potent kill move. Oh, we're going for the offstage gameplay. There's the stage fight from the neutral air. Hollow is a monster.
They live that. They live that. And now Holo has a very even game to play from. Minixo struggling to stabilize. Air dodges in.
We're seeing
but then
the
goes for one of their
reverse.
own. They do the same exact thing.
Oh,
Minixo gives Holo a taste of their own medicine.
And that brings week 5 to a close. Thank you all so much for watching this with me and getting to share all these moments and relive all these hype, fantastic plays in the ECAC. It's been a wild ride. We've got insane weeks coming up ahead as we get closer and closer to the end. The caliber of play gets higher and higher, and these players, they just improve and impress week after week. If you want to keep an eye on it, feel free to follow on all of the channels. If you want to follow me, it's just Septilence. You know where to find me on any social media. Thank you so much for watching. Check your posture, drink some water. Don't forget to love each other, and we'll see you next time. Can y'all believe we are already 6 weeks into the ECAC highlight videos, and there's still so much content and so many great plays to see from these teams? It's pretty amazing, but I'm super excited to jump into it. If you don't know by now, I'm Septilence, and I have the honor to walk you through this week's highlights. I'm very excited to see what we got. Catholic U starts the series up. Toddy, 2 stocks on the board, needs to take 1 more off of Cherry. When Cherry answers back strong, Toddy finds themselves in a bit of a panic, but they play it cool, they find the stock, and they win out the set for their team.
And again, this is Min Min. If anyone has the potential to rob someone, especially off stage, it can definitely be Min Min. Ooh, that was sexy. Oh no!
Suni Poly was feeling great. 2 games already won, 2 games to go, and Wake Forest already 1 point in the lead, but with 16 seconds left on the clock, Toucan strikes a goal to tie things up and gives Suni Poly their chance at the 3rd win in a row.
Field pass to Toucan. Toucan
wow.
with the shot. There goes the tie. 16 seconds left here in game number 3. Looking at potential overtime now.
And the only reason why that was not saved because of the amazing speed on the ball there. Thankless in the right position.
The pistol round in Valorant is one that many consider to be possibly the hardest in the game because you have no utility. You've just got your pistol and a dream to win the round. Space from UA, however, had his opponent seeing stars when he takes down all 5 of them in less than a minute with only a pistol.
That to cut off vision and go for a defusal. Pond is also available, so I'll be selling for some information. Crossfire, it's going to be something of a nightmare to deal with.
One enemy.
He's gonna back up. Oh, a nice dink. That's a 4K. Looking for the ace is Shadow, as they want to be able to get another one, and they're gonna open up this game.
For clip number 5 here, our keen-eyed viewers might notice that clip number 7 does in fact spoil the result of this one, but does not make it any less interesting. Suni Poly, things are close, but in the final half of this game, they close it out aggressively against Wake Forest.
Go ahead and push it through. Of course you are. Had plenty of boost as well. Why not? Wes has just been a mechanical nuisance for the defense here of Wake Forest. If not extending the play, getting some of these individual.
With a great EMP Death Blossom combo, Southern Arkansas was feeling fantastic. One member of the opposing team already down 4 to go, and they could cap that first point. But they're about to learn the hard way that nothing shines brighter than the Suns.
Out onto the field. This might be good enough for Bellarmine to be able to hold on, but no. Oh,
both the healers!
Suns! No way! You just went right up into the back line and hit the fatty shatty from behind. We were trying to do the same thing, but Suns...
Yoru in Valorant is considered to be one of the worst agents in the entire game, but Rusty, clearly a big fan of Yoru just like myself, comes out quick, gets a 3v1 victory, and secures the penultimate round for UA.
Hurry. Does OC him first, able to turn one from boxes. Will be able to counter strike. No, where are you looking? What? Oh my goodness! Rusty's able to do it all himself! Where in the world was that second man looking?
This upcoming clip absolutely deserves this second place slot because, as you know, these clips are usually about 30 seconds to a minute, but Percival did so much more than we'd ever be able to fit in 1 minute, taking all 9 stocks off of the opposing team before losing 3 of his own.
Timing on the up special from Little Mac. A potential KO punch is going to whiff here. 4-1 and 2. Little Mac is off stage. There's the Nikita. Air dodge is going to get caught. He has no jump. He's catching it with the drop, Nikita, and the down smash, but he's still alive. He is living. One read there from Little Mac is going to take that's the neutral air.
Our number 1 clip for week number 6 is easily my favorite. We're about to watch Priz get a 5K, a complete ace with the Odin. The clip itself is great, but the camera work makes it so much better. Enjoy this clip.
And there you go. Okay, so they're systematically clearing. You love to see this, but they're running into 2 Odins. This definitely isn't a fun time for anybody that's involved. Priz gonna find 1 here in Boathouse. The ping's coming out. Priz gets the collapse. Priz finds it. Priz finds 4. Can he get the 5th? The ace for Priz coming out with the Odin. Just camping out in Boathouse. He has a campfire. He's got some marshmallows and some graham crackers, and he's making s'mores out of Stonehill.
And as all good things must, week 6 highlights have come to a close. Folks, it's always a blast to get to walk through this with you. So if you enjoy what you're seeing, go catch it live. Go check out ECAC on all their main channels. If you like what you're seeing here, feel free to follow me on my socials. It's just Subtilence everywhere. Thank you so much for watching, folks. Check your posture, drink some water. Don't forget to love each other, and I'll see you next week.
Is that we don't have these preconceived notions, and we're willing to listen to our membership and read the room, read college athletics and how it's connected and how it's not, and take what we have expertise in championships, but also throw out some of the other stuff. I remember when we first started, there were some conferences were applying their amateurism rules to all of their esports competitors, and I think we knew enough to know that no, that's not going to work in an esports culture. It's got to be very different. And by the way, the NCAA was going in a different direction. You could see that Train had already left the station on that, and so it's an incredibly dynamic area and ever changing, and will continue to change. And just as we didn't know when we started what it's going to be looking like, I think similarly we still don't know what it's going to be in another 5 years. I know enough to know that all of us are still going to have a thriving esports program that's doing a real good service for our members and for our competitors. But we still don't know necessarily what some of that is going to look like, and that's pretty cool about it all. Let me ask you this, because you all are used to dealing with your athletic directors, and each of them are dealing with what's in front of them in their athletic departments. My guess is at least some of your schools are that this is not necessarily operating within the athletic department. And can you talk about how you navigate that in a conference office, and maybe the best way to handle that, or do you have preferences? Do you try to steer them one way or the other? And just talk a little bit about that, if you don't mind.
Sure. The majority of our schools are not under the athletics umbrella. We have one institution that perhaps by next year will be under the auspices of athletics, but most of them are in other departments across campus.
Right.
One of the things that has helped us is that we have support from the president's office. And so in order to participate in Mountain West events, you have to have an adult non-student administrator that oversees that, you know, the eSport program. And that's where we get assistance with, you know, eligibility checks and, you know, please complete your roster, things like that. I don't know in the future, and it depends on, you know, who's sitting in the athletics director's chairs, whether or not more esport teams will go under the umbrella of athletics. And I'm kind of indifferent in terms of whether it should, because I don't want esports to go down the road that some conventional sports have gone down with the NCAA. So we have a unique opportunity to kind of craft esports in a way that fits what esports is, as opposed to trying to fit it into a conventional athletics box, so to speak.
Right.
You know, I think the success of our program and getting participation is exactly that. The fact that we're not tying it in necessarily to athletics and NCAA eligibility. Like Carolyn, we probably have 3 or 4 schools that are under athletics. And I know it puts them in a difficult position sometimes trying to make some decisions. I got a request recently to consider allowing part-time students to participate during this year, because some schools struggle sometimes to fill out all the games that they want to play with us. And we held off on that for now. You know, we defer to the institution and say, what's your policy for those that are under student development or activities? What's your policy for allowing students to participate? And if you certify that they're eligible under your current policies, then that's good for us. I also think, and I was part of some of the conversations early on with the NCAA years ago about the NCAA getting involved as a Division II representative, and I was crossing my fingers that wouldn't happen, just because I think this needs time to grow, you know, and expand.
Can I ask Bob a question, because you mentioned part-time enrollment, and one of the things that we've done here is that as a conference, we've just set eligibility standards, full-time enrollment, making progress towards your degree as the institution defines it. Are you guys doing something like that as well? Because we've gotten that part-time enrollment question and we've said no.
Yeah, no, I don't think we've gotten that far down the line, Carolyn, to ask for that. I think we kind of put it on the institution, but we do say that the student has to be a full-time. Now, they could be a full-time grad student, but they have to be full-time as from what the institution decides.
Yeah, our eligibility requirements are just as simple as can be. You have to be a full-time student in good standing.
Yes.
And after that, and that's about it. Now I think we wanted as few impediments to getting this thing rolling as possible in the outset. I do think as schools get more competitive, they will start to distrust one another, and that's why we have this 500-page NCAA manual, because schools distrust one another. But we're not there yet. You know, right now there's still a collective. Let's move this forward, and the fact that the NCAA is not administering it, I think, is really helpful to the growth of it all. And yes, we allow grad students. We don't even have a 4 or 5 year clock. If you are full-time enrolled for 10 years in good standing, you can do, and why not? Why would we not say that that's okay? Now, eventually, like I said, we may change our minds if the schools require it. They say, no, this is crazy. Look what they're doing over there. We don't like, you know, but I think we're still a long way from that. Alex, do you have anything?
Yeah, I mean, I echo everything that really Carolyn has said. You know, you're gonna have to forgive me. What was the original question? It's been a minute. I know. I'm sorry.
Well, just kind of what you set out to do, and then what maybe the realities of it all.
I can't say that. I'll get in trouble. There's one for each game, so teams this weekend, somebody's going to have to explain to TSA why they're coming home with an extra trophy. Fine. We're fine. This is going to be great. Why is everybody staring at me? I'm not even doing anything yet. Is it because I'm in a suit? It looks nice. It's new. I'm stressing. It's all right. We win these. We absolutely win these. I've never seen us lose these. I love him. I don't remember his name. What is going on, everybody? And oh, are we ready? I'll start over. Okay. What's going on, everybody? We are here at the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup 2022 in Atlanta, Georgia. The players are just now entering the arena for day one. A lot of them had the opportunity to be here yesterday to get jerseys, to get familiar with the area, and to get to know one another. But today, the friendly gloves have to come off, and they are all here. Earlier, I was talking to these guys. This mannequin, when they didn't have anything else set up, I could see it from all the way down there, and I thought it was a person. And I stood there for like 5 minutes, and I was like, why is he standing like that? And I thought it was like a smooth criminal. I thought somebody was giving us like a Michael Jackson impression, and then it was a mannequin. I was really embarrassed to admit that. Oh my God, that's a lot of people. Hold on, let's go over this window. Let's go over this window. It just keeps going. There's so many people outside. There are so many people outside. We're gonna interview people when they come in. I don't really want to go outside. It looks like it's gonna rain, and this suit is new. So, oh, there's Doc Haskell. Hi, Doc. How are you? He brings a full notebook with him and like writes notes down. It was pretty insane. He had it yesterday. He's gonna be coming through this metal detector right here. I don't know his name though, but I recognize his hair.
Jen.
You're Jen. All right, we're gonna interview Jen, who's supporting Kennesaw. I'm gonna ask you like a couple of very simple questions. Okay. Are we ready? All right, great. College. I really like Georgia College's color scheme. It's just red, white, and blue, I think, but I think they did it in a really clever way. Mineral area wearing hoodies, even though it is 75 degrees outside here in Atlanta, Georgia. Absolute legends.
If only Nick could hear you. Nick, come back.
If he's over 100 feet away, he can't.
You were whispering something, and he started smiling. I'm like, are you whispering?
Oh yeah, because he's got his headphone in if we're close enough. But
Bless you.
Gesundheit. Gesundheit again. You're welcome. I'm gonna go find him. Oh, there he is. Oh my. Oh, okay. Real stuff is starting. Real stuff. Competitive integrity needs to be upheld. We gotta get out of here. Yeah, I don't want to get in trouble. I get really embarrassed when I get yelled at.
30 is
Okay. Wow, it's not 10:30 yet.
It's only barely 10.
Woo! All right, it's gonna be a long. Hey, what's up? Surprise interview. Join me over here so we have a cool backdrop. What are we here for?
Rocket League.
Awesome. I'm not going to ask what school you go to because unless you swapped hoodies, that seems pretty clear.
Nope. You know, I got my jersey on with my name on it.
Oh, you do? Show us your jersey. Look at John T. Turbo here. Yeah, that's not his name. I just keep calling him that.
Yeah.
His name is John, but
my name is John Turbesi.
Yeah,
that's
not John T. Turbo.
Yeah. I get the message that I'm going to Nebraska where I met you.
Oh, that's so crazy. So context. If we're probably not going to use this, but I want to talk about it. Turbo and I met at a LAN like over a year ago. That's so crazy. What is going on, everybody, and welcome back to the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup. I am Septilence, joined by a man I have interviewed probably well over 10 times. It's going to be my good friend Neb, here from Bay State Overwatch team. Neb looked at me before he started his last series, and he said, we are not dropping a map for the rest of the day. And so far, he has lived up to that title. But Neb, is there anybody you're thinking, we've got to get them out of the way, we've got to take them down?
No.
No? Just looking at it, each fight's its own, every game? Going into it, just taking it as it comes?
I have the confidence right now that we're not going to drop a single map.
I love Neb because not only is he confident, but he's correct. Bay State is one of the best Overwatch teams I've ever seen. So it's always good to hear. I love the confidence, and I love Bay State, so I hope they do a great job this weekend. So what qualifier, did you win a qualifier to get here?
At-large bid.
We're looking at Rocket League. We're thinking high odds, low odds. Where do we think we're walking away?
I think pretty high. I think we're doing pretty good.
Is there anybody that you're looking at, you're like, please do not let us go up against them unless we absolutely have to?
I mean, really, everybody's good competition, so.
And sorry, what was your name?
Ethan.
Ethan from Mineral Area.
Yep.
Very exciting. Well, Ethan, good luck.
Thank you.
We'll see you soon. What kind of pass? A player pass?
Let me get you a lanyard.
No, you actually have to like tape it to your chest, like really awkwardly with masking tape.
Okay.
And it's gonna fall off. Yeah. It's gonna be uncomfortable, I promise. That's a guarantee. Okay, cut that, I'm gonna sneeze. Okay, good. I'm great, everything's good.
Who do we interview? Who should we interview?
I don't know, I'm just here. I need caffeine.
That's why we're here, right? This is why a lot of people are trying to figure out, how do we replicate what you guys are doing? How do they do what you guys are doing to a degree, or why are you guys doing what you're doing to a degree? But to kind of, I think, focus in then a little bit more, I want to talk about gameplay a little bit before we jump into business and all of the other stuff. Jensen, this one's for you, right? I want to talk a little bit about this because to someone like me who's traditionally a League of Legends fan and all that, I know that you've been a coach that's been, all over the world. You've worked with a lot of different professional teams and different regions. My question, I think a lot of people want to know, how did you end up at Maryville, and why a North American collegiate college? What was the draw, or what brought you here? How did you get to this point?
When I first came to NA, I worked with Immortals, with the academy team,
and I realized that there's a lot of cultural challenges that exist in that's very unique to any esports, right? Where there's this very interesting intersection, because in unlike traditional sports, in esports, players they don't start training with under a structure or a system or a coach from a very early age, which is what happens if you want to pick up any other sport, right? Like you start going to community events or whatsoever, and then you start developing your skills and your literacy of the game from the age of 6 or 7, and you're very used to working in a team environment, a coaching environment. But in esports and for League of Legends, a lot of times players they go through they go up, they climb the ranks in solo queue where everything is basically self-taught, and then all of a sudden they need to be placed into a team environment. And I realized that this is something that the Asian teams got right, where they had these B teams, they have the B houses in Korea and Taiwan. You would spend almost close to a year just being a understudy or training partner for the team before you even join an academy team in the first place. And in China, they have like these massive B team systems with like lots of players in them. The moment you hit a certain rank on the ladder, they fly you in. You are then boot camping for a month there at the facility, and depending on how well you do, they then decide whether to retain you on as a training partner or as a trainee in whatever capacity, given how well you perform in those scenarios. So the West was very lacking in all of this, and culturally to do the same things and try to replicate the B house environment or what they do in China or Taiwan would not be possible to do. But the West has a very successful model of developing sports and talent, especially in America, when that is in the collegiate space. So I looked at this, I saw the resources that was available, and when then when Clerky pitched his vision to me, it's like, yeah, this is what I think should be the future for development in the any ecosystem for esports.
Oh, right on. And I think, well, maybe let's follow up on that a little bit then. Because Dan, okay, so Dan, you pick up Jensen, you've got this going. I think that's going to be my question then is, or to any other schools that want to be competitive like you guys on that level, is this something that we should be expecting to see in the future, right? Is this now, the standard that you guys, Jensen, you and Dan, do you guys feel that this, if every college across the nation starts doing this, if they start, recruiting coaches like Jensen and trying to build this atmosphere, is this going to be the next standard, or is this something that's very successful that obviously it's proven to work, but is it sustainable? Is it possible for everyone, or maybe not everyone, but right, the greater sense of the industry and the ecosystem? How do you guys feel about that?
It's a dream of mine, obviously, to get to a point in the future where every university has an esports team that's taken seriously, and every day they report to practice. It's an improvement-driven mindset across the whole program. I think for me though, like the reason isn't necessarily like to see like a March Madness with millions of dollars flowing through it. For me, it's a little bit more simpler than that. The reason why this is my vision is just because uh, it's best for player development and just players in general. What we see in tier 2 ecosystems almost across the industry, that's like below academy, I would say, like right before you, I would consider academy professional, because you're making a salary, higher salary than exists in a lot of semi-pro sports actually. But in the tier 2 ecosystem, you kind of go from like your parents' bedroom making no money on a Discord server with a coach that hasn't been certified by any national body, to playing academy, and that's horrifying to me. So while I don't see collegiate as being, or maybe it does end up being this way, but it doesn't have to be the definitive path to pro. I want it to at least be an option, like a parallel option, similar to how you can go through the Canadian hockey system, where you can choose to spend a couple extra years developing and maturing physically and emotionally in the NCAA model before you go to the show in the NHL. I'd like to see that reality in esports. This isn't something where there's a century of history to the competition. So it's a very powerful tool, especially when you're trying to convince your parents that this is a worthwhile pursuit, that you can get a college degree. And it's one of those things where, at least in America, with how expensive college is, getting scholarships after your first, after your 18 to 20-year-old years is usually harder academically. You usually get the majority of your scholarships going into school when you're an 18-year-old freshman, and the way that the current path to pro is set up, a lot of players are foregoing that span of time to try to go pro for no pay. And so For me, it's more about like a health of a pipeline, health of the ecosystem, health of kind of the player experience of pursuing this, and that's the big thing for me. And obvious it's a dream. I want Maryville to serve as like a case study and a model for that. We want to show results. We want to eventually be competing to win proving grounds, to show that this can be a functional alternative to the traditional tier 2 within esports, and that's what we strive for every year.
And I can add to that a little bit, just from a business perspective. I think, we're very fortunate to have Jensen and Dan here at Maryville, but I think if you're a university looking at, just adding a coach, maybe not to the magnitude of Jensen, but I think you have to look at the metrics. I think if you look at what the ROI and the business case of adding relevant esports within your university, what that means to your student life and all those different things, all those things that they try to check boxes within higher ed. I think having a relevant esports program or a relevant system within esports, every university should be looking at it, because their baseball players and their basketball players and football players are all playing gaming. And a lot of these esports, figureheads and coaches, etc., are the relevant people in digital media. And it helps the school with a brand perspective. And I think just having any sort of relevant and adding bodies within the esports ecosystem at universities, you have 2 or 3 basketball coaches, you have 2 or 3 soccer coaches, both on male and female. I think having relevancy within esports, it has probably a 15 to 25x, return versus like traditional sports. And I can say that with my background and everything like that, and just knowing how we look at it. But at the same time, if you're not looking at esports as a relevant, not even revenue stream, but relevant digital eyeball within your sports and student life perspective, I think you are sort of behind the times.
That's so cute. UCF, and it's really cute. So I'm gonna move down here. How do we feel? The odds for UCF? What are we thinking?
They got it. No, we got this. We got this. We got this.
Go Knights, charge on.
100%. My friend Nick is behind you. He's gonna record it. Don't look at him. You'll ruin the shot. Don't look at him. Don't look at him.
Come on.
Oh,
let's go! Let's go!
My smile's probably really creepy. I was just being weird. Oh, I love being in the shadows, though. Big shout out to the shadows. We could interview Dilly just because I think he's handsome. You weren't supposed to hear it.
Here's the thing about the event. I'm the greatest that's ever lived.
Literally true. I know him.
I think everyone knows that. I think everyone's aware of that.
Hey, do you have a VIP access badge on?
I actually have an all access.
Oh, an all access. I thought it said VIP access.
And that's only available for the best.
That's true. He's right. That's a main stage TO right there.
If this goes live, I'm suing everybody.
It's all right. A video of me, the first clip is me saying, don't put that in. And then it was the first, cut the cameras. Oh, you're recording already? Great. So this is this is Bay State versus UCF. I believe something that we saw yesterday on day 1 of the tournament, but instead we're going to have that run back here. I think they're fighting for a spot in Grand Finals. Anarchy, one of the best Greninja players in the United States, currently struggling against a Terry. Terry notorious for that DLC privilege, being a very strong character with some very strong abilities. Greninja, not so much, considered one of the weaker characters in the game. A Falco player, one of the best in the United States, and he just got spiked by a Terry. Same Terry that took out Anarchy literally minutes ago. UCF still up by 2 stocks. This guy is looking to rip this team apart single-handedly. That is, nuts, to say the very least. Absolutely absurd. That was a disgusting spike. I cannot believe that happened. Will you hold the microphone so I can sign this? Sorry.
For context, he's got a fan. He's actually signing something. He's so excited.
What was it like to not hear my voice for 2 minutes? For 30 seconds maybe, what was it like? Probably bliss. I was signing a mouse pad, which is really cool. I've never done that before. Nobody's ever asked me for a signature, so I'm gonna start blushing, but I'm really excited about that. And then he wants a picture. Can you take a picture of us?
I said, is it bad? She went, no.
I'm gonna go ahead and take that as a yes. Turns out I can't tie a tie sitting down. What do you think is the appropriate face to screen ratio for a Valorant player?
Face to screen, like how close I sit?
Yeah, like how close should a player sit?
Personally, I play really, really close. I think it depends on your eyesight, but for me, I like playing close because it helps me focus on my crosshair.
Is the value of sitting close, the crosshair being the only thing in your line of sight?
Yeah, that's pretty much the main benefit of it.
It's so funny how close some of these guys sit. Oh my goodness. What do you think is the healthy face to screen distance for a Valorant player?
I think it's all kind of personal preference. I guess I would consider myself like pretty close when I play because I like to like zone in on my crosshair.
It is the second person to say that. It's all about the crosshair. And then what's up with the horizontal keyboard?
I don't know, like it just kind of fits like the form when I'm close to monitor. Like I don't know, it might sound cringy, but I like to like be one with my gun, you know?
No, bro, I feel it. I feel it absolutely. What is going on, everybody? I am here with some UCF fans. How are we feeling about UCF? Let's go! Let's go! We've got a bunch of UCF fans in the crowd right now. UCF, they're up by a single game. They're looking to find their third and possibly final, secure a spot moving forward. Things looking great for them against Northwood here today. This guy's playing Minecraft right now. He keeps double building instead of placing the dirt. Pressure's on, man. Everybody's watching. Just kidding. Just me. Cameraman's not over here. Just kidding. He's behind you. There's actually always cameras on you if I'm around. Do you double build all of those? No excuses, bro. Your college esports Minecraft team absolutely rolled. L after L here. Let's hope UCF has a little better luck on stage, huh? What is going on, everybody? I am Septilence. I have the honor of welcoming you to the Collegiate Esport Commissioners Cup here in Atlanta, Georgia. All right, that was good. That was good. Good content, good content.
Week number 7 of the ECAC highlights is finally here, and this is, I know you guys are about to be like, whoa, why does he say every week is a banger? But this one is so real. There are some really impressive plays, some kind of like 1 in a million moments that I have never seen before that I'm really eager to show you guys and share with you, so let's jump right into it. Oh, also, I guess I'm Septilence. You probably know that by now, but it's always nice to introduce myself. All right, let's get to the clips. Now, clip number 8 to kick things off might not be flashy, but by golly, is it impressive. CSUMB guaranteeing themselves their 4th and final win to 4-0, the powerhouse team known as UNCG Gold.
From Greensboro, final seconds ticking away. Here comes Garrett's. They're trying maybe to walk away with one more missed contact. Count brutal. Oh my goodness, insult to injury at this point in time. As the all zeros are on the clock, he gets another one, and Monterey Bay do it again. They pull off the sweep over Greensboro.
Clip number 7 of this week might be the fastest 0 to 100 clip we've seen in quite a while. Ashton, from the side of SVSU, just barely clutches out a victory for his team to start things off a little bit better on Icebox.
Weapons utility, here's the flank from the Viper, and only good for 1, but has distracted enough.
The timing is there for Ashton, and he salvages the round, reclaims control for SVSU.
The Joker versus Game & Watch matchup is definitely a weird one, but Pato from Iona University certainly does not crack under the pressure.
Nice. Ooh, almost gets the berry from that. That could have been a kill. Alright, so funny enough. Oh, what a chase! Oh my god, that was deep.
Fisher versus Ball State Black, 2 very strong teams in the world of collegiate Overwatch, and we even get to see Ninja Curly Fry and Depresso on that Sojourn. They both pop their overclock, and unfortunately, one of them finds a little bit more success than the other.
The beat is going to keep them safe as they are knocked back towards their team. Depresso, though, coming up clean with headshot after headshot. And as Ninja Curly pops their overclock, guess what? Nikon answers with a beat in kind, and now Depresso using their overclock. Unbelievable, too! They're looking for the third one, but Nev's going to take it from them, and it's going to be Me98 once again on the payload. It's a tale as old as time, though.
For our 4th place slot, our technical honorable mention, it's going to be Neon from the side of Stevenson playing, well, Neon. They have that overdrive already online, that ultimate prepared, and even without using it, they already farm half of another one.
Really sorry, Oath. You're not going to enjoy what happens next. Yeah, that's a 3K. Neon looking for a fourth and is able to catch it. A flawless on the save.
Now this clip is one for the ages. The game just starting off, CSUMB loses ball control and the casters, they love the new name change. Before they can even focus on the game itself, somebody's already put that ball in goal. It's truly a blink and you miss it moment.
Is making a joke, right? Making a joke on our expense based on what we think of him.
Goodness,
Oh, Calflick! Wow. Okay. Calflick, everything in a bag of chips on this one. 71 miles an hour is breaking almost every speed limit in the United States of America, right?
But yeah, that was just...
In our second medal spot of the week, it's going to be a huge play from Ball State's Roadhog player Spencer. Gets caught in the ship above second point Gibraltar, but the other team will very quickly learn he was not trapped in there with them. They were trapped in there with him.
To the next checkpoint, and Spencer narrowly managing to stay alive, gets a hook on Diva, and the whole hog is going out. Spencer getting a kill on him, double kill, triple kill on a Trader's mech, and Trader's as well, triple kill with the face mist.
And in our number one highlight spot of the week is a play absolutely incredible from RPI. If you've ever heard me personally cast Valorant, I always talk about the importance of trigger discipline. I could not think of a better example than this.
Backside's there. The crosshair was waiting, but Spec wins out the duel against Moses. It's just Mandigo. Nobody spotted him. A chance for three. Denies the spike. Headshot on the next. It's a 1v1 here. Onus on the Sky to make the play. There's the Seeker to distract. Spec swings out, but it's a 4K for the KO.
And now, I must shed a tear, because Week 7 is over. It comes and goes so quickly, but at least we've got some more weeks to look forward to, and the entirety of the spring is just around the corner, so, you know, we're done, but we're not fully done, you know what I mean? It's always a pleasure to be here, folks. Still, Septilins, please follow ECAC on all of their main channels, because it is always, you never know what's coming next over there. Thank you so much for watching. Check your posture, drink some water, don't forget to love each other, and I'll see you next week.
I really think that there's been a sorely missed opportunity for developers to take a step back from competition and take a step forward with community. And if they do that, I think we all win, because community, I would argue, is the one thing that no one's trying to solve. We're trying to solve recruitment. We're trying to solve competition. Tell me, where's community? Honestly, any one of you, go ahead. Shout out what's the national community for Scholastic right now. Any title, tell me.
Yeah.
Where do I go? How do I meet and hang out?
Of the storm, community 0.
There's nothing. It doesn't exist anymore. And it doesn't exist statewide. It doesn't exist school-wide. It doesn't exist region-wide. It doesn't exist nationally. It doesn't exist digitally on Twitch. It doesn't exist digitally on Discord. It doesn't exist through any form of skill-based development. It doesn't exist on any form of, skill-based learning or just pure socialization and fandom. Huge missed opportunity. You want to take their time and make it more efficient. In my opinion, tell Riot Scholastic politely to stop what they're doing with competitive, and their integration with LCS should be, Twitch, symposiums and summits and conversations and learning and all sorts of wonderful things, and promoting camps and educational learning activities and RSSA sponsored curriculum. That will move the needle. I don't see any of that.
So Chris, that was pretty much the last topic. You kind of wrapped it in a nice package called community. And I was kind of thinking more from an organizer and a broadcaster point of view around growing fandom. And how do we get fandom around collegiate esports to look more like traditional sports across the board? And, that helps us go out and sell sponsorships in the place of which trickles down to all our member schools that we represent. But when we go to brands and we can't check that box of, you know, 1 billion impressions and 1 million views, we still are challenged with selling those sponsorships. So my last and final is, do we have any secrets around how to grow fandom or grow community on, let's just start with on campus.
I got the big one real quick.
Okay.
Best way to grow community: food nights. It has nothing to do with playing the game. I'll give you a real life example. We used to do dollar burger night at the University of Cincinnati. We'd just go out to Bar Louie. We used to have dollar burgers every Wednesday. We'd post in at this time, those Facebook groups, tell people where to show up. 6 people, 12 people showed up the first week. By the third month, we had 40 plus people coming. And it was the biggest revenue night of the week for Bar Louie every week, purely because of us. But we had friendships, we had relationships, we had roommates, we had all sorts of great, wonderful things come from that. And that translated to our lands, our club meetings, and everything from that.
Mhm.
It was nothing beats food nights.
Just like pro sports, we need to focus on tribalism. And the way that you create tribalism is you have to prioritize in-person experience, in my opinion. I think that there's a lot of companies trying to become unicorn online platforms, but at the end of the day, I think we need pockets and hubs around the country that serve as regional and local hubs. Once you get a group of people together that share their love for the team that is on their campus, they start to develop a bond around that. You can do that online, but it won't be nearly as effective. Professional esports is having this tribalism problem because it's the majority of it's online. It's resulted in fans following players more so than the teams. I mean, that's a pretty broad topic, though. Like, we're starting to see those trends in traditional sports as well start to occur. People will follow LeBron and specific players on different teams to wherever they are. But I think for collegiate specifically, schools need to create meaningful live experiences. And if we're talking explicitly about fandom, you have to make the students on your campus care about the team first. That's the biggest thing. Either you create a level of pride through community engagement, or through the team itself. At a lot of schools, the groundwork is there for this. Like, there are schools like UBC, Ohio State, with Buckeye Gaming Collective that have clubs that number in the 2,000 to 3,000 range, right? So they have a base to begin with. At a school like Maryville, like, we kind of developed it the opposite way. When I came in and started building our esports program, we had 3 kids in our esports club. And so we've kind of built the team, and then the club has followed, which is kind of the opposite for a lot of schools. But I think that we have to develop tribalism, and that starts with meaningful live events. And the more that these events, the longer that these events continue to be like only online, the less effective it is in creating that final goal.
Agreed. Doc, you wrap it up for us, please.
I would just say this: clubs ebb and flow based on their leadership. But if all students, all clubs, all groups are given regular and meaningful invitations to come in, use the space, create what you want out of this, then it will continue to thrive despite the change in leadership. I can just imagine that Cincy student group with Chris, heavy in the leadership there, just being amazing. But there's not always someone with his skill set at the helm. So you just need to be open and look for opportunities to serve, even though it can be more difficult, especially in the scheduling of the space. I know a lot of people that don't like anybody else but the players they're recruited to use their space. As much as we can, if we want to build community, we have to open the space to people that we wouldn't normally see in there and let them do the types of things that they want to do.
one more thing. So, like on a national level, though, if we want to raise the general viewership of all of collegiate esports and not just different pockets, that's a hard one because people watch esports to see people do stuff that they're better than them at, right? So naturally at the collegiate level, we're going to be at a lower level than pro. So it's hard to get people to watch for that reason. But what we can sell are narratives and storylines, matchup histories. And as we start to build a longer history of collegiate esports, I actually truly believe that some of the CLOL storylines are more rich than what exists in Academy and
100%.
and the LCS, but no one's really covering it. No one's really drilling down into it. No one's creating narrative content. So I think that that's the key to getting people to care about it. Like if there's a storyline, people attach themselves to it. Yeah.
Yeah. I'll add one more thing before we end. The largest organizations on any university campus. This is a very blanket statement. Could be wrong for you. It's right for many. Campus ministry and Greek life are always the largest groups on campus. Why? It's because of the concept of family. Let me explain. With a club or a program, many people identify, oh, I am a gamer, but I am also A, B, C. And usually it's I am A, B, C, and I'm also a gamer. Not everyone is a gamer first and foremost. And you're only going to capture that population if you're promoting purely competitive and purely esports. And so I said food nights and social activities, I'm really stealing from campus ministry and Greek life, because what you want to do to build community at your school is to make it so that the thing that you're doing is the number one thing in the students' lives. Now that's a very selfish thing to say, but it's a true statement. For you to grow the largest community, your community needs to feel that the thing that they're a part of is the most important part of their social campus experience. That's why Greek life is so successful. That's why campus ministry is so successful. And when you treat esports as a program of just competition, practice, and development, that's an outlet. That's not a way of life. Not for at scale. Not when 55% of the campus body at a Division I school identifies as a gamer in some way, shape, or form. You're not going to touch that 55%. You're going to touch 5%, maybe. You're probably going to touch 0.05% or 0.5% at a Division I school. And so what you really need to do is build that.
We're at the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup. Let's make some noise. Oh, and it's gonna jumped into it.
Corner judges go for 1, 2, yeah. He needs more.
They're doing even more here. You gotta touch the point. Mr. College walks it in.
Toy Boy is gonna drop.
Knife him.
Right out in front.
Yeah. 3, 2, 1. Running.
Welcome back, everyone, to our inaugural CECC Service Academy Qualifier as presented by Esports U. I'm Hail Monkey Man, again in the booth alongside Orbital, and we're getting ready for the second match of the day. It was a 2-0 sweep by the Army Black Knights of West Point, and they're looking to take a short break, or maybe however long it's going to take Orbital for us to get into and through this next matchup between Air Force and Navy. And you know, Orbital, we look back on the previous two maps, and it was fun. It was Pearl, it was Haven. This one's gonna be different. We're gonna be looking at both Lotus and Splits, and you know, I like that we're running the gambit of all our maps today.
Of course, it's we get a fresh taste because at the end of the day, there will be 2 or 3 maps that are selected specifically for those finals, and at this point, it feels like West Point are kind of a shoe-in on the Army side. So it's good to get a nice taster for all the maps that are coming out. It gives you a lot of information as well about what you don't want to see. For instance, if Air Force suddenly look amazing here, then it's okay. We don't want to deal with Lotus. We don't want to deal with all this. And so there's a lot of information to be gathered here. At the end of the day, yes, if the Air Force does fall here, it will mean that there is already a secured position for tomorrow's matchup. But again, there's so much information. That's a great thing about Valorant. The map can always be changing, and we have to keep eyes on that.
And I think one big criticism that we had throughout that series is we want the Air Force to be less anxious about their first contact points, but also with that timeliness to be able to go and win those engagements. This is an interesting map. I know that you have a bit more harbor play that also comes into it. There's also a want to take up space. We often get breach and raise combos that just literally sprint towards A to be able to lock out that attacker's side spawn. So I do wonder what the Air Force are going to try and come up with. But this is the first time that the midshipmen of Navy Academy are going to be coming in. We got to see who their snapshot killers are going to be, as we do have them floating over a raise, at least right now. It seems they want to run more into a Viper composition. There's still a lot of teams that are figuring out how comfortable they are here on Lotus.
Yeah, this is it can, again, it's a triple map site, and just to break it down to its bare bones basics for anyone watching, it breeds a lot more micro-intensive actions. You have 3 different sites. That usually means the defensive side is a little bit more spread thin. You have to defend 3 different sites. Now, yes, you can always posit that the B site is just one that's going to be left alone, but that's not always the case. That is the reason that there is a 3rd site there. So, you know, angles are always open. For the Air Force, though, this is once again that opportunity, and we talked about it, right? They're a team that sometimes feels that they like to run that individuality, that style that is very micro-intensive. You have to win those gun duels early on. You're not going to be playing with too much information. This time around, it's more stock standard, right? We get to see a little bit of a chase in, but the harbor that we got to see last time will be making a reappearance here. I'm amazed we aren't seeing Gecko, though. That one is quite surprising to me. I think Gecko on Lotus is quite fun. It does give a lot of versatility as well, because you can send Wingman in, and just the corridors, the alleyways that can be laid out for a lot of those explosions are impressive, to say the least.
Yeah, sending a Wingman in when he does or does not have the spike and he just kind of comes up and gives you a bear hug is always a sweet surprise, especially coming out of that secret breakable door into mid. I just love meeting a Wingman that goes bah, 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 and then just runs straight at me. But we do go into Air Force on the attack, much the way that they started both their maps on the previous series. It really comes down to, I think, the efficiency that we get out of both Raisuku as well as Dr. Nuke. Michael Heron was so good on that Viper but they just didn't come away with the multiple rounds that they needed. So I need to see that efficiency as well. Navy, hey, this is our sample size today. Get to see how they're starting off on this first map.
Yep. This is that time for them to really decide how they want to play out. And this is, again, we are seeing that level of aggression. We said that also Air Force are a little bit of a mental team. They did take an 0-2 loss early on, but we want to see them bounce back, and we want to see how fast they're going to charge. And they're already dancing onto the C site, so it's an open up, though. Hoax is able to find one, and Nervy finds another, but Hoax is popping off here. That is going to be 2. That's going to be the Ghost screaming out. Hoax gets a 3K before falling right there, but it's enough to open it up for the rest of the squad. 3v1 here on the first round. The pistol going Naval Academy's way.
You have slides waiting, watching. The spike is literally covered on that turn on backside, and you know they have to force their way in. They're gonna have to guiding light, flash pop. But that freezes all of one. Jop's waiting for the opposite end. Oh, they're gonna have a return guiding light, but it's gonna be a half flash, and they do recognize that there's at least one still staying and standing. But with the Ghost in hand, they put slides sliding downhill. And Air Force, I like the idea behind it. They are actually transferring for the poison orb over into the cloud burst between those entries, but they just couldn't get the big trades off of Hoax, who found 3 before they hit the floor. And wow, Navy already standing their ground here in round 1.
Yeah, the pistols are always a little bit 50-50, and I will always back the idea that I would much rather see a fast pistol round and you basically gun check your opponent just to get a good vibe feel off of them, right? Like, are they on their toes or are they not? And I think Air Force is probably the best one to go for it. Again, they're a little bit hot and cold, and for right now, they took that angle, they went hard, and you get a bit of information. Now you're 5 seconds straight up this mid side, and that's going to be a spray, but Dogs taking 2 before falling.
That's a 4 there. Is that Dogs or Dags? I have no idea.
I want to say Dags, actually. I saw that afterwards. I was like, yeah, I think I'm saying it wrong.
It's actually just D4GS. It's actually their AFSC. So,
oh, okay.
Oh, yeah.
I got nothing of that. I got absolutely nothing out of that one. You can tell I've never touched even close to any of those acronyms.
Actually, Navy better correct me. I know it's AFSC when it comes to Air Force. I don't know y'all's. It's CTN whatever, I think. I don't know.
Let the civilians say IDK.
That's a great one. We use that in some of our paperwork sometimes.
Hey.
Right now, it's big IDKs for Air Force. They get rid of DAGs one way or another, if that's the right or wrong way to say it. But then they're looking at where they have to propel themselves, and so uneven trades. They lose 2 members into that mid attack off of the Spectre spray. It does look like they're going to be running this one along. Dooley is found because they did get an upgrade off that Spectre, and they didn't account for that.
And this is what I like. Again, Air Force are a team that play off of their mental initiatives. They get to play off of those little pick and rolls, and I love it. The Harbor is great for it as well. It provides so much extra safety. You can see the wall currently corridoring off the entirety of A site, and the rest of Naval Academy just kind of have to wait, right? They have to wait around the edge. There the wall falls, and now you can see it's a split of 1-2. Where do they want to force in, though? Up on the high heavens. Whether you can find it or not, Jops is waiting. That's going to be the Trailblazer immediately taken out already. And down to a 3v3. Hoax once again with that Spectre running ragged, looking for at least one more, but swings at the wrong time. Dr. Nuke gets 1, making it 3 before falling us down 2. Only a 2-0. Jops able to finish it off.
Yeah, they should be able to tag this one, get it done. The defuse will come through. So great retakes so far by Navy. That'll be the first plant for the Air Force, but that is the second round that they will drop. And you know, they were looking for a way to get onto site. They honestly got some great value out of this round, getting a Spectre out of the hands. Though the bonus round for Navy is not going to be as plentiful, and yet I am seeing kind of a worse for wear buy. This was not an uncommon occurrence for Air Force. They were constantly stuck in kind of nearly being in full kits. They're going to prioritize having util over full armors into these rifles, but they do have the advantage here. This is a round that they better be taking, and it looks like they're going to at least play more default, looking for some early picks outside of A. They have telegraphed that they're going to do that based on the talk screen being laid down already from that mid-layer corridor between B and A.
It is going to be that little start, as we like to call it, but again, with the default, it's nice to play out. So for right now, Air Force is kind of wandering in. Dooley saying, I'm not sure what we want to do, but Jay Slam slams one's down with the first blood. Mike O'Hearn learning, though, getting some revenge.
Here.
And with that early frag, it does open up a little bit of a bouncy over on this A side. So you can see the rest of Air Force saying, do we choose to actually push this? Do we actually decide to try and pinch forward? For right now, though, it's a question mark, as that is a heavy lurk coming out of Mike O'Hearn.
and that's basically free by Hearn, because they can be able to go over to C site. None of that util is going to activate without the Killjoys. So getting that early pick trade is kind of key if they really want to make a full field run of it. But it looks like they're going to commit over into moving here in tree. Dr. Nuke's going to be the other swing, and Dooley has a Sheriff, so watch out. They're going to get slowed down, but that wall really takes up that space. I don't know if they've accounted for Dooley. They do see him now, but they can't land any shots, and Nervy is able to make that clearance. So into a 4v2, the Cloudburst will provide them some cover onto rope, and this Cove will do much the same.
It's working quite well. Air Force taking a round that they deemed necessary, and this is, again, the expected round ender. Mike O'Hearn getting a 3K. It's a happy one. Again, Air Force ready to tango with the best of them, and this is going to be the real test. So, remember, back in their first series, this was exactly the same route that it would go. It would always come down to this fourth round that really determined how Air Force decided to play the rest of the game. In game number 1 that they played, it was, at this point, they took the first 2, and then they got run for about 9, I think is what it was. This time around, I want to see Air Force again play more like they did in game number 2. A little bit more scrappy, a little bit on the nose, play a little bit more forward. You know, as soon as they get a frag, if they get the opening frags, play forward. If they get the information, play off of it quickly. Don't let the enemy team, don't let Naval Academy be able to recuperate and rethink their strategy.
Seems like some of that early success has really been driven around Hoax and Jops, and I want to see if that is going to be pressured again. J-Slam, if they're taking off, they are solo holding the C site, and they're going to be waiting for the fountain rotation. That very loud Parrot Sentinel does sound off that there's a couple players out on mound. They go and get the ult orb, and it looks like they're prioritizing to get that in the hands of that Viper Pit. Oh, but that's going to be a spray, a little bit too much of that Jiggle Peek, and a Nervy will drop down. Dr. Nuke does find Jops, at least from backside. So, they're left with options. The talk screen is, again, a cemented, planted corridor opener if they want it over onto A, but it looks like the Reckoning is going to be coming through, so J-Slam has to run for the high hills.
There's going to be that challenge here as they sprint away, but start to regroup. The rest of the team, and now Dr. Nuke getting that plant in, ready to lay it down on the line. But Michael Hearn's still looking for that option and is going to lay down that Viper's Pit. I like this call once again. Inside of this B site, it fully encompasses everything. But J-Slam is ready, gets one. Looking around the corner, slides, finds another. And that's going to lay it up to a 3v3. D4, that's going to be huge. Hoax finds Michael Hearn, and that's going to be the Viper's Pit going down 1v3. What can Raisuku do? Gets one, look for another. If you just get two more headshots, it's big. That's a spray, and that's a body block. Well played, but Raisuku gets a shot. And Dags actually stops going for that defuse, and now you're questioning. It's there. It's time. It's over. Well fought by Raisuku. Clutch up with the 3K.
You can see them struggling back and forth between picking up another pistol, opening their own, realizing that they try to if they had tried to reload their AR in time because it was 0 bullets, they're like, what do I do with whichever gun? They found 6 bullets, right-click twice, they landed just enough to even us up at 2-2. So a little bit helter-skelter, but it works out. So Navy, they're going to be stuck into a sheriff situation, and like I said before, we were looking at round 4. The very early term in these maps really being kind of that defining moment, and it's not been great looks for the Air Force for a couple of them, but they recoup and recover quite well after dropping the first 2. And now they're going to be doing some distance checking again. You have the Spike traveling, but this is still default, seeing if they can get a pick off of one of these lanes, and you haven't seen that want to take up space by Navy yet.
No, they're willing to just kind of let everyone flow into them, and you know what? As the Navy, as someone that is on the open sea, you gotta adapt, right? You gotta adapt to what the ocean throws at you. Hey, you know what? We'll give them a chance. And as much as I want to say that, you know, I don't know. Maybe the sea eats them up. Who knows? Air Force, though, for right now, they are riding a high that they had in game number 2. And remember, I say this with all the love in my heart, they're a team that has something to prove here, right? They already lost their first series 0-2. They need this victory to stay competitive moving in. So really, it's going to be up to themselves to really decide, are we going to make it into day number 2? And I'm not sure I like this so much. You know, Monkey Man, we're right back to that very slow play of the Air Force. They're taking this one down to the last 30 seconds.
It looks like they have a very specific set-piece play they want to make, and they're not giving up on it. This is a 5v5 retake situation. They're playing against the Jiggle Peak. The Guiding Light will be able to come out. Dr. Nuke does get rid of J-Slam, so there's no more instead of utility to try and break some of these positions. And Nervy waiting on the swing to be able to come off this drop. Remember, this is a sheriff round for the midshipmen, and they may be trying to play against that rope, but Nervy's going to take on a 1-2 swing. A very hurt player in Hoax, and a great swing. They're going to be able to find another transfer, and that's good post-plant defense by the Air Force. This one, more or less expected. They lose all of one player, which is great for a longer standing economy, something that we very much challenged them to make up for. They wanted extra time between the break of the previous series to this one to get themselves in a cooler mindset, and it looks like they've been able to do that. But this one, instead of being at round 4, round 6 maybe where we find the defining moment. If Navy midshipmen do not take this one back, Air Force may be able to start streaking.
You can definitely see them work their way forward again. Their lows are low and their highs are highs. I want to see it happen. I want to see also Naval Academy start to kick forward here. They have the ultis available to themselves. They have the Seekers coming out here. So if they do want to hold off for a retake, I think that wouldn't be a bad call. And you can see with the Viper currently positioned over on C's site, if Air Force are able to identify that factor, they might decide to swing over towards A. You can already see the float on A Rebel. Just kind of hiding out in the back ends, and a Nervy who, in games number 1 and 2 of the day, seemed to be a little bit weak side, is looking to try and prove themselves once again, look like a stronger member, the duelist that you wish that you always had in your solo queue plays. The wall goes up, you are going to go for that orb and try and check out a little bit further, but Seekers calling out to anyone, and Raisuka said, I don't even need that. Dags is now down.
The good jellyfish in lieu of the evil jellyfish of the good old prowlers that you would see on a fade. But this time, the Cabbage Man and his cart are not spilt over. They go out and they seek, they find. And pretty much, it's par for the course for these plants. You get the cove down. Raisuku is waiting for anyone to pop out of this corner. This is going to be a swing, a quick duel, and they do get rid of Hoax, who has really been one of the big successes for Navy. This 5v2, the Naval Academy's players are starting to dwindle.
Oh, very, very quickly. Remember, this is a gun round, but Job said, hey, we're not done yet. And we could see a very drastically different situation. Naval feel like they have an opportunity, but no, it is going to be cut down. And Nervy says, not today. And so far, this is quite good for the Air Force. After that wait, it seems that they got their head on a swivel. For Naval Academy, this is the big struggle, right? You take a look down the entire line. 4 ultis with J-Slam, 7 out of 8. I mean, I know this round's a save, but next round, I want to see some of those expended.
I want to see, just like we were asking of the Falcons in previous series, I want to see the macro management. I want to see maybe a timeout, be able to cool off the Jets. I know Lotus is still a weird situation. Let's be real. This is one of my favorite 3 sites. I mean, you got this, you got Haven. Both of them are pretty awesome. But maybe just an extra bit of talking. You got Dooley that's just trying to straight up win a duel. So far, it's not good, as they just put some shots into a corner wall and can't win the wall bang. But some of this aggression, they have not tried to change pace. You were talking about they're pretty comfortable with letting the Air Force come to them. Well, that means they're dictating what this map is going to look like. Jumps just waits for Nuke, or Duke Nuke, bunch of Duke Nukem, basically nukes him off the earth, and that's going to be Hoax that does the save! To put 3 down!
All right, back it up, send it home. The Naval Academy just shot the Air Force out of the air. Are you freaking kidding me, Hoax? That is illegal. That is a move that you should not do. But they took the shot, a round that was supposed to be a save, a round that was not supposed to have any impact, was just supposed to be another one. Naval Academy rip it right back. Ooh. Oh, and Nervy's going, this is horrendous. The Naval Academy, they breathe a sigh of relief. This is a clutch up, a risky round for themselves. What a ridiculous time. A 4K for Hoax. Well deserved.
Don't light up those bodies. Don't take those shots. My goodness.
Where's the replay? Give us the replay. God.
That was beautiful. Just stacking bodies in front of each other, and a Hoax MVP of that round. We have full ult stack right now for Naval Academy. This is good looks right now. They have a plentiful economy. Opposite of that, I mean, Air Force is still able to make their buy. They're going to be able to have for next, and really isn't in a worse position money-wise, but that one is going to be all right. We need to cool off. We need to get out there and execute and get off of each other. Just get away from me, man. We got to take these shots and win on these double and triple swings.
The idea was solid. It's just if they spaced out, it probably would have been better, right? Like that would have been all the, you know. And I actually do like that. Air Force were trying to swing together. That's something that we haven't seen them do in quite some time. It's usually just kind of the bull rush. So again, small part of the idea worked. It's just a secondary. You know, got to talk to each other. Who's going wide? Who's going short? You know, talk about those things together. For right now, though, it is now a hide and go seek around the C mound, trying to play up, trying to play down. Slides right behind Mike. They know at least one is there. The question is, how badly do they want it? And for right now, they're actually going to zone out this B site unless that is just a small call. I don't know if this is going to be an exact play or not, but it's enough to scatter the rest of Naval Academy. It looks like it will be a B side hit. 1 second left on this lockdown, and they need to get on site quickly to plant themselves up. If not, it is going to be a chase back in by Naval Academy.
They always play after the lockdown. I've seen that a lot from the Air Force. I mean, it's currently kind of still long-standing, but that's actually going to be opposite of them. And so, look at this little position by Nervy. They do take out the bot. This will be that tiny little zone that you cannot quickly come into, but they know they're there because of the boom bot, and now the Reckoning is coming on the opposite side by the Air Force to try and maintain the site.
Not just that, this is a showstopper getting ready to go. Dags, flash, 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 and more. Doesn't really catch anyone, but Slides was ready to slide into that 3K. Beautiful job to pick up 3, and now the flashes look for a 4th. Do you get it?
Oh.
No! Slides tried to pull a hoax, but hoax said no.
Oh, Hoax just a little bit quicker on the shot, and if they'd been able to swing right, they had to check all their corners. It was just a little bit slow, and so we're evened up at 8. And with Naval Academy able to bounce back, we look into Air Force still in a generally amenable position when it comes to getting their util up. You do have Seekers as well as Bladestorm that will come up. Nervy's not going to use that yet unless they have to go full eco, possibly into another loss, but couple gained back. Hoax at 11-6 right now. They've got the Viper Pit in their back pocket. They have got a gun that has been unable to miss, especially off of some hot Marshall pot shots. And Nervy finds Dooley, and that's when you start realizing you have to change up your opening schema. Dooley's been in the same spot, and Slides is doing the same thing. The J slam. Oh my goodness, slam the door shut on him.
Beautiful read there once again, and Slides has also been, like, every single member of Air Force feels like they're stepping up right now. It feels like they're being a lot more aggressive, feels like they're a lot more confident in their shots as well, and that's what a single good play can do inside of these round-based shooters. It's all about finding those key moments to kind of create the opportunities. Hoax is about to swing on a massive set of players, gets one, immediately backs up, realizes there's way more there, and the rest of the team has to scatter to try and help out. Hoax is going to lay down the Viper's Pit, try and get some information, but the rest of the team is scattering in. Look at the gun, out! And a good blind means Slides immediately drops that Viper's Pit right behind. As soon as it goes up, it goes down, washed away by the Harbor. And it's going to be a plant for Air Force here on C-Site.
They're going to be able to hold this pretty well. But that was a Viper's Pit for a Viper's Pit. They're going to put a paint shell, maybe? Dags is thinking about it. Into this 2v3. It's doable. It's a very rough position. They're going to put out the paint shells, and that's going to be a lot of blast damage. But that's only off of some chip way, way back. But holding that shorty, it's going to be the roughest entry for anyone to have to make. Mike O'Haron is waiting for them to come up to it. The swarm grenade is going to take him out, as well as the snake bite.
Oh!
Just keep them away. And then just great looks, full sentinel hold. Dr. Nuke gets rid of Jops. And, you know, that one was an uphill battle for the Navy to try and retake, especially because once you get a Viper's Pit on Site C, it's your own playhouse.
Yeah, you're happy. You're happy. And this is another point that I really do enjoy a lot of these kind of large-scale ultis. I enjoy it a lot because it covers the entirety of the field. I don't have to look anywhere else. If you drop Viper's Pit on C, it's going to cover most of it. You drop any sort of extra area, the lockdown as well, everything just covers site, and it gives you so much room to breathe. So Air Force taking a round lead right now. They're going to go ahead and set up for a default once again, 2-1-2, prepping to try and find one on the long angle over there on tree. Of course, if that doorway swings open, that's the only way you're finding that kill, but Academy so far trying to change things up, but still a Hoax found early. And that's a ridiculous kill to open things up for Air Force once again.
Yeah, Hoax being off the field is such a point of success for the Air Force. They have had to play away from that Viper and into that Viper, and it has been very, very tough. But talk screen up. They're going to run it. Jops telling them they better go back to their PT test and see if they're going to take the Walker's test instead. Make that way right back around the track. Dags going to put out some paint shells, and as the Seekers come out, Jops is going to be given that intel at least so they don't get extra blinded. The guiding light is at least set to be used. Slides against Dags, and Dags just has the high ground.
Kaboom. Dags saying, give me that chance. Jops follows it up. And Naval Academy, every so often, they ride that wave, bounce right back, and Air Force a little bit shaky through the turbulence. This is close. I like this. Air Force right back in the middle of it, and it feels like a game 2 all over again. Looking down the barrel of a 6-6 or a 7-5 or 5-7. 3 possible outcomes in the next 2 rounds.
Or maybe they just take a draw. No. I mean,
did they rock, paper, scissors it at the end of the day?
It's just knife in mid, which we were talking about before. I didn't realize how claustrophobic some of these sites, especially for Lotus, really are. It is so close. Like, you think of stuff like B on Haven, even Ace.
Breeze. I feel like that's the other one to really kind of... It's
huge.
a very nice dynamic, right?
Yeah, it's massive. It's open. Even Seaside on Haven, like, so much more open than when you go to this. Yeah, the cameraman makes it feel like there's a lot of open corridors here, but it's pretty close quarters combat. And look at this run up. They're actually going to go straight early. The paranoia comes up. They have to blind fire, hope, pray that they have enough bullets, and more blinds are coming out. Jop's just waiting for all the Air Force to funnel up.
That doorway, they did not pass their intelligence check. They didn't like defuse the door properly because they just got hit with every trap in the book. They opened the door and just got blinded. They got flashbang. They got everything. And then they couldn't even see through the orb, so they immediately back out. Look at that. The trap scared them off. I love it.
Rogue did not specialize into diffusing traps, so
Nope.
unfortunate. But that does repel them. So Air Force loses a player and ground as they look to maybe re-hit into B or C. But I'm not too sure about that play. Yes, they had a kind of a util dump of blinds and smokes, and now they've allowed themselves to become staggered. They're going to have the 35-second mark, and they're going to have to play straight into this talk screen, and guess what? Hoax is waiting for them.
30 seconds
Oh,
left.
this is going to be so scary. Once again, down to the last few moments, and we know Air Force, they like to try and play this. It's worked off and on. This time it's working better than not. Hoax taken out once again. This time they defuse all the traps to say, okay, disable them all. Now you have to run into the big bad boss, J Slam, ready to slam down some heads, but it's only a couple seconds. They have to rush. Oh, good Nano Swarm. Oh, it slows them all down. They have to now bull rush. They have to sit on this site. They only got a couple seconds. That's plenty enough. But look at the rush, and Nervy was ready for it. Naval Academy were also scrambling to get in position, and Air Force have bought themselves about a 30-second window.
J Slam losing ground, being given the Space Jam after just teetering back on their heels. This one that could determine the difference between a 6-6 or the 7-5 based on momentum, and Nervy's going to hold themselves into the dark cover. They're not going to re-swing. They're actually going to stay out. Good trigger discipline. Maybe one more. They're going to try and go to the classic. It's a 2v1. You do have Dags, who's been very monumental while keeping themselves cool, calm, and collected into these duels. Now they're going to be able to find one more.
Whoa!
They do get them. And so now there's just not enough time. They put a paint shell out, and that one is ticked all the way down. Michael Hearn is able to keep that one in the Air Force's pocket, so they'll be no worse than 6 of these first 12. They're looking for that 7th.
You know what? Huge props to the Air Force there. The Falcons lit up the skies, and it was they were running through some flack there, but it was appropriate. It was a little bit of a hard sprint, but we said they're a team that have optimally tried this under 20-second take of a site consistently, and it just felt like in the previous matchup, Army West Point, they had their number. This one, Naval Academy are also trying to scramble, and it's leading to Air Force's favor. I love this. The style that we said we wanted to see swapped up has not actually changed. We said, no, we just needed to get in our own rhythm, and they feel better. Yes, it's still very close. Yes, this could be a 7-5 or a 6-6, but I still say Air Force are looking better in this game.
Trying to take away that ult orb grab space, but they did prioritize going and getting one, I think, just so they could set up for a post plant off of maybe a Viper Pit. They do have a lockdown to open it up. It seems that they want to hit A. That'd force them all the way up into rope further, depending on what kind of trades we do see activate here off that door and tree swing. They're also, I mean, there's been 0 space taking or aggression by Navy here on A. They're going to decoy C. Try to see if they can draw out some early rotations. I think this is a well-read play, but you do have one coming up and back. They're sticking to their positions.
Oh, and the positions were not good. Dr. Nuke found one. Dooley was able to find one with the Marshall, of course, but it still leaves it open. Slides is going to find Dooley, and yes, this was a round for the Air Force to kind of take away. Solid play overall, though. This is now going to be the plant, Naval Academy. I mean, there's only so many options you can take, right? Nervy waiting around. They're right above, though.
It's going to be that drop. As you do have quick bot, and then, of course, the showstopper. Oh, everyone disappeared all of a sudden, and then you get shot by in the temple as Dags hit the ground. Hey, Air Force, they ground and pound. Bring that A-10 Warthog and absolutely light up those anti-personnel guns. So, Naval Academy, 5-7, they're going to have their turn to attack. This is a great rebound going into the second series because in case you're fresh into what happened before, it was a 2-0 in terms of maps and a 1-0 for series win of Army over Air Force. That means this is Air Force's last chance to stay competitive. They must win this series or else we're going to see a twofer between both Navy and Army between, I guess, the last series of the day and tomorrow's finals. But Navy, they're going to get a second chance here now.
It's always an option, and I mean, you put yourself on the right foot, and you can actually see all of the last rounds. It was quite rough. It was quite rough. in terms of Naval Academy. They have been fighting tooth and nail for a lot of these, and so I want to see what they can do when they're the ones in the driver's seat. Right now, they get to dictate where they want to go, and they're actually going through the doors. That temple area that gave them such a hard time before, that actually gave Air Force a hard time. Naval Academy are taking it on their own, walking through that harbor wall, saying A side is going to be the direct hit, and they're slow. Air Force are extremely slow to rotate on this.
I didn't think they would just go in there in like 10 seconds.
Yeah, true.
They're like, oh, the door's open? All right, we walk in. I thought J-Slam was honestly going to get pinched to death as that thing swiveled around. He was the last one through. But Air Force...
Just like, I can't make
Air Force here to buy back, though, and they quickly find a bunch of midshipmen that are very, very hurt. And everyone getting traded straight off the map. Slides. Going to put up that high cascade as the Omen does pop through. It's now a 1v2. Make it 1. J-Slam... They've been traded out early in these opening rounds, and now they have to be able to be the one that survives. They turn away, and that one will be a defusal coming in for the Falcons. They're going to be just within enough time to be able to get this one off. 1.5 seconds. I've seen them do less in, some superhero movies, but otherwise. Air Force, yes, spin it! DPI on high. Go, go, go.
They're happy. They're excited. Again, they're a very momentum and mental-based team. They now have a 3-round lead. They've never been in a lead today yet. So the fact that they're up, you can see the confidence coming out of them, right? This has been a phenomenal turnaround, and I love this. I love seeing teams that the fundamentals are there, but they just need that kind of swift kick in the butt. They need that one player that kind of pushes them forward, gives them that huge edge over. And Slides has done just that. 15 frags so far. Yes, that might not seem like a large number, but you need that one player that kind of opens up space for the rest of the team. And Air Force, you can see, currently with a very, very deep hold. No one on A site, just holding long corridor and saying, hey, we know that you're going to try some cheeky stuff here. Give it a whirl. We'll test you out every pull.
Google Slides trying to just hang on to that placement as this dark cover has blinded them, but they're looking at the option of swinging this door open to C, and that's actually a very good bit of discipline to hang on to C side, not press out too far. Mike is very, very hurt. They're going to try and jump step to get themselves a peek to mound. And a little bit of extra damage is being traded. Mike continues to just get even more hurt. Going to have to go over to the infirmary that is in the form of that regrowth via their sky. But look at this one. They've poked and prodded every part of this map except for A. They looked at B, they transferred over to C, and now they're going to just go long to A, but they left a Nervy there to receive them.
Give him a bit of time, and Nervy trying to take pot shots, hits the wall one too many times. That's 3. Make it a 4th if they can.
30 seconds
Just
left.
blind fire. Come on, do it. Oh, damn. There it is. There it is. That's a good snapshot. Get some damage, but each summon returns 6 HP. So Naval Academy made them work for it right there. And Air Force are going to be ready with this 5 stack. It is all 5-on-5. J-Slam laying down a bit of a nano swarm, getting ready for the rest of the team. 15 seconds left, plenty to get the spike down. But this is the big question. Mike O'Hearn, Raisuku light up that kill feed. The Bulldog screaming out.
Raisuku has been that player of consistency for the Air Force, and a Nervy is just going to use a classic strategy of gunning them down from behind. So retake, again, number 2 for the Air Force. That means Naval Academy is going to be looking into their gun round, their buy-up round, and they better be finding some advantage here, or else Air Force will be seeing 10 for the first time today. In the first couple of maps, they were only able to grab 11 at best. I think it was 7 in their second map. To get hit 10, that's going to be... this is momentum really being built. Success, you know, that the Falcons really, really needed after that initial loss.
Yep. They need this victory. They want it so badly, and I mean, same thing for Naval Academy, though. If they lose this one, I mean, it's going to be rough, right? Army West Point feels so strong, and so this is also one that they drastically need to win. So there's so many different kind of viewpoints to go into this matchup. For right now, though, Hoax, again, they've been hitting on the C site, just looking for open frags, and at least on the other time, they were taken out multiple times, and so now on the attack, they're trying to find one of their own. Door opening up, saying, hey, maybe someone's here. Just trying to put a little bit of a sound cue down, and Naval Academy saying, we'll take it slow. We'll take it very, very slow and nervy, just with the Sheriff saying, give me a reason. Give me an opportunity. Oh, soft link out. All right, doesn't want to take it. Oh, missed him again.
Doing a bit of a dually, impersonation. And really, Again, both these teams not trying to take up too much space. They left this one as default, looking for picks, but this is going to be full 5v5 into the waning 45 seconds. Talk screen goes down, and so does Dags. As soon as the screen drops, so does their skull. So that Spike is now in a treacherous position in mid. It looks like they've taken up way more space here on A, but Nervy is waiting in tree for the numbers to come up. That brick has not been broken. The lockdown is now going to try and open up this site hold, and Nervy has to make a decision. Do they run away? How many of these will they be able to make? The guiding light just isn't there. They do get rid of J-Slam. They're looking for safety. But they will be locked down on this back end.
But it's only one. That's all they really need is just only one person locked down. This is going to be Hoax getting the plant, but Chops is making it known. Slides is able to fire back, but Hoax wants to round it out. 1v2, you look away from the wrong direction. And that's going to be a walk from behind. Solid pickup by Nervy after locking down that Killjoy. It is a 2K right there. They're going to give the extra orb over to the sky. And that'll be Air Force to push to 10 rounds. What a changeup from the earlier part of the day.
Oh, very much so. They took a little bit of an extra break to get themselves in a better headspace, really get themselves efficiently working. They've taken the last 5. Their work right now has been streaky, but it's been able to give them a 66%, 0.7 if you want to round up, percent wins on our rounds thus far. And Navy, they're kind of stuck in this cycle of suffering, especially because look at their buy-in to can't quite make it. I believe that one is going to be a Spectre. Yes, okay. So they're looking at majority rifles, not quite full guns, but this is going to be the midshipmen. They have to fight back. They have to find some level of success here, or else Air Force could be able to just kind of sit cozy. Caps locks is for cruise control and cool guys, and so far Air Force have been keyboard warriors, have been making it look great.
All about getting those moments, all about getting those singular fights off, and it looks like a hard stack actually coming out of Naval Academy. They don't really have a choice, but I think they're going to try and round it out again. It's one of those moments where I'd say, go ham, go crazy, have some fun with it. That's going to be a great blind. That's going to take out Raisuku, who has to back away. Rest of the team coming in. But Dag shot out of the air. Mike O'Hearn was ready for it. Another little wall goes up just to slow it down. But the call of the rotate, Air Force, bringing in some backup that Naval Academy might not be ready for.
They commit to some of these fights in open space, especially off of these links, and then they never really send the multiple numbers. They're trying to get that first pick off their duelist. That's what you do to be able to open up space, but then they kind of wait. Now, they are playing slightly more cerebral. They hit that door just to see if they do take that rotation in, but the Seekers go in just to be able to find them. They will be hanging out from behind that door, and the Seekers will eventually be the place that they die. But now we go right back in. The Observer is getting a lot of practice flying over CSUN. I'm telling you, the Viper's pit will go forward. So will the Spike plant. No, that's actually going to be Jumps that's taken out by Slides.
Beautiful shot by Raisuku on this lower side and sound down to a 3v3. They got to get that spike down, though. That was their big linchpin. And it's opening up even more opportunities. Google slides right into that kill. It's down to a 1v3. What a blunder. Naval Academy waiting just too long, and Air Force take control.
Carpet bombing them after they see some Agent Green with that Viper's pit going down. They just take them. Slides 20 and 10, 2.0 KD right now, and just full control. That one was a nice refake to try and come back onto site, but after the Seekers were expended, that's what you use that ult for. It is sometimes so elusive, the best time to be able to use that Sky Ultimate, but it's, all right, where did they go? Where do they actually want to end up? And they recognize because the Seekers did not identify them from the door swing, they didn't move through mid. Where were they sticking? They're probably sticking to site C. So now you're getting to a light buy. Hoax already drops. It's getting bad to worse for Navy at the end of this first map.
You know what? Honestly, in this game on Hoax is just like, bruh, I hit a Colat, I'm good. That's what you're saying. Like, I got my highlight reel kind of thing. But you're right. Hoax is now, after that round, after that initial start, has had a rough time, has not really been able to stack up any sort of advantages, has not been able to hold their own ground. And that's quite rough. Mike O'Hearn has been solid on this defensive side so far. And the rest of Naval Academy, they're kind of scattered around. We haven't seen really decisiveness. It's once again falling into that same pit that Air Force were in the first series of the day. They're testing limits, and then the clock winds down, and they're like, oh, crap, we actually have to go. So we'll see what they can do here. This is going to be 4 stack into this B site. Wandering through main. course, Google Slide just sprays, hits one. Raisuku follows up with a Nano Swarm, and it's a great collapse onto Naval Academy.
They try to crash the King's Gate, but that Rampart is standing tall, strong, and firm into a 5v1. Oh, hey, great pop flash. That one, you're going to get made fun of just a little bit, but when it comes out as a flawless, those are results, and that's what the commander wants to see. 5-12, Air Force. Let's see what this next buy is. I believe that we have enough for a final gun round if it ends up being the last. Naval Academy, they need this as a wake-up call. Much like the Air Force, they're having to find their footing into competitive speed. Triple-double by Slides right now, 22, 10, and 12. I know the 10, or 10 and 10, rather, but I know that mid-10 is not what they want. Still, triple-dub sounds cool, too.
Oh, man, it is crazy to see that. We still want to see that, the 30 bombs and all that fun stuff, but Slides has been phenomenal. Again, the increase in the impressive rebound that Air Force have shown here, it makes me very, very excited because, again, as a mental dip, they are now bringing that into this series, and Naval Academy are the ones on that back foot. They're wondering, how the heck do we play this? I love this juggle here. It's something that a lot of teams have started picking up, you know, carrying weapons around and around the map, make sure it's not handed over to the opponent. It's gonna be heal though. Hoax trying to. There we go. All right, so Joss was like, "Bruh, get over here, please, before this is wasted." That's gonna be a nice little heal up, topped off to the extreme. And now Naval Academy, they're waiting. They know they have to play this one exactly well. They need this first blood, but no one's showing.
Nervy and Duke playing a great combination together. This is going to come down to timer. 45 seconds. They're going to think, or actually to the 40-second mark, they're probably going to start pressing up. Oh, but just re-ADSing onto that op. Slides will be dropped. So now that opens up an opportunity. They do put out the Cascade. The Seekers get pushed in, but they have to fully commit, and they have to find value to this. Pathfinder will be called out that they did at least get one stunned up, and so the updraft. And Nervy's going to take the high ground, and it's going to be Navy that takes the low. The only other option they have in this 20-second span is to go back to B, but it's a full A rush. They are dropping the numbers of the Air Force, and this is looking a little bit better, but the lockdown now comes out for the retake. The Odin will be put to the ground. Gods do fall.
What a change up here, but Nervy wants to make it happen. Knives are out, sees a few, throws them out, doesn't find any purchase. And now gets back to safety inside those walls. They're going to go on the hunt. They have a little bit of extra time to work with, but it's so dangerous. 1v3. Going ahead, pinching out a little bit of that util, just saying, hey, I know something's here. Don't really have a choice. And that's going to be the swing right there. There it is. All util is gone, but the timers are ticking down. And Nervy getting with the 3K. And the bait. That's going to be a jiggle. Look at that satchel just throwing him out. And J Slam says, you are done. A team ace to hold. And a little bit of a dance because Naval Academy just wiped a single chance for Air Force. It's still map point, but Naval Academy are still alive.
And every time the Academy is going to be doing that, it is going to be expensive. Because, especially if they don't have as many of their players at the very end buying into it. You do have another rifle round. They do have a couple of light shields. They're going to be able to open up things again with the lockdown. Maybe even flip this map around with from the shadows. But opposite of that, you have the Reckoning and Viper's Pit. If that spike drops into a bad situation, you bet your bottom dollar that Viper's Pit is going down on top of it, and it's going to be nigh impossible for the Navy to get back to it. So they better be putting that in safe hands. But they actually just expended here on C, taking away one of their favorite spots to go to.
It is going to be, as you said, just not available, at least for the next about a minute or so. Jops is waiting. I love this. Jops is like, let me in. I want to go in. Dad. I want inside. Or maybe it's mom. I don't know. Viper's the one holding the door shut. So that's going to be a lockdown called in, though. It is a cry to go ahead and look to rotate out. They need to use their time wisely. The attacker lockdown will be ending here shortly. They open up space on this B site, and now they're going to peg off the other sides and openings. And that's Raisuku. What a kill. That's a double kill with the Nano Swarm, something that you don't see very often. Raisuku's going to follow through. Looking for a 3K. Yes, you do. Dags going to find one with the showstopper, but follow up behind. Mike O'Hearn clutches up, and it's a 4K for Raisuku to make it 13-6.
It is just the Air Force dictating the pace of play and success rates as they take over Lotus. So job well done to the Falcons. They bounced back from dropping 2 maps to gaining their first one on the day. Orbital, this looks like a revitalized Air Force group that's able to really find that pace of their competitive edge, honestly, against the midshipmen. But this is also the midshipmen for Naval Academy's first stint on the day. So, I mean, it looks like they've got some ideas. They just have to be able to be, just much of the Air Force learned, less anxious about their engagements and just be able to execute.
Yeah, it's all coming down to the confidence level of the teams. I think both these teams do feel a little bit more confidence heavy. When Hoax made that big play, you saw it, an immediate shift in the face of Naval Academy. They felt like they could go forward, and then they were immediately fought against, right? It started to come out. Air Force started to fight back, and it's the highs and lows. It's a big question mark, and I feel like both teams have kind of figured out the ideas that want to be run. Those seaside hits were huge on Lotus, and both teams were trying to empty their way through, but Air Force are walking into this with their heads held high. They feel confident after that first game. They feel like they're on the ball now. And going into game 2, it's Naval Academy that have to break that cycle. They have to sit down and go, how are we going to focus on this? We have to be reading Air Force a little bit better than what was going on in game 1.
Well, we're going to take a game break between maps 1 and 2. Can the Naval Academy be able to bounce back, or can the Falcons be able to 2-0 sweep into their second and last series of the day? We'll get to find out after this short break. Be back with us in just a little bit.
As Doc said about Dan, what are the people prioritizing, and do that? And how do they enjoy their life? What would they find meaningful? Do that. And then do everything else, because the financials and everything else, the planning and all that matters too. And that's why we have a talent problem in Scholastic Esports. But I will wrap up and say, for the national level, Dan's completely right on narrative. But I'm not worried about that, because the only thing we need to build community nationwide is just time.
Mhm.
We are 2 generations away from critical mass. And all it takes is that the current generation of students to grow up, get in the professional workforce, and have kids and raise them on the things that they were fans of. It's how baseball grew. It's how basketball grew. It's how rugby and all those other sports grow and sustain.
Cornhole grew.
But in all seriousness, all we need is time. All we need to do is ensure that our products get better, our opportunities become more authentic, accessibility remains open, and monetization remains enough to us to continue to what we're doing and grow.
Hi, everyone. My name is Heather Garozzo, also known as Sapphire. I'm so excited to join you here today. This is an initiative that means a lot to me. I've been involved in esports now for a little more than I want to admit, but about 20 years in many different facets. And when I started, I was often the only woman in the room. There were no women competitions. There were no other women on co-ed teams or women's teams. And that obviously has changed drastically over the most recent couple of years. Initiatives like this are so meaningful to getting more women involved and giving them a stepping stone to join those tier 1 leagues, to join co-ed teams, mixed teams, and hopefully become the best in the world. So I came to join today to just tell you a little bit about my journey, hopefully inspire you, whether you want to go down the path of being a professional gamer or a content creator, or you want to work in the industry. There's so many different options, and I wanted to share a little bit about my story with you. So first off, I'm actually at Valorant Champions in Istanbul right now. The match is happening like just behind the door from me, so you might even hear some of the crowd noise going hype. The crowd is obviously cheering for Fnatic. Actually, I just heard a loud cheer right now, so something epic might have just happened. But so apologies if you hear that background noise, but it's all part of the vibe. It's all part of just being in esports, living and breathing esports. My journey actually started just as a player. I was a multi-sport varsity athlete in high school, tore my MCL, was out on an injury, and then I found esports. My brother would have his friends over and I didn't want my brother to be better than me at anything, and I just started playing. And this was actually Counter-Strike. Valorant wasn't out at the time, of course. And turns out that I was pretty decent at it, and so started playing more and more and more. Found some teammates, traveled down to the CPL, which is like the top tournament at the time. Thought after winning a bunch of tournaments in the Milwaukee area that we would come in and do really well. Turns out we were terrible, and we finished dead last. Lost to a Finnish team that was one of the best in the world. But it only motivated me to be a better player. So I kept competing. Eventually, I made it on to some of the top teams. Both I was in co-ed teams, played in ESEA Invite.
Welcome back, everyone. After our short break, it is the Air Force that is up 1-0 over the Navy here for today's CECC Service Academy qualifier. And of course, this is brought to you at our second map of our second series of the day by a couple of things. First off, it is sponsored by the absolute awesomeness of ZipChair and DreamSeed. The CECC Service Academy qualifier is brought to you by them as the official gaming chair for the CECC. I know that you guys are in the military or at least going to be there after the academy, so get used to all the acronyms. But head over to zipchair.com and elevate your gaming chair today because obviously, hey, Chair Force, they've maybe got a couple over there already. Also, this is brought to you by all the awesome guys that are you in the academies. You're going to be leaders of all the enlisted folk. I did 9 prior active duty service years in Air Force. And of course, you guys are the leaders. You're going to be a butter bar, a lieutenant, a captain eventually if you pass all your tests. So make sure that you take your academics seriously. I know you guys are already doing a lot of great work. So thank you for all the service you do to our country and also as well you're going to provide for all the servicemen that will be following you. So that's a lot of great things that these guys are doing for their futures as well as going through all their academic work. You guys are going through college and all the military. Like, come on, that is like hardcore at your ages. So shout outs to you for being great performers today in esports and otherwise. But we do get to map number 2, which could be our biggest split decision of the day, whether Air Force sticks around this competition or not.
It's a scary one, right? You're taking a look down the line, and so far we've already seen the Navy play and seen Air Force, like you said. They feel confident. That was a round that was resounding is the best way I can put it. It was a 13-6, 13-7. And for the squad, when you take a look at it, it's a team that will carry the momentum forward. I think this game is once again going to go down to which player is going to pop off, which player is going to start showing up here. Slides, Mike O'Hearn and Nervy, all these players had specific moments where they just outshined everyone. It feels like they just ran up. They were like, hey, we got to make a play. Let's make a play. We made a play. Good. Do it again next round. Just over and over and over again. In Naval Academy, they just weren't sure what to do. It wasn't a fundamental macro difference. It was just different members of Air Force kept them from executing. And so for Naval, I want to see a little bit more coordination. I like the composition that's coming out here. J-Slam going with that Sage. And that one should be following around Dags pretty closely. I want to see Dags also get up there with the Rays, but only time will tell, as Naval are once again going to be looking at that attack side, or they were defensive last time, so on the attack this time to start.
I do like the interesting change up between controllers into this one. If you have your double sentinel, that plays really well, especially if you're starting from a defensive sided position. We do have your key sages. Sage pretty much never goes away. They left the meta for this like once, and you know that was very short lived. So you're gonna have your sages on both sides. Dr. Nuke, who's chilling on the Killjoy, which can find some difficulty for these lockdowns, and that's why it's interesting to see more of an aggressive initiator push in opposite. We have 3 separate initiators coming into this matchup. You have the Sky that's still hanging out on the side of the Air Force, who is for the first time today starting defense. Opposite of them, they're going to have a Fade and a Breach that are going to be very, very loud. That is like the loudest couple of initiators you're going to have in the whole game, and they're together.
Yeah, it's the couple at 3 a.m. upstairs, like above you in the apartments. It's just like they are 3 a.m. rocking those heavy boots. They're rolling bowling balls and everything. They're gonna be making an entrance flashy, and I love it.
Mm-hmm.
So I am not a fan of sneaking around. As much as I like to have a good lurk play, I'm terrible at it. So I like to just storm through the gates as quickly as possible. Just we're going at it right now. So eyes are open here. Again, we are looking at the second series on the day, and if Air Force win this one, it is going to be up to Naval Academy with their own fate, and that I could not ask for more, right? Naval Academy, if they lose this one, you're going up against Army West Point, and you're going, crap. To stay in this one, we have to win. It also has to be a mini reverse sweep. Air Force are sitting there with 1-0, so what will happen? Only time will tell. Naval Academy setting up inside a garage here. B-side looks to be the opening.
Do like Astra into this map because of how much you can position your star wells. They use it a little bit early off of the Nebula, the quick teleport with Jops, and they're actually going to come in through, and they're going to try and get some big value. They get a big trade. Dooley does the same thing as Enervia is dropped from heaven. So opposite behind, as you have Slides just behind this wall, and they're going to get just completely given away by the Boombot. Uncool Boombot just screaming at them. Look, I thought we were cool bros, but you do recognize how many are just hanging out in that corner. And now they're healing off of one another. So much regrowth, so many. Just, hey, give each other those heals. That's why you both exist. And now both those healers going to go into combat, be a combat medic. You have 2 in the right side corner and 2 in the opposite side garage, but both will hit the ground. Pretty sure that's against the Geneva Convention. You're not supposed to hit medics on the open battlefield.
Listen, if they fire back, I mean, we don't got a choice here. By the way, that was another collab. That was another collab that just, yes, we saw it from the other angle, though. So it was like, you saw the bullet, it went through your head, and then it hit the guy behind you. So it's collabs all day, and it's very fitting that this time it's not Hoax. It's Dags to pull it off, so I like it. Naval Academy starting off strong, though, with a full wipe and only 1 kill granted to the side of the Air Force squad. But of course, more time will tell. Spectres and Lights versus Air Force, complete save on the mark.
Look at this 4-1 split. You have your Omen opposite side onto A. And this is what's cool about split to that iterance, is being able to take advantage of some of these rotations if you get too cheeky. We've seen both these teams not advance and take space. Opposite completely of what Army was so confident in doing. Aftershock trying to clear the likes of Mailroom. You're going to have the Haunt that's trying to clear out along top side of mid. And now they're just going straight into it. You get the Prowler that doesn't get rid of anything. They're just throwing so much util in this dump, but they're actually just going to run it over into ropes.
I mean, I kind of like it, right? Just kind of sprint wherever your heart takes you. I feel like they're flipping a coin every time they do, and just like, all right, we'll go this way. We'll go this way. It's an entertaining one, but straight through that vent and peeking out on the side, Jay Slam might have the opportunity, but Dags on the far side takes out 1 healer. Slides will be sliding into their own doom. Take a look here around the corner. Raisuku was ready with a great classic headshot, and Jay Slam bites right back. Jay Slam saying, slam down this heaven side. Boombot not going to be able to finish it off, but it is going to be Air Force with 1 member alive. Naval Academy have done extremely well to navigate the second round without losing too many members.
A little damage into Dags, but Dags walks away with a 3K. And so far, Naval Academy enjoying getting the starting aggressive position of attack. Their previous attack, Lotus, is a weird, just a weird map overall to still kind of suss out, especially just being the newest. It's not too interesting in terms of on-site position. It's more about that kind of mid-layer, just getting to it. It feels like such a far travel going on Lotus. When it comes to Split, this is literally a rat race. Just a little maze to try and have to navigate through. We didn't have 2 stars out in mid because they've recognized how often Naval Academy wants to try and take over this mid position.
I like that call. Just really keeping eyes there, and that's going to, you know, it's going to slow him down a little bit, but Jop said, hey, I'm not over there. I'm over here. Locks out Raisuku, so no healing from that Sky for right now. Jay Slam getting ready to fire forward. That wall in the slow does bait them for a little bit, so you can see all these lasers just showing off. Slides was able to find it, and Nervy follows up, and Hoax is down. Out with the Boombot, though, but you're caught with your pants down. That feels so bad. Util in hand, and Nervy falls. And Dooley is ready to have it. Slides with only a Sheriff. He's trying to hold him off in this top side, but ain't no way you can hold down B Heaven with just that little equipment. Or maybe you can. Call over rotate back from Heaven to Heaven. Dr. Nuke is going to try and spray him down.
Oh, the paint shell is going to come out to force Dr. Nuke off position and at least off of that crossfire. So, interesting parallel run on this as well. You have the wall that it's going to get expended. They're going to be able to get this plant off. This is very slow for the Air Force, and this is a bonus round for the midshipmen. They're looking to take advantage of this, and they should be able to have a great advantage. They're just holding this crossfire. Gonna have one short of heaven. Jops is just waiting to ruin anyone that wants to get cheeky and come back into heaven above them. This is a huge disadvantage for the Falcons. They have not been able to keep pace and track of where Navy is going, and Jops is the one that's been able to ruin them on these lurks.
And they see the gun as well. J-Slam was ready for its 3 in a row from Naval Academy. Very, very well done. That one was systematic, and it almost feels like Naval Academy, for their credit, is also looking like a fresh new team that was methodical. And for the Air Force, the Falcons were all turned topsy-turvy. They ran into a tornado, water spout, if you will. And now with bare guns in hand, this one's going to be tough. You can see it's a smosh podge. You have a Stinger, Bulldog, a Marshall, and Spectre, and then Mike O'Hearn just running with that same old classic. This one's going to be rough as Naval Academy look to push to a 4-0.
This eco looks much like a Air Force holiday potluck, where one side is for the officers and the other side is for the enlisted, and that is just basically chicken nuggets from Chick-fil-A. So it's a nice little snack, but it's just not enough to really kind of bite back. Naval Academy, they have been making sure to take over mid over and over again to give themselves that thorough amount of options. The fault line will come out just to clear out at least those tighter corners. If there's anyone hanging out in mailroom, they did use the boombot to get the Prowler. Is going to be screaming at no one because it does hit the nether, and that's going to be Nervy. That's able to find 2. Slides will be able to get another one. Hearn is dropped. Now this becomes a 3v2 because Jops continues to find good picks.
No matter what, that's considered a win for the Air Force squad. They were not slated to win this round at all, and they're able to grab 3. And now the rocket jumps in, and Nervy, though, you ran in without your teammates. That's going to be a shot. Dr. Nuke was able to trade it out, and now with the wall up, you just got to bide your time. Spike is down, but out goes Jops. Where'd the teleport go? The Trailblazer will sniff him out, so they do know it's in garage, and they got to swing together. Don't line up. Don't line up exactly. They turn around, but Jops is able to get a 3K, down to 9 HP. You just need half. Dr. Nuke is going to play off that half timer. And now going to look. Peek. A little bit of a jiggle. And they're fine. They're fine. Jops is not going to even try it. And that's a thrifty round victory. I like that. The little cheeky TP. Am I going to get it? Yeah. Oh. But well done by the Air Force. They knew they had low equipment, so they ran it hard.
The good news for Jops is that they've been able to get a lot of kills successfully. They have 6 inside this first 4. And that from the shadows is more of your back pocket play. And so you use it from the shadows at the very end, thinking that maybe they haven't stuck the defuse. But holding them strong, that was a great return to form by the Air Force. That really does get themselves in a better position. They were able to pick up some guns, take it to Naval Academy, and Navy is now at least looking like, okay, we cannot overrun mid all the time. This wall has also been recouped into a different position. I like that they've adjusted it because those bricks are being broken so early. They got to change it up.
I will say, though, for their benefit, you run a play until it doesn't work, and I can agree with that. You just ran it into the ground. Finally, Air Force were able to find one, and granted, I would say the play is not broken yet. You could still give it a shot, right? Like, that's not out of the realm of possibilities. But for right now, it is a call of, okay, let's try something else. A possible ramp and main play over on A site is going to be the challenge, but that is going to be a great roll. Nanoswarm pop slows them all down. Air Force, though, getting peppered through the smoke. And Dooley is down to 1 HP, so returning fire was a pain. Slides, though, and a Nervy find 1 apiece. Dags find Slides. It's down to a 4v3 as Hoax gets the plant.
Dooley didn't clear screens. They turned screens, but they didn't clear that corner. That is going to be a Nervy that does get dropped after they were trying to be regrowth, and still with 1 HP. Dooley's still there. They're going to be body checked by this push. Dr. Nuke is making the better turn. You're going to be looking around. That is cleared out from heaven. The haunt is there, and they do recognize and tag Dr. Nuke around this pillar. All of 1 remaining. Dags is going to be able to find 1, but they just run out of bullets. So even though they get 3K, the defuse is going to come in again for the Falcons. So Air Force, they're finding some momentum. Naval Academy, they tried changing it up. I honestly feel like they ran away from mid too soon. They were going with success after they break bricks. Once they didn't see that, they kind of gave up on that position.
They did, and again, they might have had that same feeling of, okay, we tried this one too many times, we're going to get found out. And I don't hate that A-side push. It was maybe an opportunity to take Heaven a little bit faster, but the quick plant allowed Air Force to get a very nice pinch. You saw the possible roundabout. Naval Academy were just not ready for the retake defense. So maybe this time, a little bit more foundational play. Set up the play for yourselves. This one's going to be a big round. It is going to be a guns on all sides for the teams, and this one I think is going to play out in a very different direction. A current 4-1 stack over towards B main. Will answer the call, Mike O'Hearn. Not exactly the one that you would normally see hold down a side on their own. Here's the call. So wall goes up, and it's going to be a chase. Naval Academy playing this one fast and loose.
Showstopper's out. They're going to try and get rid of one, but before they can even hit the go button on the rocket, they are gone. Slides finds another. A Nervy. That absolute destructive combination. It's ice and explosives, and it's skulls with holes in them. So, man, that one was done in a snap. Absolute dominance by the Air Force into that gun round. And for those of you that may be, a little bit new to Valorant, gun round means when ARs, the power weapons, are on both sides. So, Air Force, hey, they're able to at least get a little bit of extra bank in there. And that one was just a great hold by Slides and a Nervy. They see him open into that wall, and they just take shots from the rafters.
They're happy about shooting almost like ducks in water, right? Or ducks in a barrel. What is it? Fish in a barrel?
Fish in a barrel.
Fish in a barrel.
Ducks in
That
water.
One. Listen. I'm losing it. Okay, I'm losing it. Orby's off the rockers here. He went into space a while ago, but it did feel like they expected that level of play. There is every so often Naval Academy will try this kind of bull rush, this breakthrough straight through the front door. And it's a good idea. Again, just play these plays, see what works, see what doesn't. You have plenty of game left. 3-3 is not the worst score in the world. Ooh. What is a problem is when Raisuku and Squad are able to lay down this suppressive fire on Heaven's side. And you can't do much more with it. Raisuku saying, hey, couple shots this way. I only heard one gun, but you should expect at least two. And that's going to be a little bit of a blind. Look at that. A little bit of a chip out as Raisuku is forced out, still tagged on the back end.
Love use of that aftershock, clearing those corners to be able to just get you off point. Oh, and you're exposed to too much elbow. The Aussie will be dropped, but Slides, trades, pokes, Nuke holding from this corner, but Dags makes the best of a Spectre situation. They're going to be able to get this plant off for Naval Academy into this 3v3. Slam is getting a self-heal, and they may actually plus up with some personnel if they can get a res, but actually both their dropped companions are all the way in heaven. Opposite of that, they're actually going to play for the plus up of 4v3 against Naval Academy for this retake.
Well, time to see what they can do. The blind goes out, and look at Slides. Slides on a perfect flank angle is going to run around. There's a lot of noise, and the flank works. Chops, last one standing, but it worked its magic. Mike O'Hearn finishes it off, and Air Force with a tactical blitz on them. Beautiful job to take the lead.
At last attempt, it was a great flank, but they were pretty much doing exactly what I do in Call of Duty and just a side-to-side spray, like ducks in water. Just being able to just put them.
All right, listen. I don't need that, okay?
Oh man.
Can I report? Can I report Hail Monkey Man like through Valorant? Through that? Can I just like report you without
straight
actually
to riot
going
with me? Straight to jail. Air Force though, they take this one back after dropping 0-3. That's 4 in a row. This feels like a mirror, maybe a one better in favor for the Academy or for the Naval Academy. They're both academies, but much the way that Air Force was having to deal with Map 1 against Army and Naval Academy, they're in a rough position right now. They've been able to force these fights. But Air Force has really found a position of calm and delaying that wall. Now that you don't have the numbers, the brick still drops. But just seeing if anyone's going to go out there and at least challenge for mid again.
I think they're always willing to. Naval Academy are always willing to, but they're a lot more cautious about how quickly they're going to push. Because of this right there. Slides saying, hey, you can't do it as quickly as you would like. And again, at this point, it should be identified. Naval Academy should say, okay, the Killjoy util is going to be over on A site. We can't rush it just willy-nilly. We're going to keep trying this B site. Mike O'Hearn is going to be holding it down. And, I mean, this is the right call. That's going to be a quick start to block out Vision. And they're locked into this garage point. Very, very well done. Naval Academy, I think, are just going to have to bite the bullet once again. They have not found as much information as they would like. They're going to call for the rotate, backing their way all the way around with 30 seconds left.
Yeah, that's a long way. And I would caution them for using ultimates. That may be the only way they're going to be able to do that one for free, and they don't have a Rolling Thunder anymore, so the Nightfall is the last one they have, and they may have to do that to be able to get around this util. 15 seconds left. At this point, you're basically saying it's a full team save. J-Slam, no, they're not going to beat anyone because they're just going to hang out in ropes. Raisuka with the blind, that's a vulnerability, and dropped. Dags is out of there. Becomes a 2v5. Dooley is stuck between a rock, a hard place, and a bullet to the face, and that's going to be no more for Jops to be able to help out. It took too long for the Naval Academy to figure out where they want to go.
That one feels a little bit bad, but Air Force know all about it. They're the team that pretty much rocks on the low timer, and Naval Academy just got stopped at the door. That is the possible issue that you run into if you're going to play that timer. You better be ready for some stalwart defenses. And Air Force played it just right. Yes, that was a little bit of a save. Yes, there was not much econ to work with this time around, though. You do have the Resurrection, you do have the Nightfall, you do have that Rolling Thunder. All ultis perfectly made to enter into sight, which is why you can see the full stack here. But Dr. Nuke said, Hoax, you are down. No Rolling Thunder this time.
That's not one that you want to give up either, because the Nightfall and the Rolling Thunder are so oppressive. I mean, first off, you get blind, you get half your health taken, and then you just get ultimately oppressed. They are prioritizing making sure Hoax is in the field because they want to double up, use that wombo combo to get through this util space. The Sentinel will drop. Sly's going to try and slow things going over from a ramp. If they get double swung, you do get the Rolling Thunder, trying to keep it slow. You're not going to have a fresh run, so it's a Rolling Thunder.
Slides.
Maybe a happenstance blunder, and that's another one, Tim. They can be able to get the swing. Yes, they do. So everyone that's up in heaven will fall, and now the showstopper's there. Jobs is trying to just swing himself straight into the hierarchy, but they are left in a 1v1. I didn't know that all these bodies had dropped and hit the floor, and now it's up to how you can read the rotation or maybe the fake that happens.
I feel it's also kind of funny that Killjoy is here to kill the joy of Naval Academy in this situation, but not without precedence. Fade fading away from that A site. Full rotate over. Plenty of time to get the plant off. Oh, that feels so bad. It was a 50-50 chance on whether you get information or not. I can't even fault that. You're playing off the time. You knew you had to do something. But the ulti is now wasted. It gave enough time for Dr. Nuke to rotate over. The Doctor's in the house. And now there's going to be some pain brought down. See the other shots go out. And it's textbook by Dr. Nuke. I mean, Dooley, hats off for trying that. Like, huge hats off.
Shout out to our observer as well for giving us a full spread display of the carnage that happened. I think that it was 8 people went to ramp and died. Just all the way up in topside A. So, hey, you know what? It's an express lane to getting the 9th round out of the way for us, and a lot of ultimates. Every single one of them that was there. You had the Revive, you had the Nightfall, you had the Showstopper, you had the Rolling Thunder, all of them gone. Just, whew, out. Hey, way to clear out a bank account in a hurry, just making that happen. So, Air Force, they are looking to be in a great position going into our 10th round.
Of course, this is also a save round, right? There's a hero rifle on Naval Academy's side, but this one should also be a shoe-in. Air Force have looked better and better, and I will say it to my last breath, they are a mental team. Their highs go up, and they play as such, and this will continue for the foreseeable future until Naval Academy tries something a bit spicy with the spike down as well. There's no real energy for the rest of the squad to pull through, and Dr. Nuke says, yeah, this is your problem. The crossfire is set up perfectly in mid, and they tried it once again. Remember, Naval Academy tried to run it up. It just didn't work. Chops, though, with the Bulldog is able to get one more, puts it at 3 members alive for Air Force as they move to 7-3.
The downvote. Well, hey, but that was one that Air Force, like you said, was set to win. We're going to have an operator at least floated. They have so much extra cash in the bank, it might as well be federal funding going to this division of the Air Force, and they're looking to be pretty good for it. So, slides, I don't know if they're going to stick with that. Nah, they're not. Okay, hard flex, not going to do it. But all these ultimates online, they got Seekers, they got the Cosmic Divide. We haven't even needed that to activate for the Falcons right now. Naval Academy looking to spread this out. They're not hitting mid this time. This is finally a wrinkle. They're spreading out to this kind of very left and right side default.
Of course, that spread has put Mike O'Hearn in a little bit dangerous. Tried to remember, they were holding Raptors for so long. That angle was theirs to hold. And that's going to be a problem, but Google Slide said not today. Took out our main holder, but the secondary is here to stay. And that's a 1-for-1. Now the rest of Naval Academy saying, where do we go? Mid is free and open, but Dr. Nuke might be ready for it. The information was given, hey, that Sage is out of position. The crossfire isn't there, but Nervy said it. Now Dr. Nuke said, Dooley, you ain't looking the right way.
I was thinking that we might get an eco. Yes, we're going to get an eco revive. It's going to be a 5v2. Uh-oh. They do come up as bait. All right, well, hey, you know, they will be traded away. Jops finds Nuke. This 5-2 becomes 3-2 pretty handily with time on the clock. The spike is leaned into B. The Astra still exists, and that means sightlines are stolen. Dags is trying to test it, but you do have to execute. It looks like that they may be playing for a call to move over if there's an over-rotation because... Actually, no, they don't even have the From the Shadows. I was hoping that maybe that was the play out. Dags has to hope and pray that no one's here. Oh, they're able to get rid of Michael Hearn. So, it'll be time. They're going to be able to get this. Does Job C off of this box swing? They actually keep you away just for the fake. Oh!
That was so good. I love that play. Jobs knew someone was around the corner, knew they had to bait it out. And that is a way to get a resounding answer. What a way for Naval Academy to start fighting back. It's a 1v2, though. Raisuke has made plays before. It's an opportunity. That's a paint shell out, and that's going to be a shot number 1. Oh, no. No. You swing the other way. Jops saying, hey, I know you're there. That's going to be a blind, and you don't have the gun out in time. Jops. Oh, Jops with the 3K. Keeps Naval Academy close.
All right. Midshipmen, they got a chance to make this into a 7-5. A much better venture, I must say, than they've been looking at down the end of the barrel. 3 rounds in the beginning. And then the last 7 have gone to the Air Force Falcons. But, you know, the last couple could be able to really drive up some momentum here into our first half, which could be our last map of the day if the Air Force Academy is able to get this one in their back pocket, or at least last one for the Air Force Academy, as they would go 1-1 if they were to win this map. But now we're looking to a simple kind of 1 mid, call it a 0-1-4 if you want, for no one on B main. They again will have Jops clearing a brick just to keep that one honest. And that spike continues to be transverse through sewer. I don't know where they want to really kind of hit this. They've definitely been playing away from a lot of that Killjoy utility.
The fact that the Air Force have also not rotated that util out does worry me a little bit, right? I'm always a fan of kind of keeping people guessing, especially if you have the likes of some of these other agents. You like to kind of swing out. You like to keep them guessing. Oh, are you going to run into that turret on B or A or mid? So many other questions available. But for the Air Force, they're saying, no, just keep it simple. Keep it the same. We're not too worried there. Raisuke hiding in wait and finds a glancing Dags. Dags absolutely not ready for that one. And it's a wash of kills. 3 for 1, leaving Naval Academy with 2 only.
Freeze of the blast pack to be able to make open space. They spray down. Now it becomes a 3v1. Jops with 8 HP in a dream right outside ropes. Take him for the top rope. And that's going to be an A4 ender for Air Force here in our first half. They're in a great position. Now, let it be known, I'm not exactly sure on the finite nature of the tiebreakers, but I've got to guess it's going to come down to 2 things. Your series record, as well as your map record, and then going into round record. Navy, if they were to lose this one, they have to beat Army. And they have to beat it in a sweep if Air Force also sweeps them. Then we're left in who has the better round differential.
That's a scary one to be in as well. So far, it really I want to say it has been, for the most part, Army West Point, of course, but Naval Academy, they've done a little bit better than Air Force did in the first series, right? They did do a tiny bit better, but it's all down to this. Right now, Air Force are looking like they're in control. Pistols will be opening up some opportunities. And Nervy, oh, did you see the gun?
I did.
I think you see the gun, but no! The opponent sent in Jobs gets a freebie! And you know what? You'll take that. The Ghost Ring Supreme. As that's a kill for a kill. Dr. Nuke finding Dooley. And that's going to be big for Air Force as they take over A-Site.
Trying to decide if they want to plant an open column or closed column. They decided open so they can play from behind it. But look at this aggressive position. J-Slam has to come up into this, but Dags is able to make that clear. Good job to get rid of Raisuku. So Naval Academy still have a chance. They're going to use that Aftershock to clear out low side heaven. Dags is going to use the paint shells, but where do they want to put it? Where the numbers are. Why not? Chip damage forces them away, at least out of that tower. Slides to clear out Hoax. They have a little bit of extra, but it's off of the crossfire, and they cannot persist. So Air Force, great attack. They get on site. They are very much just taking those decisions, and they're doing it with efficiency. That's what was missing, and I'm glad that they're able to do it here.
I'm loving it. I'm loving it right now. This is good. Hail Monkey Man, we're getting some spice from these teams. And for Naval Academy, you can see it here. This is that save round. And of course, it's understandable, but maybe get some spice. Job's ready with that shorty, and I'm always in favor of that. The best, of course, is with the jet. It gets scary, it gets funny. But for right now, it is just going to be hiding in the corner. But around the corner they go, and Nervy's like, hey, I found you. That is going to be the race, sweeping out the safe site once again. And Air Force want to make sure that they contain this second round in perfection.
I appreciate that play. I love doing that play, especially as Omen. You drop the dark cover a bit ahead of them, and then it just works out. Google Slides, able to absolutely Google how to get a 2K. Well, they do it off of that one. Raisuku trying to do the same thing on a spray down. A flawless piece de resistance as you get Air Force hitting 10 again. Naval Academy, you gotta really see what this buy-up will do for them. And again, one thing we haven't seen here, Orbital. Haven't seen timeouts. Not at all.
I will always say, as much as it feels like it slows down the pace of the game, that's exactly what it's supposed to do. It's supposed to be kind of that momentum killer. It just feels Naval Academy just aren't willing to do so. And we know for a fact that Army West Point aren't going to do it either. So remember, Naval have one more series after this. It's a big question mark for right now, though. This is going to be the telling point. If Air Force are able to take this one, if Naval Academy cannot fight back, it'll put it at 11, 2 rounds away from moving into a better position for the Air Force squad. It's going to be a rush. 2-3 setup inside of Heaven and Main. 2 currently hiding for the side of Naval Academy, and Dr. Nuke takes one down.
Jobs has had to retreat all the way from backside stairs. They're dealing with a very wily robot. Dr. Nuke is very, very hurt. And they're going to have a bit of assistance by Raisuku, who may be able to give them a heal off of that aftergrowth, or regrowth, rather. And Nervy gets rid of the haunts. Casper, say no more. Get down. Oh, Blast Pack. They're not going to be able to get the kill, but they will push them away as Hoax is dropped by Michael Hearn. So everyone very hurt on this attacking side. And then the regrowth is gone. This is a great position for the Naval Academy to make use of if they can. Dr. Nuke's going to try and play around this Pathfinder. It is shot out. And that's going to be a bit of damage onto Dooley. Dr. Nuke's going to have to step back. Dr. Nuke is just waiting. They know that the defuse might be happening. The swarm grenade drops them. And now it's just cat and mouse.
So good. Dr. Nuke with the 4K clutch up. You take those every day of the week. You know, I did wonder how a Killjoy would work on that side, and it worked to perfection. Air Force set up for the retake defense and made it look so dang good. That is a heavy blow to Naval Academy.
Oh, Dr. Nuke showcasing they've been reading their CDCs and where and how to be able to properly transfer an ICBM, and they've been traveling across this map quite easily well with all the authority papers to make it just efficient. Jobs is going to see if they can be able to lay someone to rest off of that Marshall shot, but they find nothing more than a hip. And that's going to be a lockdown that's going to force everyone backwards. They will be waiting on it. Pathfinder expended just to see if anyone is lurking. They have to be able to transfer out to screens. The fault line will come out. You have a couple that are actually detained. Oh no, knife kills maybe?
No.
They put him down. Okay, good sportsmanship.
Yeah, no disrespect as much as I called for it. No disrespect. I can agree with that one. Another flawless round for the Air Force, which again, this one was expected, right? No weapons in hand. You can't really do anything. This is it. Naval Academy. You get one chance to beat Air Force here, and you gotta make it perfect. A run of 8 rounds is what you're hoping to have. It's a tall order, but it is necessary. Air Force, they're one step away from breathing a sigh of relief, because no matter what, either you move on or you tie, and at that point I think it still goes kind of their way. So we'll have to wait and see what can happen. Last round potentially on the board. Naval Academy, what can they do?
It's time to finish the fight. If you are the Falcons, Air Force would love to finish it here, especially because if somehow the Naval Midshipmen are able to find a 2-0 sweep over the Army West Point Black Knights, they want to have the best round differential possible. Give them an advantage into that tiebreaker. The entirety of that wall, yes, you have made sure that it is gone. Air Force like, we don't like walls. We want to fly right over it. And they get rid of it.
Oh, man. We hate all those. Just knock it down real quick. We're good. We're good. It's also just ice, I think, right? Or what? I don't know what it's made out of. I'm always curious about that. Did they ever say what it's made out of?
For right now, Navy, it's hopes and dreams. Trying to be able to stop.
Oh, that's rude. And Irby and Google Slides say, yeah, that was hopes and dreams. Now shattering into a ton of little fragments of nightmares. It is feeling out of their control. Naval Academy with 2 members left. Jops gonna have to pull off a miracle here to fight back, and that miracle is overshadowed by all of the foliage in their face. Slides finds that headshot. Dags now just looking for a fancy set of kills. You need an ace, you need some power, and you need a whole lot of luck. Will they walk in one by one? That's gonna be a blind around the corner. And they found Dags. Dags sprays one. Dags cannot spray another. And it is 13-4 as the Air Force Falcons move to 1-1.
That is 26 rounds to 10 of the Air Force over the Navy Midshipmen. Hey, congratulations to them. They'd go 2-0 over that Service Academy, and they set themselves up into a 1-1 in terms of total series played today after having an 0-2 against Army and then that 2-0 against Navy. Now they get to sit back and wait. Orbital, it looks like the Air Force are able to respond, but we kind of had some green room discussions looking at Army being that very, very strong opponent, and Navy, they're going to have some time to be able to bounce back. What's their big focus point? We talked about Air Force really just kind of winning those contact battles and being more decisive about their rotations. Anything really kind of shine to you glaringly for Navy to have to go and fix?
That one's hard to say, right? We're taking a look, and comparatively, they are an up and down squad, but it feels that, again, their aim is just a little bit off. They felt a little bit weak in those initial gun duels, and their rotations are a little bit sloppy there. It's just, they have the playbook, and I love them for it. They had the playbook, they had the idea. The execution is just a bit too slow. We saw them try and do those late last-minute plays, with 10, 15, 20 seconds left in the day, but it just didn't happen. So they had the playbook. If they're going to short anything up, build up that confidence. Be confident in your calls. Be willing to take those losses if you have to, because Army West Point, it's not a team that you can sleep on. It's not a team that's going to allow you to take things slow. You either do it or you don't, and if not, you're going to get sunk.
Hey, that's a very, very good pun. And it's going to be something that the Navy has to work with. Will they be sent 6 months back out to sea? And Army, will they be able to ground and pound? And will they be able to blitzkrieg straight into it? We get to see, but it's going to be another break. So make sure, let's see, it's early dinner time. Go grab a snack, some water, some good drinks, and some refreshments, because on the other side of this break, it's going to be our final match of the evening for our Service Academy qualifier. It's going to be Navy versus Army. It's a classic. You don't want to miss it. We'll be back right after this.
Potter, who is now the coach of Evil Geniuses, Alice Liu, that played with Complexity's Valorant team. Some of the things that I learned in my competing journey, it's not just about my physical skill in the game, not just how quick you could react to something. But communication, teamwork, these things are so important. At Valorant Champions right now, I get the opportunity to listen into the teams and listen to their communication. It's amazing how they refine their craft and refine how they communicate with their teammates. It's something so fascinating. So I encourage you, one of the things I like to tell up and coming players is record your team's comms and listen back. Did you give the right calls? Could you have done better calls? Those calls have been shorter and more precise? Those are some of the things I learned as a player. Throughout that playing journey, one of the highlights was in 2012 when I traveled to Paris and competed in the Esports World Cup, which was the top tournament for women at the time. And we came in and we won the World Championship, which was so exciting. It's so amazing to play in front of crowds of thousands of people. They were cheering against us because we were playing against a European team and we were an American team. But that feeling is just like unlike anything else when you can raise that trophy and they play the national anthem of your country. I hope many of you playing in this competition will get to experience some of that one day. It's truly an honor. Some of the other things besides competing and winning trophies, I played in 250 tournaments over the years. I believe that's the most for any woman. It's hard to keep track in the early days, but beyond competing, I work in the industry. So I'm the vice president at Dignitas. It's one of the oldest operating esports teams. We had for many years one of the top women's teams in the world. I also founded a women's initiative called Radiant and operate women's esports tournaments just like this. And I've realized how important that is. A lot of people will ask, why do the women need their own tournament? Why can't they just play with the guys? And my response back is, if you look at a game like Valorant, there's a reason why there are so many women competing in this game compared to other esports titles. It's because these women's initiatives exist, and they give women something to work towards, something to get started. It gives them a more safe environment, a harassment-free environment to kick off their careers. And I hope one day we don't need women's tournaments. That's the end goal, is because more women are competing and more women are going to start to shine in those tier 1 teams. My last point is, as I said, working in the industry, there's so many different job opportunities. You don't have to be the best player in the world. You don't have to be comfortable on camera and be a content creator. You can work in business side, marketing, advertising. You can work in PR. You can work even in the sciences. There's sports psychology jobs. There's team chefs. There's nutritionists. One of my positions is being an observer. Like I said, I'm at Valorant Champions right now. And, if you're dual monitoring and you're watching both this event and Valorant Champions at the same time, after this, I'm about to hop in and be the observer for Xset versus Fnatic, essentially an in-game director. There's a million different production jobs as well. But I just wanted to use this as an opportunity to hopefully inspire you to continue to pursue esports and gaming if that's something you love. And then my final comment is just a reminder that, you're going to be in games sometimes and people are going to say terrible things. I hope that ends someday, but just know that no matter what they say, you belong here. You deserve this. You deserve to play this game. You deserve to be in this competition. And I wish you all the best of luck. Thank you so much for having me. I can't wait. I know there's going to be some superstars. I hope I see you one day at Valorant Champions kicking ass. Thank you so much for having me.
What is going on, everybody, and welcome back to the ECAC Highlights, week number 8. It has been 8 weeks already, and hey, if you've been watching these on a bit of a binge, you like the new background, brand new first video it's going to be in. Super excited to jump into this with you guys. Of course, I'm Septilence, here to walk you through the highlights of week number 8 at the ECAC. We are kicking off strong with clip number 8 here, as it's going to be Tony Pajamas on the Ness. Fisher College and NYIT, two of the greatest Smash programs in the country, going head-to-head, just completely dominant on both sides. But Tony Pajamas got sick of waiting and wanted to give Fisher that leg up once again.
Trying to limit options, but push this final plan away. Can they get back yet again? Enough air yet again into the yo-yo, and they'll be caught by the forward air. Tony will take him down.
For clip number 7, we'll be joining CSI and Iona going head-to-head in game number 3. A full-blown best-of-7, both teams a 1 win already under their belts, and somebody needed to walk away with that second win. It's a 3-3 tie-up, less than a minute on the clock, and CSI in these final moments comes back to life to sneak out a Game 3 win.
Staten Island, and it gets them tied up. The calculated moves here from both offenses, phenomenal. And that one, I mean, it's not exactly calculated. I mean, yeah, it's calculated, but it's not the prettiest to place the back wall touch there, Flater, but it works. And just like that, CSI's in the lead.
For clip number 6, we're jumping into the beautiful game known as Valorant. Stockton versus SUNY Poly, and Stockton constantly trying to keep that small lead they've held out. Their Jet in particular starts with a very rough round and actually turns it into quite the miracle run to secure them another round win on the side of Stockton.
And looking for the sales. And I think at the moment they've missed the holiday deal. Somnus will find another one. Coupons expired, pocket taken out yet again. That's the cart full of groceries taken down. And the 4K, a no-scope to clean it up.
Now, anyone who knows me knows that I can be a little bit biased towards Overwatch and how exciting the game can be, but my good friend Big J over at Bethel really brings out a power play for clip number 5 here at the ECAC.
And if you overextend with that Primal, it can cost your team a lot. Bethel is going to have 2 ultimates. Big J going to pop it early, it seems, and he's definitely going to try. It is huge as he puts down the Lucio and the Sojourn to boot. Kiriko not far behind, and Boise removed from this mortal coil.
Do y'all remember clip number 7 of this week? CSI versus Iona. Both teams 1 win already underneath their belts. Well, did anybody wonder how they got there? We're going to jump back into game number 1 and watch as CSI clutches out an incredible victory to start this series off.
2-2, a great demonstration of what both sides are capable of offensively. Is anyone back right now? I don't think so. That's game 1. CSI, take it.
All right, Bepik, okay, just 1 beat, more than enough for Mux to put that goal in. And Driftsy already ready to make sure it goes in. CSI off the game 1 comeback.
I hope you folks are ready for clip number 3, our bronze medal, because it is a heartbreaker. Things looking great for Concord. They have the numbers, they get onto the point, but they forgot to look at the Roadhog, and Zerial teaches them the hard way just how scary that Roadhog can be.
Has all the ults in the world. And they do a nice job for Mr. Business, though, to take out Cozy while they were using their... Oh my goodness! Zerial, you're just getting a double kill with a whole hog, pushing people off.
Now, way back in clip number 8, I talked about how good Tony Pajamas from Fisher can truly be when he unlocks his full potential. But folks, you don't have to take my word for it anymore. Check out what this kid does in our silver medal clip of the week.
We'll find a look from the ledge.
Ooh, almost another stock there from Kai Squared. They go for the side B instead. It's not enough. They'll be able to make it back to stage. There's a back throw. He's facing the wrong way to Zaire. He finds the forward air. He's going deep for him, and he got him without...
And I truly cannot imagine a better clip to wrap off week number 8. Kiwi from the side of Pace found almost every member of JJC ripe for the picking.
It just comes down to being one of those things where who is using utility more effective. Is Kiwi running a frenzy on Chamber? This is interesting and I love it. As the season is going to come out, going to find a ton of value with that frenzy. Make it, oh my God. And just Kiwi popping off there with 3, make it 4. The ace got stolen, but we just saw a Chamber with a frenzy.
And with that, folks, I hate to say it, but that does bring week 8 and the main season here to an end for the time being. We've got playoffs right around the corner, and I'll be right back here to walk through those with all of you. I'm still Septilence. I hope you're still having a great time. Check your posture, drink some water. Don't forget to love each other, and I'll see you for those playoff highlights. Hello everybody and welcome back to ECAC Plays of the Week, and it's not just any week this time, it is the playoffs. We've got 8 incredible clips and I'm super excited to jump into them. My name's Septilence, I hope you're ready to hop into the ride because it's going to be a great one. When I found out this was clip number 8 of the playoffs highlight reel, I was flabbergasted because this is an incredible moment from Swift on the side of RPI. It's not just 1 or 2 elims to win the round and put RPI in a better position. It's all 5 coming from a single player. Take a look.
They hit him with the judge, operator in hand. Swift is trying to be able to find some value to it. The headhunter does a number on him. They're able to get a 4K. They're going to be able to get this plan down. Dakota's going to try and find him. Do they go into the tank? Yes, they do. Oh, they come out. That's the ace for Swift. They're able to make it happen all themselves. And they will get this one for free for RPI.
Clip number 7 tells a pretty amazing story as well. Ball State already up 2 games in a best-of-7 series, and they find themselves tied 2-2, less than a minute left on the clock. Perhaps a little bit more pressure than they'd want there in game number 3, but it's Daffy from Ball State that takes all the pressure and immediately relieves it from the team.
Find it back, pass to Daffy, bar down and in. Ball State will not be denied a game.
Crossbar has been doing a heck of a job here for Hartford, keeping the ball out of the net, but it only lasts for so long as Daffy's able to get...
Playoffs call for one thing: unconventional plays and crazy moments. And I knew this was going to be a crazy moment when the clip started with me looking at the casters. This stock comes through so fast from Northwood that we couldn't even get just the gameplay in the clip. It wouldn't be long enough. It is an incredible moment from SGP, and it just goes to show how good Northwood continues to be.
See, seconds into the match, and SGP's got a spike, a 0 to death at that.
Brother, that was literally 1 down here. After Fireball, bro, please. Oh, now we're playing this dangerous game at the ledge.
For clip number 5, we're jumping into one of my favorite games, and we get the chance to see one of my favorite ultimate combinations in the game right now. The Roadhog ultimate and the Kitsune Rush from Kiriko, so unbelievably strong, and it really helps Newberry kind of snap back in a moment where they were struggling to gain their footing once again.
To deal with that Nano Blade, you really just have to get around the protection Suzu and the Sleep Dart.
Well, there's the whole hog, there's the Kitsune Rush, and there goes the lives of Alfred State. Depressus is going to find a third. That's going to be a team kill. Kitsune Rush plus whole hog, overpowered, I swear.
Clip number 4, not quite on the podium, but still very, very impressive. Emory and Henry versus St. Lawrence going head-to-head. Both teams, 2 players left, but Hispanerd wants to clean up their opponents as quick as humanly possible, and quick they certainly were.
Yeah, little in fact, PhD actually stands for pretty heavy dude, because Dr. Mario might as well be a heavy. With how he hits and how hard he can be to kill sometimes, the fact that he has Mario's hitboxes, his get off with tools, and these kill confirms at ledge, like I said, throw confirms.
At the beginning of this video, I talked about the individual presence a single player can have to make or break success for their team. Keller from Fisher College proves that point in its entirety by dropping a 4K against Ball State University and removing any iota of wind from their sails on Kings Row.
They could potentially use to be able to make something happen here. Now Ravenstrider is going to use the Kitsune Keller! 2 kills inside of the oh my word, inside of the Dragons, and now they're looking for a 4K.
For our silver medal spot, our second clip here in the highlights of the playoffs is going to go to none other than Lackawanna. They have peppered themselves in these highlight reels week after week, and when they entered this upper bracket round 1, they immediately wanted to send the message they were there to win.
That's a big reason why Barton shouldn't be feeling too hard done by if they lose this series. That's a beautiful play.
And our number 1 gold medal clip of the ECAC playoff highlights is a beautiful moment from Hybrid, one that left my jaw on the floor. Let's see if the same goes for you.
For the team, it means a lot, right? Hybrid lurking in front,
Annihilate
for giving, yeah!
Blows up that entire push.
And as much as I hate to say it, folks, this is the final ECAC top plays of the week here for the fall split. It's a sad moment, and I'm really glad that I've had the opportunity to sit through this with you week after week and really highlight these individual players, because as great as the team play can be, it's awesome to see these moments where one person can make or break such an incredible moment for their team. I have been Septilence. You have been wonderful in rocking through all of these weeks with me, getting to see all these wonderful moments, and I'm looking forward to seeing you in the spring. But until then, check your posture, drink some water, don't forget to love each other, and I'll see you on the other side.
Welcome everybody here to the top 5 plays of the week from Esports U. Clutchkey here to help you bring those 5 plays, and we got one from each game lined up. Let's start with play number 5, and this one takes us to Rocket League, where the Bulldogs of Louisiana Tech and the SUNY Poly Wildcats squaring off. But for the Bulldogs, they show us why the saying goes, teamwork makes the dream work, with insane passes and a goal to end it.
The options have to go and recover defensively because that's a big long clear. And, well, the long clear can either catalyze an offense or bring into situations like this. Jazz leaps up for the shot, knocks it home.
Now, the Wildcats were able to take a game off the Bulldogs, but in the end, Louisiana Tech would go on to win the series 4-1. Coming in at number 4 is from League of Legends, and it's the Army West Point Black Knights and the Lethbridge College Kodiaks playing in a USA versus Canada game on the Rift. But down 2 people mid-game, it's looking kind of like the Black Knights had a challenging fight coming up in top lane. But then again, the Army isn't called tough for nothing.
2v4, by the way. Now a 3v1 into another 3v1. This is Army West Point just doing the duty list, right? That is almost a full ace. Yeah, the minions will help him out. That is an ace.
Now, that was in game number 1, and Army West Point would go on to win the entire series 2-0. Let's go to number 3 now in Overwatch 2 action, where the Great Danes of Albany and the Bulls of South Florida squaring off. First map on Oasis, and things started to look good for South Florida to flip the point. Unfortunately for them, one player was hitting shots, and one player was showing why Doomfist has Doom in his name. Getting 2 picks, although that comes out right back. Bob is out of the floor. Ski gets 2. Ski gets 2. This is just an annihilating fracture here from Ski. It's unbelievable. The fight continues on, and it looks like it's going to be a fight win here for Albany. Albany would go ahead and take that game and take on the sweep as they would defeat South Florida 3-0. 2 spots left on the countdown, and coming in at number 2 is Super Smash Bros. Sauce from the Fisher Falcons taking on Neo Joe from the St. Thomas Aquinas Spartans. It's Mario taking on the Pokemon trainer with the Squirtle out, but don't let Sauce start cooking or they could lay the smackdown on you.
Sauce, there's a couple of Mario players kind of making waves right now, but it's about what Sauce is doing right now to Neo Joe. He's saucing him up. Oh my mercy, what a forward air.
Fisher would go ahead and take that fight, take that win, and take the series 2-0. And the number 1 play belonging to Valorant. The Demon Deacons of Wake Forest have a 1-0 lead up on the Bryan Bulldogs, heading to Icebox. But Wake Forest down 6-4. Spike planted on B, and it's a 1v3 situation favoring the Bulldogs. Luckily for the Demon Deacons, this is one of the rounds that Conrad decided to play the hero.
Are they just going to lead this? Are they playing for Hunter's Fury? Potentially they are. And there's the shot from Aimbot, though. This is going to be extremely dangerous. He's going to be able to find him. Does he have time?
Now that match would go on to map number 3, and Conrad would also get an ace on that last map, but it wasn't enough as Brian would win the series 2-1. And that's it for the top 5 of the week from Esports U. We'll see you back out there for even more games. And until next time, this is Clutchkey from Esports U signing off.
the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup. Let's make some noise.
Oh, and it's gonna
jumped into it.
Corner judge is good for 1, 2, yeah, he needs more. And
They're doing even more here. You gotta touch the point. Mr. College walks it in.
Toy Boy just gonna drop.
Knife him.
Right out in front.
Yeah, 3, 2, 1, running. https://twitter.com/Septilence. Don't put that in. I'll get in trouble. So that's worth it. Did I get too close to the camera on that one? A little bit too close. Should I back up a little bit? Okay, sorry about that. My bad. I've been awake for probably close to 32 hours. Like, I have to hold my keyboard the normal way, because if I do it, I feel like I have arthritis if I hold my keyboard like that. It blows my mind. I can never do that. This guy right here, he's got his keyboard off at an angle. His isn't that extreme. There's a kid all the way down on the far end who has his keyboard all the way at a horizontal.
That's really cool.
They're gonna be at that table right over there.
Public information?
Oh, I don't know. This isn't live, so it doesn't matter.
It's not live, but you and I know.
Yeah, we know.
I'm not gonna tweet it.
Awesome. What game do you play?
Smash Bros.
Who do you play? Is it embarrassing? Is it like Villager?
Yeah.
Is it Villager? Am I spot on? Oh my god. Is it the Ice Climbers?
No.
Is it Game & Watch?
No.
Is it Pichu?
No.
Is it Wario?
No.
I can keep going. I think I can name every character in the game. Is it, did I say the Ice Climbers already?
Yeah, you said them.
Is it them?
No.
Is it them a second time? No. Okay. All right. Oh, is it one of the links?
Yes, it is.
Is it Toon Link?
It is.
Oh, that is pretty embarrassing. That is rough. Who do you play?
I'll give you $20 if you guess correctly right now.
First try? Give me a single hint.
It's an obscure character.
Obscure character.
Not played very often.
Is it Wii Fit Trainer?
Oh my god! Oh my god!
I'm the interviewer for a reason, baby. I do what I do. I don't need the money. I appreciate it, though. I appreciate it. So Bowser Jr., Wii Fit, and I forgot already. Are you all lying to me? Am I being gaslit? Bowser Jr., Wii Fit, and you told me already. Oh, Toon Link. Where's my main support at? Who are we playing this weekend?
A lot of Brig.
A lot of Brig, really?
Brig Lucio, probably.
Brig Lucio, really? I shouldn't say that too loud. I don't want to give away your strategies. It's over-under?
What do you mean over-under?
Like, do we think we're going to podium? Do we think we're going to come in last place?
Not last place.
Not last place.
Certainly not last.
What about 5th place?
That's doable.
That's doable? That's winnable? 3rd place?
Third
That's where things get dicey?
That's very doable.
Okay.
First place? That's very doable.
First place, very doable. Love it. That's the mindset. That's what he loves to hear. Yeah. Oh my god. Hold on. Cut the cameras. Well, who are you? Hello. Oh my god. I saw you earlier. I saw the back of your shirt. And I was like, I know that name. I know him. It's a quick play game. They Q-sniped each other at land. I thought it was a scrim. It's just unlucky. Are you actually a Villager player?
Yeah.
How do you feel about Villager being notably worse in Smash Ultimate than they were in Smash 4?
I wouldn't know.
You wouldn't know? You never played Smash 4?
No.
Oh, that's all right. Nobody's gonna hold that against you. Who do you play?
I play Robin.
Okay, wow. Did you know Robin has the lowest pick rate in the game?
Yeah.
Isn't that crazy? Come on, the LEDs, it looks just like Samus.
Huh?
Do you disagree?
I guess I can see
The
it.
Samus vibe. Show the controller to the camera. We're interviewing. This is recording, by the way. Surprise.
Not my controller.
Who do you play?
I play Peach.
Oh, wow, I like that. Who do you play?
I play the Shotos, mostly Kazi.
No, you lose against Kirby. That's just like a statistics thing.
Yeah. It's maybe.
This is a death match, and I think they're all in the same one. They're all on Icebox. Are they all in the same death match? Maybe. Who knows? I feel like none of them can hear me. I want to approach somebody, but no one can hear. They all have both their headphones on.
What's up?
How do we think we're doing?
I think we're doing pretty good. Yeah.
What's your kitty?
We're looking at 10 and 6 right now.
Oh, hey, that's 3rd, dude. That's better than I expected. Who's bottom frag right now? I want to go talk to them. Ian? Hey, how do you think we're doing so far?
It could be better.
Could be better? You're one of those rough days?
Well,
Let's go find more people to harass.
Yeah.
Where's Boise State? Who's your favorite to play?
Oh, right now it's got to be either Chamber or Breach.
What country is Cypher from?
Oh, dude. It's Moroccan, right?
It is Morocco. Oh my god, I don't think anyone is gonna get that. Oh, you're good. You're good. All right, see you later. Let's go harass Boise State more. Who is this? What school is this? Boise?
This is Boise.
Oh man, that's okay. Boise's still got really good odds. A Large Bagel, one of their tank players, Nerdy Bird, they're off tank. Both of them not here. A little bit scary, if we're being honest. Getting warmed up, getting ready to cast some players. No, not cast. Interview. Change your mindset. Change your mindset.
Words.
No, but last words until we come back.
Oh, okay.
Because we're leaving.
Enjoy.
Oh, that was good. That was good. Anything from you?
How are you doing, Polly?
Awesome. Thank you so much for your time.
What is going on, everybody, and welcome to the ECAC Top Plays of the Week. I am Septilance, and I'm super excited to walk through these with you so you can see all of the great moments we are getting out of collegiate esports. One of my favorite things about these seasons is as they go on, as the years continue to pass, the skill ceiling just gets higher and higher, and the teams get better and better. Starting things off in Week 1 and 2, these teams came out the gate swinging. Let's take a look at what they were ready to bring out in these early weeks. Valorant is a game all about risk versus reward, and Sin from NYIT wanted to show us just how much he was willing to risk to get that great reward of a round win.
Sort of forced to pop off, maybe get a little bit more sniper play, but these direct, tight angles make it tough. You have Axeris that actually gets a wallbang headshot onto Prime. Oh, that timing on the paranoia works so well.
Yo, give it up for the util, bro. Sin's gonna pick up 3 into the site. It's a lurk on its way from the chamber, but unless you're gonna spam through this box, you're not getting anything done, and Panda won't even let him get that far.
Super Smash Bros. Ultimate is a game that can be decided in milliseconds, and Waka, one of the best players from SUNY Canton A Squad, wanted to show us just what they can do with only a second and a single stock on the board.
Cena, Sledge option gonna be charging forward smash, going a little early. They're not quite getting what you want. Drop shield after first hit of pick, getting hit by the kick. High percent. There is the stun into Claw. That Claw could have been charged for a lot longer. Oh my goodness, that's a forwarder into stage with the stage spike and then upping immediately after. What a sick.
1 point in Rocket League can never make a team feel comfortable, but Driftsy wanted to show us that not only was he going to pick the pace up, but he wasn't going to let his team down.
Defensive test with flying colors, though they couldn't get out, and that is the important part at the moment. Clears a must for UA, and it's just not in the cards at the moment.
Dripsy connects off the backboard. What a shot. I watched it unfold slowly. You stopped speaking at just the right moment.
Valorant is often called a team-based shooter, but sometimes it can't just be about the team. Sometimes you gotta have those hero plays. Spec wanted to spray and pray and was actually able to save the day for SVSU, tying up the series 7-7.
Hard B push here, 2 Omen smokes coming out. 1, Spec just finds 3. What? Spraying through the smoke? Oh, 1 Spec, that's not legal, man. That's not legal. This is match day 2 of the ECAC League. You can't be doing that right now. Spec just goes with the call.
Here in this clip, Fanshawe finds themselves with their backs against the wall, 20 seconds left on the clock, and they're desperate to take down Wake Forest. They don't have anything to get through this team, they don't have any weapons on the field, but with Jackie Moon in the wings, at least they had a sniper.
Apparently. Guys gonna believe all the shots. Oh, a sniper! Jackie Moon from about midway through. What a shot right here from Jackie.
Wow, good eye sniper. Yes, sir. Jackie Moon puts us on the right side. A little bit more to the left. This one would have been...
Here in this clip, we're going to get a great moment from a Pac-Man, and as a Pac-Man player, I was super excited to see it. We're going to hear a lot of praise from our commentators giving Mosey those compliments of choosing Snake against Pac-Man, a great counter pick. They were super excited to see a Snake on the field, but even without their blessing, Trollery does not yield.
Approach, but like you said, he's trying to play this safe because losing his stock right now for Concord would be really bad. And, well, a little bit of commentator's curse there. We kind of willed that one into existence. Oh, man. Oh my goodness! What?
Now I know what you're thinking. Oh, Septilance, how could that be all we got from weeks number 1 and 2? Please tell me there's more. If you like what you saw, you've got to go check out ECAC Esports on all social media platforms. Please see what they're bringing to the table. It is great collegiate esports week after week. And on the bright side, folks, this is just the beginning. We've got the whole rest of what is guaranteed to be a great season ahead of us. Thank you so much for joining me for this recap, and I'll see you on the next one.
Hard
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup. I am Septilence, and I get a really neat opportunity here. We get to interview Burns from E United. Burns, how you doing?
I'm doing well. How about yourself?
I'm doing great. We're on day 2 of the event. It's been a fantastic one. I ran into you yesterday, but we were running around like chickens with our heads off, and it has been, I mean, how has your time been here? What has this event kind of been like?
Yeah, it's great. I just love being in a passion pit, seeing all the college kids go at it. Reminds me of like an old school MLG event almost, but being like in the epicenter of the passion pit, seeing Rocket League, Valorant, Overwatch, and Smash, just, it's amazing to see all of these schools compete against each other and get a shot to play on this main stage.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And tell us a little bit about kind of what is E United, right? Because we know that you're here, we know you're here to represent them, but for the people that don't know, what is E United?
Yeah, E United was founded in 2016. We're a professional esports organization. We've been in League of Legends, Overwatch, all the way to Battle Right, I think it was called back in the day. Right now in 2022, we are in Gears of War, Halo, Rocket League, PUBG, and announcing a new title tomorrow. I know, get the small intel here. So it's a lot of fun. I went pro in Call of Duty when I was younger. I ended up playing my last event under E United, switched in 2016, and I've been the GM ever since. So it's a true blessing to be able to stay with an organization for as long as I have, and we love giving back to the collegiate community. I actually graduated from Full Sail in 2013.
I was a little confused about the jersey.
Yeah, so the Full Sail boys are out of the tournament, unfortunately, but I decided I would rep them today in their honor. Yeah, it's just great. I love working with younger individuals who are trying to find their path in esports, and these college kids are really showing what they're all about.
Yeah, so to be kind of an ex-pro player, where a collegiate scene at the time didn't exist, especially not to the scale right now, what is it like to see such high levels of success, such high levels of support for something that you weren't able to kind of get as much support in at the time, something that was looked down on a lot more?
Yeah, I'm extremely jealous. That's all I can say. Full Sail started their program in 2017. When I was there in 2011 and 12, it was just a bunch of nerds running around, just creating their own clubs. I was still striving to go pro, but now you have these opportunities to play on main stage, play in front of thousands of people. We just had locals back in the day. You would show up and play for like $200, $100. It was like lunch money. Now these kids are playing for scholarships. They're playing for fame. They could pop off here and end up getting a sponsor for $10,000 or $20,000 from somebody. So the opportunities are just endless at the moment, and I think it's just great that you know, you basically can prove yourself and make anything happen right now.
It's instead of kind of what you had gone through being in college and also trying to go pro, these kids can try to go pro while being in college. It's hand in hand instead of those two kind of battling kind of matchups. So if somebody's trying to go pro, right, they're like, Burns, I want to be you one day. I want to be the GM of E United one day. What is that first step to really take it from a hobby to a passion, to a job?
Yeah, I think I've told this story a lot, but it's really, I thought about going pro every night before I went to bed. Like, I lived and breathed Call of Duty for years. It was my life. I had to skip dinner sometimes. I had to skip family functions, and my family didn't really understand, but it was what I wanted to do, and it all worked out. But at the end of the day, you always need to kind of be organized. You have to have the ability to not put all of your eggs in one basket. So even though it worked out for me, there are so many opportunities in esports. There's being a caster or interviewing people. There's working in production. There's helping people get waters. Like, literally, there are so many opportunities. So, oh, this crowd's awesome.
They're going crazy, dude. They stayed on their last life right now.
Off subject, Smash, regardless if it's middle school, high school, college, it pops off all the time. I love it.
Well, Burns, thank you so much, man. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, no worries. Thank you, guys.
We're at the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup. Let's make some noise. Oh, and it's going to be
What? Corner judges go for 1, 2, dip. He needs more.
They're doing even more here. You gotta touch the point. Mr. College walks it in.
Joy Blake is going to drop.
Knife him.
Right out in front.
Yeah, 3, 2, 1, running.
Welcome back, everyone, to our third and final match of the day. Of course, for our inaugural CECC Service Academy qualifier as presented by Esports U. We're chuckling, but we're having a great time between all of these awesome academies. And of course, we get to have it with you as all these servicemen are showcasing their esports qualities today. Air Force able to bounce back after their early loss to Army, and they're now 1-1 in series as well as 2-2 in maps. But now it all comes down to this one. I'm Hellmonkey Man in Orbital. You've been able to see it alongside myself, and it's all up to Navy as to whether or not we have a three-headed tie between all these teams.
Yeah, this is going down to the wire, right? All of Navy's fate is in their own hands currently, and we've seen distinct differences out of all the teams, right? Army has been very almost true to their own, I want to say, background. It's been very stalwart. It's very concise, very military in their aspects. No one really stood out horribly well. It's not like one person just for 6 rounds straight was grabbing 3K, 4K, aces all the way through. It's methodical. They played very simplistically. Whenever they made a call about someone coming out, it was, hey, get a crossfire angle, prep properly, hold these certain angles to have the best advantage. And they just rolled through it. It was consistent. From the side of Air Force, it was a little bit more back and forth. They were diving in and out of the flak, and this time around, they just had a better aim, and they were able to lay it down. One of the more concise game number 2s, if I say. It was a 13-4, I believe, the same that Army laid down to them. And Navy, another team that so far hasn't weathered the storm as much as they would like, but for right now, they have a chance. Again, they are warmed up. They have 2 games under their belt. Maybe we get to see them in these next 3 have a phenomenal time.
All we know is that if this goes to game number 3, then it is a wash for the Navy. But they're trying to stay afloat as we'll be starting things out on the Glacier that is Icebox, and then following up with Ascent. You guys will notice that the only map we're not going to see in competitive rotation today is going to be Fracture. Sorry, Fracture. You're still as broken as everyone else hates you to be. But we do start things off with Icebox, which has been touted as that map that is going away in the next competitive patch. So this is kind of an interesting differential, as well as we're so close for some of those changes coming up in Valorant. But, you know, we will start things off onto a map that I think that this one being what I think is Navy's pick. They're going to try and really squeeze out and slow down the Army to this map. Not allow them to get as bursty and just hot on some of those first contact points. They want to be able to control this and this Army West Point Black Knight just squad as much as they can. Got to slow them down.
And I actually really like this because so far we've seen Army West Point on very neutral levels. These are a lot of maps that are much more, I want to say, level in how the design is set up. It's a lot more flat. You're very, you don't have to look as up or down as the others. But this time around, Icebox, it was the first map that really brought verticality to Valorant. You take a look at the level design, you are constantly looking up, down, all the way around. If you have a Sage that's being brought out, there are some awkward angles and funny angles that you can have. So a little bit more for Army West Point to deal with, and for them, they will be attacking all 3 maps as well. That is something that we do really have to point out, because that means if Naval Academy are a little bit weaker on the defense, that will bleed over into games 2 and 3, and that is a little bit worrisome. I do like this call out though. D-Song on the Sova, we have not seen it, I think, for a majority share of these matches here today. This will be the first time that they bring it out, and information is key. Army West Point bringing that one to the helm.
Right now, I mean, this one's always been about how can the I guess the chauffeur of the map, the controller that is Viper, be able to open up those key kind of just quintessential moments with the talk screen. You kind of know where these will execute. The meta is thus, but Dooley's going to be on to that fade. We have a Jet opposite of our Raises, and then you have a second controller off of that Omen that may be trying for some cheekier plays to be able to get onto these sites. But that's from a defensive standpoint. This will be the first time that we see Army starting off from an attacker's side. And that's got to be Navy that keeps them from snowballing, from finding that momentum to be able to get to it. That is very tough. You brought up verticality. Freebird was free and wilding all over the Air Force before. They're going to be blast packing their way to victory if they can off of that hard raise push. But it's really up to the Navy. I think that we saw a lot of great looks from Jops, but they're going to be the one, in lieu of being the Omen, they're going to be on that jet. They've got to open up space and success for the Navy here.
Yeah, this is going to be so much fun to watch. And I mean, it's going to be a challenge either way, I think, for Naval. Either they run into that same wall that Air Force had, which was Army West Point. They don't really have an up and down motion. They're just very consistent. So it's really on your own team to try and battle your way out. It's really on you to really be able to say, okay, no, we are taking this fight. We are going to step up in these situations and really keep eyes on Mid Police and Velocity to be running out those phenomenal plays. Mid Police, the jet that was there last time, this time around, is going to be running a bit more hard point here. And it's a quick plant. I love that KO coming out as well. So very nicely done. Velocity sets up in proper stance, but Freebird finds Hoax early on.
At default, the brick will be broken, and that's actually just turning away. Don't get the easy headshot, and they're trying to be able to put a lot of frags that they can. You do have the snakebite that was put out. J-Slam, they are decaying, but they're not stepping into the util. And they're the only one left alive. Oh, that was a rough place.
Oh.
The flawless round, very efficient. And this was a point I was going to make, is that you don't have the hard util concept to hold off the hold off the Navy midshipmen, because you don't have a Sage on your side, but they just simply do it through a swarm of util dumping, and that's how they're going to get it done here on B, which I got to say is one of the rarest starting points for a lot of our teams. A lot just kind of like to run that on down A.
It is that chance, and I love the fact that you point that out. Yes, A site has also been quite fun, but I find B site to be hit at least in a more entertaining fashion. I love watching people just bull rush it, always on that first round as well. It's just, if you have a Sage, you're going to wall it off, you're going to have some fun here. For right now, though, it is Naval Academy that are sitting there going, okay, how the heck do we deal with this? How the heck do we run in? Who are we going to fight off? And it's going to be a chance. Again, the hard sprays through. It's working in favor of Army West Point to get things under lock, and Mid Police just says no dice whatsoever. It feels like they've also been watching the previous games, and they've identified that Naval Academy are a little bit weak to pressure, and they've upped the pace of their own game. Velocity with the 3K, looking for a fourth, but Dooley shuts them down. So that's going to be a Nanostorm that slows them all the way down. Naval Academy flush out for a second time.
Mid Police, if there was ever a player to watch who was very lethal in our opening games against the Air Force, that is going to be one that will help dictate success. Them as well as Vibin, who right now is just kind of chilling. They've had all of 2 deaths right now through the first 2 rounds for the Black Knights of Army West Point, but it's up to them basically what pace they want to go at, and they run it pretty hard. Their offense, their attacking halves are abrupt, and they just burst onto the scene. They are going to run B until Navy finds a solution, and I think they're just going to be doing it at their own walking speed. They're actually waiting for a moment, though, because they're going to start seeing some of these numbers keyed up by Navy to push them away.
Well, you know, we said it was going to happen, but it did not. J-Slam gets slammed into the ground there. It's a quick rush, and again, I like that. Whenever you're running those Spectres, whenever you're running those SMGs, you just hard push. You bring the fight a little bit closer. Dags is wondering how the heck they're going to fight this one out. They hear the plant go down, but can't do anything about it. And now they're stuck. They have brought a little bit of friendship around the corner, but right now Dooley can't really hold it down. So eyes are open, sprays going down, and for right now it's actually Naval that have to walk out into the open. Yes, they have their own little poison walls up. It's not going to do too much.
TP up in the nest and try and take some of these duels from a high side. Vibin and Mid Police do find some trades. Mid Police just waiting from distance as they
Beautiful shot.
are able to use that judge, put all of those BBs onto a body. And so the first 3, the bonus round acquired, and 3 only live, but that's 3 rifles that they're able to gain. So great job by Army West Point. That's gotta feel bad, knowing now how tall Sage is. You just basically got blinded off of that Omen smoke and didn't get to use the judge at all.
This is being this is starting to get a little bit out of control right now. I did say Army West Point, they're slow, methodical, they're very consistent, but the consistent factor right now is they're gonna keep hammering this B site for as long as it possibly takes. Again, this is that moment where you say, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. 4th time against this B site. Freebird, another first blood in the pocket, and they will continue their absolute destructive path.
big shot. Dooley and Dags. And a little bit of D&D, a roll of the dice, and they come out on the lesser end of it. That's going to be a grasp that doesn't quite find Freebird, so they're still flying. But this is better looks for the Naval Academy, as they're actually on a thrifty round if they can accomplish that. 2 have dropped for the Black Knights. They'll put a talk screen out to give themselves an easier look, and they are not afraid of continuing to run it down, but they've decided that's all of a decoy and a ploy for them to run it out from mid. Better have that gun up and ready to go! The swing out by mid police. J-Slam actually had the time on target advantage, but they just couldn't be able to get it. So now it becomes a 3v3, and they go marching onto side A.
The rotate was called, and it's appropriate. Naval Academy were able to route them ever so slightly. This is going to be that chance again. They're working with only 2 picked up guns. So Army West Point, they're ready. A high top plant is going to be a little bit of a surprise. Freebird getting shot on the way back down, though. Dags rightfully taking that one away. And mid police wondering how the heck this one's going to play out. Rotating out actually means that it's a 1v3 on the setup, and I'm not sure if that's exactly what they're going to be ready for. It's going to be a look. That's going to be a spray, but Dooley finds it. And that's huge. Take a look at that defusal, though. Can you see it? Yes, you do. That's a shot. Mid police. It's halfway. Dags was able to get it, but it's still very, very dangerous.
Concern that hairdo is going to give yourself away, and you got to have mid police get 4. Jops has to commit. Luckily for them. Oh, they might be able to get off of timing! And they are dropped, and that one will be one that is dropped by Army West Point off of timing. If they've been able to just hold that angle for the last to pop up, they would have had 4 here. Mib is at 7-0. That one just escapes them, and I mean, it was a tough. They had to be pixel perfect for every one of those headshots.
That was ridiculous. It was just a split moment of indecision, or at least decision making. Mid police thought that they had enough time. They were worried about where the other members were in Naval Academy. I mean, you stick to your guns. You say, hey, that's our opportunity, and you take it. Now in the full gun swing, this is a chance for Naval Academy to start fighting back hard. And look at that, a little bit blind, but mid police was ready for it. Dags annihilated where they stand.
Paranoia comes out, and so does the No Fun Police. You have the Null Command. 1, make it a second, not quite. Off of the wall bang, Mid Police puts down their doppelganger. So a bit of twinsies in action. The alarm bot will be there after the talk screen falls, and so are the swarm grenades. Great post plant setup right now for Vibin, which remember on that Cypher just a series ago was so prolific about being able to help this team just be successful onto their defense. Oh my goodness, J-Slam just trying to make sure they don't get taken out by the battle bots. Jops from distance into this 2v4. Make it 1 as Mid Police continues to ruin the minds with bullets. It's just a day at the office for Mid Police.
Remember when I said there wasn't really a standout player before? Remember when I said there wasn't someone that really just kicked it into high gear? And I called out almost Mid Police by name because apparently they went 19-7-3 in one of their games, and then decided to also try and top the charts with the 24 bomb right behind Vibin. You remember all that?
I think I do. I think I do.
Yeah. I think they heard me again. Currently unkillable, 11-0-2, an undefined level of play here in the first 4 rounds. Yes, a gentle slip up was all that they had, but they forced another save round to come out on Naval Academy. And it's looking like Army West Point just want to close this one out cleanly. They just do not care. So well played so far. Naval Academy, though, able to stall things out. It's not going to be a hard push in, but this wall will only last for so long.
Good Army recruitment. Put a gear into the war machine and make sure it's well oiled and greatly shaped to be able to be efficient. And so far, this team has been exactly that. They take another as that omen will fall, but Mid Police finally does to their shared agent holder as Hoax is able to find him. Remember, we were calling out Hoax for so many of their good shots onto that Lotus map, and we got to see them be efficient here as they take down Freebird. That's another couple of big shots. They take care of the flank lurk. You're going to put a shock dart out in an open range. This is going to be a tough retake. You do have Jops is taken out. Same with Hoax as they make use of the updraft. But again, this one was one that Navy wasn't exactly meant to win. Let's look at the ult economy to see if they can rebound. You have lockdowns. You've got the Viper's Pits. This could be a very, again, bursty round for the Black Knights based on their current util form.
Yeah, this is a little bit dangerous. This is, again, a chance for them to bounce back, but that is if they're able to get the ultis off, right? You take a look down the line. These are ultis that are either going to be used right at the beginning or a little bit later on. Dooley, with that Nightfall, is going to be using that one to try and get control back. The Viper Spit is the only one that I really assume is going to be dropped early on here if they deem it necessary, but it's gone, right? This is the other side that I was worried about. D-Song said, hey, I know you got the ulti, but it doesn't freaking matter. We're just going to annihilate you where you stand. J Slam also getting negated out. That was a great denial. The suppression was perfect. And they take 2 and just say, maybe we want to go to the B site. We're not too sure. And you can see the one lurk running up through kitchen.
Army loves B site. Oh. And Mid Police loves ruining people's careers. Okay, so that's 2. As they find both Dags and Dooley, the D&D will be dropped, and it's a flawless round for the Black Knights. It doesn't matter if they rush. It doesn't matter if they go slow. It doesn't matter if they find them straight up in main or if out from mid on a lurk. Mid Police 14-1. Ruinous types of numbers right there. Same to be said of the money. And look at this. They are forcing... If I were playing this kind of team, which I have before, and I hated it, and which is much the frustration level that's got to exist, this team is always going B because they're forcing you to beat them at their own game, and the disrespect is there because they just don't believe you can.
It's the same thing as... It's the opposite reaction of we only know how to play one site. It's the opposite reaction of that, right? We see it sometimes on, I think, I want to say it is Pearl, where it's just like, we only see one, but that's a way to shut it down. Dooley sends out the Nightfall, able to get some more information, and they lock it down. Dag's able to find one as well, but D-Song going to fight right back, and it's down to a 3v3. You know what? It was a good attempt. It was a good stop. It may not be enough. First wave stopped. Second wave, you got to hold steady. Naval Academy ready to go with the long range. Misses a shot, though, so Velocity takes their head.
I don't exactly agree with the Nightfall. I like the idea, but it's also kind of a panic X button snap decision. That one you kind of wish you had recouped, playing for life and then playing around your teammates. You're going to be on the outside circumference of this circle, and Vibin is already trying to play as Mid Police would after the plant goes down. Trying to play off angles here into mid. Not quite a kitchen run. You do have Dags checking out Nest. See if they can get full clear. Vibin will catch J-Slam on this corner right behind him. Yep. Nice little, just quick click. They know where they are, and so this becomes a 3v1. And honestly, they have full control. Make it full. Complete.
I swear, with how much disrespect has been going around sometimes, you know, you see the funny little sprays and all that stuff. We see some knifing in the air and whatnot. I want to see someone actually get knifed. Out of all the teams so far, Army West Point has been the one that's been in the opportunities the most. Saw it in game, I think 2 was the biggest one, and I'm just like, I want to see someone knife. Come on, like, do it. Do it. I dare you. Yeah. For right now, they're not.
Is it called knifing if they have the katana? Is it sorting? Is it just like...
Oh, that's a good question.
Yeah.
At what point does it not become knifing, right? Like,
because we got the hammers and the swords, right?
What about the fan? Does it just get called like fanning? Is that what it is?
Just fanning themselves and you.
Yeah. What about the candy cane? What about the candy cane? You got caned.
Oh, you got caned, guy. My guy. All right, so it looks like we're actually hitting A for once. So after all that hit and all of the utils spin, they actually will finally go over to topside A. We've seen one plant here, and it was a rotation away from B. And, you know, as soon as they do it, all of Navy is left scratching their head because it was basically conditioning, having to deal with that over and over and over again. They weren't even expecting this.
Nope. It's been a little bit of a wreck, and Mid Police says no fun. Is going to be here. That's a quick spray down. Freebird sings a song of their people, and J Slam is found unalive once again. Mid Police. God, some of these shots are ridiculous. This is Army West Point again, thoroughly dissecting their opponent. And again, they had time to watch Naval Academy, right? So this is them after studying their opponent in the previous match, going freaking rampant.
This is you know, it's not quite there, but this is where I start asking for knives in mid.
Yep.
You know?
Yep.
knife fight mid.
Full solo queue it. Full solo queue it right there. Let's go.
All right. We do have a Hunter's Fury. Doubt we're going to need it. We have a Viper's Pit. Doubt we're going to need it. But they probably will be used simply because they exist. Opposite of that, same. You have the From the Shadows, and you also have a Revive set up by the Midshipmen. This one's been very rough so far. Army has been a beast waiting to take on. Ooh,
oh, Jobs.
Give it away. Jobs is just trying to survive. Wait, if they come out,
yeah!
They will be able to get rid of D-Song, but that's their song as Vibin gets the trade.
I love it. I love it. You know what? If you got to pull something out, pull that out, right? Like, just go crazy. Have fun with it. I'm a terrible fanatic in CSGO. I have a tendency to run the P90 and 5.7 for the specific reasons that they have the largest magazine capacities. That's the kind of stuff you got to do. You just do something. Have a blast with it. And right now, this is a chance to actually defuse. And you can see there the wall being shot through. Vibe and able to find Hoax. It was a good attempt. But that is the pick going down. Jay Slam, though, finding an opportunity. That's a 3K, and that's it. A thrifty round victory. Naval Academy finding an opportunity.
It was a tricky play situation because they decided to put the Viper Pit on the first layer, and then they plant up a nest for that sight line from opposite nest when you're looking over maze. So interesting kind of dynamic. I mean, they're trying out what they want to try out because right now, I mean, this has been absolute domination through the first 10 by Army West Point. 80% of the rounds sitting for the Black Knights, and you know now they're playing a little bit more clinical as well as defaults into A. And you actually are opening things up just to be able to get people off of position with this Hunter's Fury. Where they use the last one, they do get them in their sight lines. That's a bit of extra damage.
At this point, actually, I would take that over a specific kill because the rest of the team is going to clean up. Actually, you know, kind of softening up the targets is huge, and it's what's allowed Army West Point to continue this ability. Freebird gets a boombot kill. You don't see that every day. It's almost as rare as turret kills. Solid stuff right there as Naval Academy are going, what the heck do we do? Jay Slam going to revive. Hoax said, listen, you get one freebie. That's about it here in this game. Velocity hiding around the corner currently rooted out inside of the smoke. Here's someone around the corner. Look to your right. No, you can't find it. Dags gets that kill. Vibin finds Jay Slam, and Hoax back from the dead finds mid police.
Oh, that's a big fight up from top maze. Vibin gonna be able to catch him. Oh, they're playing with their food, just waiting. Waiting for when they would commit. The sloth tag is just too cute. Oh my gosh. Army, one more in the bag for him. Let's see what this buy is gonna look like. Navy's not in a great position to get the best of the situation. It looks like we'll have at least a couple of ARs, Marshall, Ares, and whatever Dooley wants to pull out of his back pocket. So for Army, oh my goodness. This was, in fact, was this their pick? Hold on, I'm looking over. No, this was Navy's pick. So I had said that they wanted to pick this to be able to slow down Army, but they came in with a plan. And so far, they have executed quite well. They may be able to overcome a 9-3 and get to 10-2 in this first half.
This is, you know, it's a Naval Academy ship got it stuck in ice. Unfortunately, that's a harsh one to have. That's a shot in the dark. Okay, a couple shots up top, and Jobs I don't think was able to pull the trigger fast enough. So it's down to 17 HP. That's a scary one to have. You might be able to get healed up a little bit if you can get to your sage in time, but I mean, there's only so much healing you can do right there. So call was made, and they saw too many members. So Army West Point said, hey, we can call the rotate. Let's just keep it up. Let's speed things up. That's a huge Viper's Pit right on the edge of sight. Gonna get that plan down, and just like that, Naval Academy gotta make a play.
You know, they had whiplash from the transfer of that observer move. Oh my goodness, great flight as we go sky high here over B site. But into this 5v5, you have a few that are hurt. More on the midshipman level of things. You do have a heal, and now the lockdown being expended. That is a couple of big post-plant holes, and that time is ticking. Velocity is funneling them over onto this left side. Freebird finds another and is traded out, and then the Ares is able to find some value. But they have to be able to get to this bomb if they want to turn into a 9-3. J-Slam from opposite angle. That flank is just not going to happen. Hoax is just left with a chance, but really, it ain't going to happen either, as they're both just stacked up on top of mid-box. And with this attack, Army West Point, the Black Knights, though they all fall at the end, it is, in fact, 10-2. Orbital. I know look, I always try to bring up a ray of hope. If your opponent can do it, you can do it. That's the mathematical possibility.
That's fair. That's fair.
But what's our probability numbers look like as much this story?
It's I would posit it's about a 5% chance. And I hate to say that because, you know, I might say higher because it's 2-10. The problem is that one round all the way there, the 4th round, that Naval Academy were able to win was honestly a gimme by Army West Point, right? That was one of the rounds that it was just like, oh man, they made one slip up. For right now, Naval Academy, they have to buckle down. They really have to put their heads down and say, okay, how do we do this? The pacing that Army West Point has given has been immaculate. They ramped it up as fast as possible, and Naval Academy were just not ready for it. And again, in these games, it's all about adaptability. It's all about facing your opponent head on and being able to figure out what they're going to do. Naval Academy have not been able to do that. So for right now, it's again finding those opportunities, maybe drawing them into your own pace. Slow it down from a high-speed chug to maybe only like 5 knots per hour or something. Keep it slow and nice, and Jops may have found it. J Slam getting that spike down, and it's going to be an A site retake hold.
Army's been playing non-stop go, go, go W key warrior, whereas
okay,
Navy was playing a little bit more at a kind of slower quantity. Freebird is going to try just take some fat swings. High level and layer. They find 2.
Jeez.
Oh, open target shooting, and then that's going to be Dooley that's dropped. So great retake by the Black Knights as they're looking to get their 11th here inside of just 13 rounds. Wow, we were talking about round differential being key. And we were talking about that for a tiebreaker situation. Navy needs wins. That is the absolute truth, and this is a rough situation because, I mean, if you don't force, you're basically giving this one up, unless you're able to just kind of be cheeky on a thrifty.
Again, I think giving up is not a terrible idea. You go ahead and try and get the rifles in, but to each their own, right? They're actually opting for 2 separate moments. They're actually going to try and hold off here and then a second if they lose, but I like this. This is the most even gun differential that you're going to have. However, again, there is an areas on the other side for Army West Point. So only time will tell what exactly happens, and it's a B-side sprint. Naval Academy taking a page out of Army West Point's book and chasing as quickly as can be. Of course, Army West Point definitely ready for this one. The Viper on their end has not rotated, but it is going to be enough. Wall goes up. Plant is going to go down.
The Observer saved me from further whiplash, got me a neck brace, and we're bracing ourselves for what could be the second to last, the penultimate round of this entire first map. West Point looking for the retake to a 4v4. Freebird be responsible for some yellow Canix box, and they will be dropped after getting a clear. J Slam finds them. D-Song doing the same thing, and they're slowed down, but they have to deal with 2 targets up and top and bottom, and that's going to be a totem pole for death and destruction by J Slam, as they're able to at least get one. And, you know, hey, they forced into that buy. They're going to be able to get ARs, maybe even some Spectres, but great job by Naval Academy keeping this one alive.
That was a hope and a dream that came true. A little cricket came by to whisper some happiness into their ears, and that was beautiful, to say the least. Again, it was one that they just kind of went ham for as well. Naval Academy said, we only have one chance at this one. Now these Oh, that's rude.
Uh-oh.
And they called it right to Naval Academy. Oh, my God. Okay, well, they both missed. Never mind. But that is... No, they got it. Yes. Oh, my gosh. I'm torn between happiness and sadness. This is painful.
Just artillery gunners back there. Just releasing a salvo of Marshall shots. Oh, they're trying to be able to sling it, too, from topside nest. That's going to be mid-police that gets rid of Hoax. Oh, it's... just, you can't get rid of mid police. They're, I think, at the 20 mark, and they're going to find even more 3K. Looking for the ace. They're going to swing back into it. Making a 5th. No, they can't grab him, and the thrifty is picked up by West Point. How many of them had marshals? Everyone?
Yes, I think quite a few. It was 3 of them, and then marshals. That was mean. That was mean. A couple shares, marshals, and now they have the full guns. This is do or die. Naval Academy, they got their own bargain bin. J Slam with the rifle. Bulldog in hands of Dooley. Judge on Jops, who unfortunately has not closed the case just yet. And then the Sheriff Hoax hoping to make it happen. This is the final moments. And only time will tell if it extends past this finale. I love that skin, by the way. Fishy's coming out to play.
I like both the aquarium and this one. But, hey, great opening pick. Stinger gets rid of mid police. That player is 22 and now 8. So if there's anyone that you want to get off the field, it's that one. Freebird turns in favor and kind over to Dags, and this wall has been able to at least allow them some plants. Vibin is going to check this one early, and they will be dropped off of Dooley, who does not have any shields, so great trade. It's going to be a showstopper. Freebird is going to try and pop out. Do they hit their head? I thought they were run off the map. Hoax is able to pop them like a pinata as they hit the wall. So the Inviso wall will shut them down into a 4v2. Jops is playing with heartstrings as well as just a chance. They're double stacked on top of the opposite box, and you have one behind yellow. Oh! He's able to get it off of the fragment. And D-Song, that is going to be a snake bite. They transfer this one. No! The attack of Navy is able to keep themselves alive. Tick by tick. Uh-oh. Do they actually get to survive with these guns? Yes, they do. Okay, I was concerned.
Beautifully done. Again, Naval Academy, there is life in their eyes yet. Massive, massive win for them. And again, it's because they're picking up the aggression. They're starting to roll Army West Point into their own kind of speed, their own momentum play. And it works. They are now granted an opportunity. You can take a look at the weaponry. Freebird should be able to buy up, I think. Are they... Okay, so they are saving. We're really looking at Vibin to actually sell that weapon, sell the Phantom and try and look differently. But no, they're actually going to keep it. So here, rifle there. Naval Academy, though, you can see they are building some confidence here. They feel a little bit better. Yes, they are on that point, but that's not going to stop them from going crazy.
Jobs had such a good Omen map. You can see if they can do the same thing off of this Blade Storm with this Jet. Can't quite hit. Oh, they get their blades back, but that 1 for 5 discount code is just not going to happen. Vibin can't see, especially because the Prowler came over and screamed at him, so nearsighted for the moment. Plant will occur. 4v4. They're on this Thrifty. This one would be such an ego boost to win off of as their final round, but now you do have from back sights, making sure that no one's going to come on that long lurk flank. Do have their Sage all the way out in open space, and they're trying to do the same thing that Mid Police done unto them, but now they're putting on some of that pressure coming over the top side of yellow. They have 2 on that swing. They're able to get rid of 1. Hoax is trying to keep them in the loop and in the running. They're able to make that happen. Dags and Hoax are slowly but surely pushing Army backwards, but they have not been fully repelled. That was their save round to make sure that they could be able to be tit for tat against the Naval Academy.
Again, just have confidence. Be willing to take those chances. Be willing to take those swings and be willing to believe in your own shots. That's what we're seeing in Naval Academy. I don't care what anyone says. To come back from a 10-2 and start battling your way forward is a massive undertaking. The fact that they're even willing to do this, the fact that you can see energy coming back towards them, I think it's phenomenal. So right now, Naval Academy, they have weapons in their hands, but this is a big one. As you said, Army West Point are going to be buying up. They have already bought up. They're going to have the util. Mid Police is ready to go in this top upper bunker area, and it's going to be dangerous. Shots go out. Can't get the kills through the walls. Nothing there, but Mid Police has done some damage.
I forgot that the Prowler could climb a rope, so that's big news to me. Vibin does get rid of one of the previous round heroes as Dags hit the ground. They're going to have the Viper's Pit, and I wonder if they're going to use a counter Viper Pit into it. The wall is broken, and that's going to be a fragment that's going to deny the early plants. Big trades. Julie, will they call out for the rotation? The footsteps might be heard as you do have the Killjoy for Army hanging out in mid. They're going to rotate all the way back. They will go and revive Dags. Get value out of that revive while you can. And look at this position. Vibin is actually going to be waiting in nest to try and ruin this rotate.
This is going to be big. This is going to be an opportunity. You hear all the noise. You hear 2 footsteps. You hear a 3rd. So you know at least 3 are here. Nightfall is only going to catch 1, but no one was ready. And now you see it. You got the spray. You got 1. Do you get a second? No. It was so close, but Vibin has now a pincer maneuver. And take a look at how long Naval Academy are running around. No, this is not how they lose it out. This is not how it should end. A beautiful play by Army West Point. May have locked this one down. Jops able to find velocities down to a 2v2. But ultis are available. Hoax finds a headshot. And Vibin, with this lockdown, is going to put him into a rough spot. The plant should easily come down. They should be able to have it, but they might sacrifice their lives. They're going to dance the Devil's Tango. Who gets it? Hoax, you get 1. And the defender lockdown is not going to find anyone. Jops needs a miracle. This is so close. Perfect positioning. A quick tap. No one spotted. Quiet from top to bottom. A jiggle. Gonna hope for the turret. Turret's gonna be placed down on the lower floor, but it's not gonna be able to see around that corner, so Jops is just waiting. Vibin may have taken a little bit too much time. Oh my gosh, they're playing with fire, and then it's Jops! Keeps them alive!
Woo! I was on bated breath. I was waiting. The idea behind that turret, even if it was all of just a lower portion, is that if you're spotted by the turret and it's going to be low, then they would be high, just forcing 2 points of attack. But holding their nerve and this squad together, able to make this one happen. Naval Academy, the midshipmen, aren't set up to seize just yet, but every single round, it doesn't have to be perfect. They have to succeed. They must win. The only way they're taking this first map is to go to OT. And Army West Point, they can have every chance to be able to put this one aside. They will be kind of back into the cycle. As you did see everyone drop, and that was their next buy round. Naval Academy does have at least the bonus currency to go into it. And Jops is just trying to, he hates this tunnel. He's just putting holes in it.
Hates everything about it. Just says, no, get away, get away, get away. Chase Slam, though, huge headshot to start things off again. First blood for Naval Academy. They are fighting tooth and nail to stay in this game. And this one, of course, is a given, but they need to make it clean. They want to make it a flawless, and they are looking like it's so. That is 3 clean kills. I can talk, don't worry. Quick and clean. That is what I wanted to say there. Like Mr. Clean, it is now 2v5. Freebird able to find one, though, and the plant's going down by J-Slam.
That's going to be on an opposing base. They thought that it would hit more onto B because they saw the numbers there, but it actually ended up going straight on to A. So, very aggressive stance by Naval Academy. Even a Nervy is in the chat, shouting him out, cheering him on to be able to try and take down their Army opposition. Oh, but they're coming out a little bit too aggressive into this 2v2. Make it 1. Dooley gets Freebird, and Dooley's just trying to run away as they try to pincer maneuver them. Now, J-Slam, they did plant for an open nest trade, and now they gotta sprint. No, there's not enough time. They're just gonna stick it. This is how they're gonna get taken down. After all that fighting, Dooley's caught too far away. They trusted in the lineup, and they just couldn't stop him. Oh, able to get that ninja defuse off when they take down the one defender. And Army, they'll take map number 1.
You know, it's almost like there was a round in there, I think round number 4, that we just got a little bit of flashback there. That was a mid-police play if I've ever seen one, and that one was painful. You hate to lose a game like that, but well played by this side of Naval Academy. They fought hard. They did not give up until they were fully submerged, and I mean, Army West Point, they look good. But granted, we saw some cracks in there. You saw it. The sudden shift from Naval Academy threw them off guard, and it took them a while to kind of recoup their understanding. They gave up about 4 rounds before they really started to bite back. So maybe there's some pressure in there. Maybe there's some differences that can come out. But, I mean, for right now, we'll just have to see.
Navy's going to have to bounce back, but that one may have assured us our finalists going into tomorrow. Regardless, this one's still about pride and a little bit of glory. We will take a short break. On the other side of it, it's going to be our 6th unique different map today. Hey, we're getting the full gambit as we'll be going over to an old favorite of Ascent right after this.
I am Septilence, and let me tell you what, right away, if you thought last week's clips were great from weeks 1 and 2, your minds are going to be blown here in week number 3. Let's take a look at what these players brought to the table this week. We wanted a banger to kick things off strong in our 8th slot of the week, and let me tell you what, CU definitely coming in clutch. They're already up a couple of points, but they want to make sure they can walk away victorious in game number 1 with a pretty good pinch from Pancake.
Yeah. Another good shot. Pancake with that shot.
Oh, get your syrup and your chocolate chips out, because this pancake is looking tasty.
With only 60 seconds on the clock, the University of Kentucky was feeling great. They'd already won a fight, Midtown was within their grasp as they only needed to secure one more fight win to full hold Bryant University. But Klaus knew, sometimes it's not just about winning. Sometimes it's about sending a message.
Okay, they've got to move.
There's the initial hack. Klaus down like the cat among the pigeons. And there's not a lot of coming back from that one. The fun, it's...
RPI found themselves with their backs against the wall on bind. They were 2-round losses away from losing the map and the series being tied up 1-1, going all the way to map number 3. They needed a hero. They needed somebody to guide them to the promised land, and it was Moses with a 3-piece that secured the deal and won them their 9th round.
The team, Southern Arkansas, will make it free and clear taking on the site unless Moses able to lock it down with a 3K. It's all up to the singular Briani, who's nowhere to be found.
That must have been, he just walked through.
CU did such a good job this week that we want to highlight them not once, but twice. This time the attention pulling over to Lyric, who gives us a great aerial coast-to-coast play and seals the deal with what looks like a 0-degree goal to put CU just 1 point further in the lead.
Oh, that was beautiful. Beautiful aerial goal.
Could have said it better myself. Look at how Lyric creates space. And the accuracy. Does it get any better than that?
It really doesn't.
For this next clip, we're jumping over to a Smash crew battle where things are looking good. All 3 players alive on both sides, and Bounce with 3 stocks against their opponent, Sam Kalta. Bounce finds an amazing snipe off stage to guarantee Sam's first stock be taken off the board, putting Bounce's team in the lead.
Unlike
but that nice neutral B off
beautiful
stage.
Snipe. You love to see that one.
Week number 3 was the week of Rocket League, the week of CU in particular. Lyric, just when you think this team can't come out any stronger, finds a 3-second goal against CMCC that just showed the dominance CU was willing to come out with here in week 3.
We are 3
Oh my god.
seconds into game
You don't get
number
much better
2.
than that. That was awesome.
Oh man, that was beautiful. Ceramics, pedal to the metal right there. Foot on the gas pedal.
With a 1-round lead on Ascent, Suni Canton was feeling a little bit shaky, and it was up to Lil J to make some big moves.
You got dash. Not gonna go for it. We'll get all the way out of that one and fake the dash away, so they know about him close. Well, the Roomba will give it away. Let's tuck the nade though, so definitely gonna stay alive.
Party's
Okay.
over.
Good. All right.
Spike down B.
Jinx, bro. Yummy a soda now.
Love that.
Oh, the timing.
I like the gust.
One enemy remaining.
Ace.
Classic Lil J ace on its way. Happy to have it. 5-3. Sunny Canton.
Things were looking bleak for the University of Kentucky on the 5th and final map, but the momentum started to shift when Klaus decided the chaos needed to end a little quicker.
Who just won't be able to survive on the point all that long. Yurik finds Rimru. High noon for 3 for Klaus at the last possible second to secure a
Welcome back, everyone, to our inaugural CECC Service Academy qualifier as presented by Esports U. I'm Hail Monkey Man in the booth alongside Orbital, and we're getting ready for what could be the final map today. And when you know it, it's Ascent. I didn't think that we'd get here, but here we are. Again, the opening map went over to Army. It seemed like there was a chance, but much like a M. Night Shyamalan melodrama, what a twist as it ended on no shots being fired in those final seconds and a good defusal to make it 13-6. Navy, I mean, they're left in an uphill battle, maybe one that's unwinnable as they have to take on Army, who has just been confident. Orbital, you've been talking about it, both from the mental and mechanical side. This team's just been really good.
Yeah, they have. Aside from mid police, you know, the mid police plays, we really got to talk about those because it was just unfortunate. But no, they have done phenomenal. The only rounds it feels like they drop are those ones that it's just a very small slip up, right? It's the, oh, I found another position. Oh, I just had a little bit of an oversight. But the thing is there are teams that make those mistakes and keep making them. Army West Point, they make that mistake and they immediately correct it. There is no chance for it to happen again. They will never, or at least try not to, have the exact same mistake happen twice in a game, nay, even a series, it feels like. In that game against Naval Academy, it was really Naval Academy that stepped up. I talked about it, right? Army West Point, they feel very strong. They're very consistent. But when that wrench is thrown into their game plan, when the other team steps up a little bit further, they have to adjust. It takes a little bit of time. So that's what Naval Academy were doing. I do feel, though, that Army West Point aren't going to let that happen again.
No, I think that this one is going to become a testament to their mechanics as well as just good old-fashioned Valorant. We go to the most played map in the entirety of Valorant. That's going to be Ascent. This one was Army's pick. So guess what? They're ending the day on their own map pick after being able to kind of win everyone else's. They're trying to go 2-0, 4-0 through maps between these two series and really take a little bit of an extra nod from the Commander-in-Chief as, again, tomorrow. And in case you didn't know how our schedule is going, the top 2 of these 3 service academies will be facing off one more time after this full round robin play into our 2 p.m. finals. 2 p.m. EDT, that's daylight time because it's daylight savings and I hate it right now. But regardless, that's 1400 military time if you need a little bit of extra with that. So Army has pretty much cemented themselves there. Air Force, they're just looking at the remainder of this outcome to see if this will be Navy or themselves. And I think that this has been an Air Force squad that will be punching their ticket. But hey, we're going to Ascent. We've seen pretty much everything here, and it's just up to the Army what they want to play.
Of course, and I mean, talking about the ticket being punched forward, that ticket gets them much further than just this trophy here for this weekend. It's a further step forward. There is another event going on in May, the big Commissioner's Cup down the road. One of these teams will make it in there, so there's so much on the line, not just pride for your team, for your organization and all that. It is pride to move on and face off against some of the best that Collegiate has to offer. Once again, that'll be happening, I believe, the first weekend in May, so make sure to keep checking that one out, of course. But this is that chance. Remember, this is just the group stage. One of these teams will be moving on, and one of these teams will not. So eyes are open as Army West Point, once again, on the attacking side, getting a very aggressive composition here. I do like this. The KO, we've seen the suppressions come out and be absolutely filthy. Vibin' just going to be vibing, though. Probably locking down one single side on their own with every bit of utility.
Yeah, and I do like the versatility of actually bringing the Astra out into this composition with D-Song because you can use that, again, we've seen post-plant, we've seen the great kind of transversal denial whenever you have the Cosmic Divide. We have a bit more return to regular form, except J-Slam seems to be playing close quarters combat off of that Sage. I hasten to guess that it's probably going to be onto B to at least set up some of those walls. You do have Phoenix brought in as well by the Naval Academy, but otherwise, this is kind of par for the course in total composition. You do often see, I believe it is Sova and KO together on that double initiator swing, but you can trade out a Fade, and honestly, I kind of like hers a little bit better off of that Nightfall.
Ooh, okay, some Fade love going in there. I see ya, Monkey Man. That's you know, the Phoenix. I don't know if the Phoenix lore comes out in there at all, but you know what? We'll go with it. I enjoy it, though. I do agree. The Fade is something that, again, when Fade was first released, it felt very overpowered, and we saw it, you know, run rampant. With the recent tunings, it's been, you know, on and off paired with specific other agents. This time around, I think it can bottleneck a lot of what Naval Academy are wanting to do. Because remember, last time it was a 10-2 score. Army of West Point ran up 10 rounds. I think it was I want to say it was a 6-4 situation on that first half. So Naval Academy going to try and make sure it doesn't happen again and to rebuke any sort of aggression. So round number 1 as it's a chase into mid with a potential push into B lobby as well.
It's the first time in a while that I haven't seen a jet on Ascent, by the way. Oh, the curveball flash, and they're trying to be able to take down Mid Police, but Mid Police is just too good. They step straight into that curveball. They hit a home run with it, and then Police is not repelled by the Sentry as they're quickly just taking over site. Jops is left with a headache to have to hit the floor with, and this is going to be the Black Knights that will be planting onto site.
When the Knights decide to just trample over everything, they're not defending any longer. They're just like, nah, we're done with this. We are so done with this. And the ship cannot be righted, so there is a little bit of a suppressive action, catching one along that edge and a shock bolt in return. I like that. Naval Academy. This is going to be fun, by the way. We get to see my favorite thing in the world, which is a solo with an Odin. It's hilarious. Freebird, though, singing songs all the way to a 4K to end round number 1.
Is the Sova Odin play, is that called the Soden? Does it have like a title?
I don't know. That's interesting.
It's like the soda play or something. I don't know. It seems like that's something at this point. I call it dog because you point at dog and you just do whatever you want.
Or is it because at that point, Sova's got that dog in him?
Oh goodness, world. That's
so
great.
so does that mean Dags has got that dog inside of the dog play? Like, what are we doing here? What are we doing?
That's very many meta levels deep. I don't know. I don't know if that's been that well thought. But Freebird thinks better of Dooley and Jops again. Look, you're playing from way deep sight, and I know that you're playing off of your util, but you're basically going to get surrounded every time. And I know these are opening rounds, and it's just something that's very telegraphed. Ascent is about teams that know how to take on these set piece plays and be able to just be better than other teams that don't know them as well. Mid Police, early trade, and it's a flawless.
They're not going to stop. This is going to be deja vu moments from game number 1. They are going to keep rushing their way to victory. Please do it. Yes, do it. Rush B once again. They're going to keep doing this until they feel satisfied. But to really put the icing on the cake, what they got to do is they got to push on B once again, and then in the 4th round, they try and rush A, get the spike down, and then try and rotate all the way from A main through Garden, all the way back up A side ramp into Rafters, I think is what it is, right? Like they just do a full loop-de-loop, and then they miss the defuse.
Oh my god, just swirling over the map. Oh, they really could turn this into a express lane. Mid Police is expecting them to be in mid, but you're going to have the hot hands actually take them by surprise, and then they just stopped at the firewall, much like the data I try to get through whenever I want to see these broadcasts. None of it's passing through that firewall, so they put the alarm bot down to see if anyone lurks into the dark cover. And then because of this wall going up, J-Slam is from a heightened position. They're not going to find anyone into that corner even with the brick broken. So Army West Point, you know, they're challenging these first 3 rounds, and that's what you want to see out of the midshipmen.
I love it. I really, really do, because in game number 1, Naval Academy were not able to sustain or able to adapt into that aggression. This time around, by round 3, they have set up camp. They've done very, very well. They stopped this bully mentality here. And Naval Academy are just going, okay, what you got next? You got 2 people left alive. I mean, what do you really want to do here? Yeah, J-Slam just says, nope, not today. Jops finds another body shot, and D-Song is down. So Army West Point saying, okay, we don't get 3 in a row or anything like that. We get the standard. This time around, though, you better be ready for the pain.
Love seeing a flawless for a flawless. Navy, obviously, are in a rough position when it comes to trying to make that final. And they have their opponent an Army that has just been so clinical and clean about getting the job done. Look at this crash. We're continuing to be the same position, trying to lay out all of their KJ util. Actually, no, they haven't even put a few. They put 1 sentry bot. It looks like they're going to be playing from Southside mid. So, challenging. They're keeping anyone from being able to hang out inside of Cubby from Catwalk. And they're constantly challenging out in here in mid. Curveball may come out if they try to press into that Nebula, but they send the Prowler just to keep them honest.
Gotta keep everyone honest. Gotta keep them on their toes. If we're using that right talk, but there we go. It's chase into sight. Doors are down, and just like that, Army West Point have taken over. The Black Knights say, we will keep things pitch dark in here. You're going to have to walk in one by one or in multiple different angles. You can see one floating through mid. And the rest of Naval Academy are going to try and wait their time out. Good wall to zone off underneath Rafters. But really, how much is it going to give? Dooley gets a jump down and immediately gets sniped out. Freebird finds J-Slam. It's down to a 4v2. D-Song says not today. Hoax says sure, I'll take 1. D-Song finishes it off with a song and a celebration.
That was a bit of timing. Mid Police had not actually seen the Sage moving into that catwalk, and that could have been absolutely catastrophic for the Black Knights, but instead, Army West Point, I mean, it was cruise control. They were able to go over into to tree, get themselves in their position, every crossfire angle covered, and then get themselves done. So, go to another gun round, which is slightly surprising. They're not going to try into any saves, so they're trying to keep pace and on the heels of the Knights. So the midshipmen, right now, off their defense, they have seen the same thing over and over again. It's the definition of insanity, and yet it works every time for the Knights. The only differential this time is they didn't put the paint shells out to be able to keep them away from that cubby.
That's fair. Paint shells are being reserved here, and Dag's saying, "Hey, give me that chance." I heard some footsteps. But it's a quiet push. Again, they don't want to make too many mistakes here. Army West Point really want to ensure that the first blood goes their way. There's a couple free shots, but Velocity say, okay, team, we're running up catwalk. Immediate backup by Dags, but the information is given a little bit. The shock bolt goes out. Hoke's able to find Vibin. Great kill. Hoke finds 2 before falling, and that's going to give Naval Academy a man advantage.
They toss the spike. No one's planting. Finally, that's going down, and that was a great shock dart to be able to get some chip damage, take the shields out. Dags renders police nothing more than a department store, and Freebird finds them with a echo tag, or rather, a recon bolt in hand. So a 1v3. Velocity. Oh, they're sussed out. All right. So great coverage in Naval Academy. They bought into this round, which really could have been dead. I guess honestly terrible for them going to the next if they were to lose, but they have been able to say, you know what? Ascent is a neutral map for literally everyone. We should be able to fight them in some even terms, and they do.
Oh man, have you actually ever played with anyone that says that they don't play Ascent?
They're not my friends, but yeah.
That was mean. It sounded like that was, like someone definitely came to mind, and you were just like, no, shutting that down right now.
Oh, the friend request left on red.
Oh, even worse, the ghosting. Oh, that's mean. That's mean. But gotta agree, that is a challenge. As you said, the neutral position means that everyone's kind of in their own right, and that's going to be a call out. Freebird with that null command is going to try and keep them layered down. Back at Boathouse houses 1 as the rest push through. They look at Academy, sending 1 through B lobby. But look at that Jop saying, I am in your back corner. I am in your face. D-Song finds 1. Down to a 3v3. Plant going to come through. Oh no, Plant actually isn't picked up. There we go. I was wondering where it was.
Trying to choose their position.
Oh my gosh.
They've not been able to plant. The curveball actually blinds them. D-Song is just left with a blind fire, and that's actually going to be off of a run it back, and Dags is going to take that intel, make the opposite swing. What a great retake by Navy. They didn't even have to do it off of a plant. That was one of the first times, too, that we had Jops in the same position they've been in since nigh in memoriam from the beginning of the game, and they get 2 before they die. Without those, this is a completely different story, but the woulda, coulda, shoulda puts us instead into a 3-3 in the first 6.
And they're loving that. Not only is it a 3-3, Army West Point are on a save round. They've been rushing so often, they've been pushing so quickly, and Naval Academy have now caught up to their shenanigans. That is something that you do have to identify. If you're ever playing Valorant, realize that it's a constant game of adaptability. Once, especially on the attack, if you are being read, if your plays are being understood, then you have to sit there and go, okay, we need to shake things up. Either play slower, play a different route, do a fake rotate or anything of the sort, send a lurker in a certain direction. You know, you have to come up with some sort of extra game plan to make sure your opponent does not get an easy read. At this point, Army West Point say, okay, our read on B has been taken away. Now let's try for A once again. And this is a full A main stack instead. That's a little bit of a pouch, but Hoax was ready. And that makes it so easy. Once again, Army West Point, you didn't have too much to hang on to, but it still feels really bad.
That was a 2-for-1 deal. They weren't just ready. They had their entire coupon booklet out and just setting up. Vibin will drop, and that'll be a flawless for the midshipmen as Army West Point is finally put on their heels again. Again, that was their save round. They had to really kind of read where they want to go. They had time, and I like the double blast pack as much as the next man, but you go in there blind off of a dark cover, you better be ready to pull your gun out. But mid police was put to the floor. Let's look at the ult economy right now. We do have the Cosmic Divide that could be able to separate our defenders further from being able to get to our attackers. You do have the lockdown to repel them. Those could be used in great unison. Showstopper and Nightfall much the same, but to that end, you have a counter lockdown that could get expended, and you even have a Hunter's Fury that could take down the opening initial lockdown. So there is still some great counter, like macro play that both these teams could have. And again, we have yet to see a timeout from Navy, but right now we're kind of even keeled. They don't need it right now.
Arms are open. They're going to take their challenge with a little bit of grain of salt. Velocity able to find one. It's been a while since they had a first blood, but that Nightfall has done some work. Now a couple swarm grenades are going to be laid down to rest as well. Cosmic Divide. Okay, okay. Saying, hey, you aren't going to get the perfect entry that you like. Welcome to the Rumble Dome. Both lockdowns. Yes, this is what we love. It's a collision of ultis. As that is Mid Police finding Dags through the wall. A brutal showstopper stops that Sova.
And the attacker Killjoy lockdown is the one that wins the battles. They're able to take out the opposite. You do have Jops dropping straight in, but off of the dry peak, they will be laid down dry. So flawless for flawless is what we keep seeing amongst these trades between these two academies, but it will be Army that does catch up. It's gonna be another gun round. You have pretty much every ult except one was used into that. You had the lockdown from the defense, and then all four for Army. I mean, you take the investment, they should be coming out with a win and a flawless with that much expended.
I mean, you'd think so, but we've seen some where it's just like you put so much into it and it just goes so wrong, right? I think the one that was that we saw was it was actually Army versus Air Force, where we saw the double ulti go down and we were just like that feels bad, right? So not impossible to have, but this time around it's feeling much better. Hoax though, Hoax getting inside of that vibe, takes a headshot. It's not gonna fall to Freebird. 4v3. Naval Academy. Wondering where the heck they can go from here.
Well, they got to get back into heaven. And they've tried re-hitting there. You have your Killjoy well across the map, and you do see that they're going to hit on that flank point. You're going to have two outside of Archway there. I don't know why I point on my screen, but I am. It's just so I know where everything is whenever we're saying words about this. But it just makes sense that you have to be able to get them from above and below, and that is actually taking time off the clock for them to be able to execute into this. You don't have a Killjoy for the anti-lurk, and Jops is there on the swing. They do get rid of two. This is great numbers. Able to go into this 3v3, make it one, and the Fade is currently in hell. They have to be able to go and get this defuse, and that is gonna happen. Naval Academy, you asked them where they gotta go, gotta get to site. They set them up, they knock them down, they get themselves the lead back.
Beautiful, beautiful job here, Naval Academy. Feeling great about how this play is going down right now, and you know what? I couldn't think of a better way to do it. This has been phenomenal, I gotta say. Again, Naval Academy coming out with some brutal shots, and Army West Point just trying to figure out their way home right now. They don't want to go to a Game 3. I don't think anyone wants to go to a Game 3, except for Naval Academy, of course. But it's the idea of, you know, do we actually set it? I don't think we've actually seen Army West Point in a dangerous scenario outright.
Not really. Not yet.
Like, we've seen him tied, right? I think the worst we've seen him is a 7-5 in their own favor.
Yeah, they caught up on that one. So yeah, they've been able to kind of sit pretty for the majority of these maps. But Army West Point is tagging back up. If Ascent is anything, it's the great neutralizer. Much like Dags did to Velocity, and Vibin now has exited this map to sit on the sideline and wonder what will be going into round number 11. Because round 10, Naval Academy able to get some good first picks, some powerful ones at that. Because your Killjoy, big powerful agent off of all that util. Julie's just waiting for these trades. That blind actually doesn't pay them any favors. We may get another one from the curveball just to see if they press up into the nebula too soon.
Mid Police saying, hey, look, we've had a moment one too soon, but it's not going to be in their rights just yet. 5 HP and a dream right now as D-Song full HP. He's going to get that spike down, but Mid Police is being sent on a mission, and I can appreciate this one. Sent to Catwalk. D-Song hiding underside, and Mid Police gets a 3K. It's evened up.
They just didn't see him there. J Slam, they're gonna get a revive and they're gonna just fully commit to that. D-Song gets rid of Dooley into a 2v1. D-Song will drop and Naval Academy will get yet another defuse. Great retakes. And I honestly thought it was gonna be a 5 HP winning factor for Mid Police because they'd gone over to Catwalk to see if anyone was channeling out for a mid rotate. But they came through tree and I was like, oh gosh, if he waits, maybe we'll be able to catch all three, but gets a little aggressive. So let's look into these guns. We're gonna have 3 if they commit to it for Army. But, okay, yeah, so they're gonna commit their entire arsenal and all their credits. So if they don't hit with this, it's gonna be a pretty weak final round for the first half.
I mean, you don't really have a choice, right? It's the option of either take this one or the next one, and at this point, I think the ultis are kind of in their favor. Yes, if you waited one more round, you'd be able to onslaught as much as possible, but you're going to take it where you stand. You're going to give it your best effort. Again, Naval Academy have done so well in this situation, played it exceptionally up to their own pace. And that's going to be a dash in. Hoke's going to try their best, but Mid Police was ready. Spectre in hand, now swapped into that Phantom. A beautiful entry that they have not been able to do, by the way. Mid Police has honestly been a clay pigeon in most of those games like that, so beautiful job to get that first blood and lock down this site.
Nib has been more mid than top this particular map. And that's all of a little ish because they can take it. Lots of damage.
The duck! Are you kidding me?
But it goes right by him over the shoulder of Sova. They're going to use that owl drone to try and tag at least a few. And the retake is becoming very possible. It's 3v2, full spray, get rid of D-Song from hell, and Vibin is stepping straight into it. They're going to put a swarm grenade out, and they're going to be able to get rid of one. There's enough space. Oh, 4 HP. If they... That would scare me. Can they be able to get this defuse off? Wait, hold on. Oh, point 3. Army pulls it off.
Last round in the
Holy crap. A game of milliseconds right there. That is ridiculous. Well done by Army West Point. That was a hold and a half right there from Vibin. Just that singular last kill was enough. And I mean, at this point, they are chasing that 6-6. That was a heavy, heavy test. Honestly, you can see them. They bought out as much as they could on the side of Army West Point, but I don't think they had their util. So this is just going to be a hard rush onto the T side. They do have a lockdown of their own. A suppression comes out, though. Tags them out, but there it goes. Freebird calling it out. Sing it loud and proud as Jops locks down Freebird. That's going to be 1. That's going to be 2. But Mid Police is able to fire back. Can anyone pick up the killjoy? Yes, you do. Vibin able to save their friend. And this is the chance. Spike is down. 4v4.
Sentinel drone does drop. There's a 4v4 and a lockdown. Okay. That is now going to try and clear sight. That covers the entirety of this site. Freebird's able to get 1. Oaks drop. But if they get rid of this, then they have to go for the ult trade. But they're stuck on site. And they're waiting for them to exit. Dags is just all the way back on CT. And that's going to be 1 detain. They actually do escape with it. And that is going to be the Black Knights that even us up through last second drama and then able to just outright win. Man, job well done by West Point. That was, they got onto site, they took over, and then they just take those last 2. Very melee driven is this, and what I mean by that is very scrappy fights. This has not been the cleanliness that we saw in Icebox.
No, this is devolving into that scrapyard beef. It's you know, it's just go ham, get whatever you can, and I don't think Army West Point actually enjoy that. Naval Academy have dragged them into this, you know, fist to fist, elbows to elbows kind of situation, whereas Army West Point want to play this one by the books, and what's even worse is Naval Academy did that on the defensive side, right? Army West Point are now on the defensive. Naval can make it go crazy if they wish, and that's something that I really do want to see. Naval Academy, even though it's tied up, it feels better than it was in game number 1. So now it's all about how they want to play. That's a quick peek, double angle, and Freebird is still able to get 1.
I was kind of concerned.
Oh!
Mid Police! Whoop, whoop, that's the sound of you dying. Velocity as Mid Police is able to just straight up win from that top side angle. Velocity's going to try and swing out a Prowler to clear into Jenny, but you have the Sentry Bot that is also creating a little bit of harassment. This Spike is stuck and it's underneath some defenders. You're in a 1v3, and Naval Academy got to trust in Hoax. Really has been able to find major value into the second map. Ooh. They do put velocity to the floor.
Well, that was a quick swing, but you still don't have the spike. This is a problem, but that's a double stack on the far left. And that's now a jump. This is the rest of Army West Point trying to spread out. Don't line up. That is so dangerous. They are playing a very dangerous game right now. The Mid Police says, danger is my middle name. And they'll take the opening pistol round. It wasn't pretty, but it was enough.
So much danger. People with danger as an actual middle name. Like, can you imagine being named like what? John Danger Smith? Like, would you be hired on that resume? Having danger? Like,
depends what the job is, right? Like, if we're going, what are we talking here? What's the job? Give it to me straight. IT? Absolutely not. That is a red flag working its way forward. Danger of what? Danger of losing my files? Danger of like what's in danger here? Like, come on.
Oh, anyone I guess nearby. Definitely that person's danger. Oh, but
imagine getting denied because of your middle name. Just like, nah, we ain't taking that chance.
Danger? I'd rather. Oh, your middle name is Firewall. Oh, that's great. We're an IT security group. So
jeez. Oh my gosh.
If you ever want to be hired by an IT group, just make sure your name is just consistently about security, guys. But Army West Point, they've been able to secure the opening round. They get an opening kill. More first bloods. We talked about the first blood differential with them and Air Force, and this time around, it's much the same. Okay, just stand there, take your shots if you can.
It's a classic. You give it to him. Like that's a rough one.
Yeah, try and hit the shots you're able. Folks, again, last one alive. D-Song completely snipes him out of the sky.
That was a little rude.
Just jumped into it.
Oh, that was great. Again, it could have been like a toe, right? I think Hoax was on 11 HP, so it was gonna happen one way or another. But beautiful job so far. Again, the early start here by Army West Point, they feel pretty good and in control. And of course, Naval Academy, they're gonna be happy, right? This is the start. They're on even ground. They can push it to a 7-8. And be pretty okay, and that's when the game really starts to break open. I want to see Naval Academy keep their pacing up. They've been in the face of Army West Point. They've been catching. It's been almost a 50-50 of the ones, but oh, Mid Police able to find J-Slam. No way this mid gets run up on. Velocity able to take out Dooley, but Dag says not today. 3v3 at the end of that mid fight.
If there's anything that Army has showcased is that they want to be able to pull out some of the strats they've seen from the pros and some higher CVal as well, and getting space taken from you when you're on attack and the defense comes out aggressively from mid, especially into screens here onto Ascent. You better be ready for that interaction, especially because they were playing it around with the Astrostar well and just being swirled with some of those blast packs as well. So it becomes a 3v3 into that set play. So you're testing them. You have the recon dart that comes out. They can't really, say that the sentry bot is there. The alarm bot does go off, and they get rid of both of those. So as the entire toolkit of the Killjoy concept is gone, so now they should be able to get at least this plant off for Naval Academy. They got to be able to hold this. This is their gun round.
It's a scary one. It's that situation, that creeping anxiety feeling of, oh man, are we actually going to be able to do this? I don't doubt them, right? I would be in this, stomach-turning situation as well, and they're actually just going to chase two from the same side, and they got mowed down. Hoax able to find one, but Freebird finds Zag in the back line. Hoax able to find a second, getting revenge for that Marshall shot before. 1v2 vibing. Better vibe well. Can you scout the vibes? Beep, 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 beep. You don't find it. Hoax with the 3K.
That's such a good dark cover. It covers that entire sight line and forces it to be very difficult to have to drop onto sight and to see. And I was actually worried about, I believe it was Jops, because I was like, all right, if they're back box, they're going to get swung out from their exit of that cover. But they were head-to-toe covered by those mid-stack boxes. So a job well done on post-plant positioning for one and for two for being able to grab that third round. Now, looking into it, we will see a Bulldog in the hands of J-Slam, but they haven't been the main killer. It's been more about Hoax and Dags. We talked about them before. Army West Point, though, defensively has been not impenetrable, but they've been able to recover quite well.
I love it. I love everything that they're currently bringing to the table, and I want to see even more of it. Right now, though, it's a big question. Again, this is the big round that tells us whether or not Naval Academy are still ready to tango with the best of them. Vibe and hiding inside of the smoke. This is a well-written call, and they feel it. So Vibe is out of there. The Vibe check was off. So they get to safety at just the right time. Rest of Army West Point slowly creeping around. They're not willing to put themselves in harm's way just yet. They want a bit more information. This slow pace of play is building up into Naval Academy, getting a lot of ground in mid.
Clear out pizza. Gotta be ready for D-Song. You gotta have some level of Overwatch coverage. You have the paranoia that is at least gonna keep you safe, but Velocity was waiting from a greater distance. D-Song hits the deck, and Velocity is gonna have a haunt go out. And looking to go out from Marketplace. Vyman is in logs. Do they down check? No. But Vyman didn't give him a chance to do so in the first place. And now Vyman finds two. Looking for a third, as you do have them just right behind the bricks.
Oh,
that's another for Dags. Into this 1v2, they are very hurt. They could get cross-level swung. They find one more. We have not seen an ace today, and they got to do it against a full HP bar Velocity, but they're going to just go for the plants and force Velocity to have to come to them.
There's no way, right? There's no way that an ace to clutch is going to come out. Oh my gosh, that's a very close plant. Dags, if you pull this off, you are ridiculous, Dags! You are ridiculous, Dags! Ace! Clutch! Everything to tie things up at 8-8.
Oh, you can see the little bit of panic strobing by Velocity. They knew they had to press up, and you gotta know that the damage was called onto Dags. But Dags, like a madman, came in trying to keep these midshipmen afloat on the ship, righted, and being able to do it all himself, captaining it as they come in clutch, just like the game gives you. So it's gonna be Army that's on their heels, shaking their head, going, what in the world did we just let occur? And that's the first ace on the day, so job well done for Navy being able to grab it.
So good. Oh, and Vyban's ready. Oh, trigger discipline. Always check your corners. You didn't check your corners. You didn't check any of your corners. That's two. That's three. Vibe checks them all and says, listen, I know you had a good play last time, but this round is ours.
Oh, no, because if you're not being killed from that corner, they've got to trust. It's going to be Hoax that gets rid of D-Song. 2v3 right now. No heals in sight. But you know what? We did just see one of their fellow sailors that was able to get this off of just 11 HP. Oh, Marshall shot trying. This could be a thrifty for Army, but there's not a lot of guns to pick up. Freebird and Velocity. They will actually start upping their arsenal, as this is going to be an A-site plant. So this is all going to be about angles. How you're going to be able to position yourself. Hoax has it from the shadows. They don't have enough to be able to go and get a lockdown to delay this one and deny it. So they better be ready. Weird position right now from out of window. They're actually going to be playing around it. They use the Nightfall. Oh no, Hoax is a step too early.
Oh no, this is up in the air right now. Jops needs to make a play happen. Freebird is going to go on defensive duty. And out goes that nightmare. This is very, very well played. Halfway done, and there is Freebird to finish it off. Oh, man. Vibes keeping them healthy, and honestly, that thrifty round victory. These teams are spicy. These teams are so dang spicy. I love it.
That Stinger play was disgusting. You're just waiting. Phoenix not even checking his peripherals. Dooley just fully trusting that those bricks just are there. That was just a non-sentient being, a statue of a position. And then you get ruined by that slightly more expensive little SMG. Oh, look at the attack also we got right now. You do have the running back that could be used to full effect. You also have you straight up had the Hunter's Fury, but goodbye. Mid Police is traded out, so a 4v4. You could use a null command to be able to get right back onto site if it were to be taken, as the Nebula comes away to deny them at least opening a volley in space. They put the door down and then break it. Aha, that's a great thoughtful position for velocity. That becomes a bit of, I mean, we're not at a time issue. There's plenty of time on the clock if they want to rotate, but this still is just, I mean, they're anchoring here now that we expend the lockdown.
Only time will tell how much further this goes. Again, Naval Academy waiting there to run it back. You were calling it earlier, Hail Monkey Man. Dooley saying no one's really here. No players detained either, so they must be up top. Clearance has been given so much value here. And they're quickly going to get the plant down. Army West Point, how do they engage this one? All of them are on the top side near rafters. The rest of Naval Academy are currently spreading out. One's running all the way back, but D-Song says, hey, Dooley, you are down. You had no running back. You already expended it. Hey, Slam about to get slammed to the backside, and the wall went up, actually corridoring off the rest of Connector. This is actually quite good for the side of Army West Point. They're looking. They need just a few more. Both are sitting outside of A. Naval Academy may have had a bad moment. Vibin still steamrolls them over. They will hit 10 rounds. 3 more to secure that Naval Academy will not make it tomorrow.
Oh, Army West Point. Let's check this one out. These buys will be indicative of late-term Map 2 success. They will be able to get at least a couple of rifles. I think that they're looking at the Stingers, maybe some Vandals. If they buy into this, they better be ready, because if they were to lose, they would have to save to then get themselves fighting against a 12-round monster. And this is, I mean, that one could have been rough right there. Honestly, that combo play between those paint shells and that well are just awful. Showstopper, bang, goes Dags.
Mid Police has done that twice, thrice, and so much more. These key moments, you know, Army West Point, they were clinical. They were consistent. They were precision-based in their first series. This time around is just players stepping up left and right, and I am loving it. Mid Police proving me wrong, saying that they are one of the stars of the team, being a menace in the KDA standing, and looking for ever more. D-Song right now in Catwalk, though, getting caught out, but look at Mid Police just spraying him down. Gets one, sends a paint shell out, gonna land right at the footsteps to slow them down, but even over the top of the mall, he says, give me that 3K, sprays over the top, almost takes out Hoax, and it's down to 1 HP. D-Song able to find jumps on the backside, and Hoax is left all alone. What a play around the corner! Mid with a 4K inside of Mid.
Mid Police straight up told the rest of his team, y'all sit down, watch Dad go to work, and just flew out there. 1 HP, devil may care, and just chunked down the midshipmen of the Naval Academy. 4 out of that round. Now they're stuck on Sheriffs. They have to do this to guarantee themselves some better rifles, and that means a Thrifty has got to be in their future, or else Army West Point, these Black Knights, will be at match point, series points on the day. They're going to lean themselves into A. And, goodness, it is a serenade and a half for this possible Swang Song. Mid Police, confidence on an all-time high running into mid, and they take down Dags.
I mean, this opera is coming to a close very, very quickly, it feels like. It's been a long show. We're on act about 6 of it all. And Naval Academy, they're probably feeling it as well, and I give them props. They fought hard. These have been some of the most enjoyable games that I've seen so far. And Army West Point are saying, yeah, it's been fun for us too, but we'd rather see ourselves on the final stage. D-Song, ready and wait along this connector, is going to send some of the stars flying, gets the spray up, but can't find it, finds a second. But Jops, with that Sheriff, was able to make some work happen. A couple more sprays go through. J-Slam has to go back and try and heal themselves up.
Uh-oh.
And Mid Police, over the wall is going to pop up. Finds J-Slam, and it's down to a 2v4.
Just an absolute bowling ball of momentum. And now they're going to throw in, well, hey, don't even have to. D-Song came alive. They're singing the final verse to what Black Knights need. 12-8. This one was very close. And then it was just the Black Knights of the Army West Point Academy that have just been so good about pulling away from their opponent. They're trying to go perfect on the day. Not in rounds, but in maps and series, which would eliminate Navy from tomorrow's finals. 18-14 for Dags. Same for Hoax. It was 17-16. Been pretty good. Pretty good. Ain't enough. 24-11. Mid today. As long as they continue and they run this out, they're my MVP right now for the Service Academy qualifier.
You know, I would say the same. It's been a phenomenal time watching them all play this out, and it's been so much fun. The paint shells, even in celebration. Look at that. Just everything. Just every piece just to slow him down. Mid-Police knew it. Is looking for a little bit more, but can't find much more than just one. And that was the rest of Naval Academy going, crap, we just lost our opener. The Phoenix is down. You don't really have a way to tail it out. What you do have is a chance right now. A swing J Slam able to get the revive. All 5 are back up. Naval Academy, one last fight to try and stay in this series.
Hunter's Fury, maybe post-plant. That Sentinel goes down, planted or outside of the Nebula just a little bit, well, not enough, as it didn't get them any intel. You do have Naval Academy, they're being dropped one at a time. Hoax is able to find Freebird as they're in mid, but then it becomes D-Song from Catwalk that's able to make that trade. 3v4. Do they fully rotate? Shock Dart comes through to force D-Song to retreat all the way back to side A, but that's exactly where they're going to have to run it out. 40 seconds to go, which could be that last timer through this entire qualifier. D-Song waiting for the triple swing. They're going to run away from that as well. They get one. The spike does drop.
30 seconds left.
Welcome to How to Play Cat and Mouse, baiting everyone in, and now D-Song said, sit down now. Mid-Police finishes it off, and Army West Point clean up and take out Naval Academy.
Oh, Naval Academy, it was a rough day. They went 0-4 in maps and a very, very wily Army squad to have to run against into their final series. But Army, congratulations. They go 2-0 in series, 4-0 across the entirety of the day as they took down both Navy and Air Force. But that doesn't mean that the job is done. They simply, I mean, in my opinion, they won the Commander-in-Chief's Cup. But otherwise, they punched their ticket over into the finals tomorrow for the CECC qualifier. And Air Force now is confirmed being able to join them. I mean, what last looks for Navy, for Army, for Air Force? What can we look forward to for tomorrow, Orbital?
I am going to say a few things. All right, so I thought I was only going to say one. I'm going to say a few. Number one, Army on the team to beat, obviously. They look so strong. The Knights looked incredible. The Armor has some cracks in there, though. They may be stalwart, but when things get a little bit dicey, the training goes out the window, and they gotta go crazy. It's Mid-Police that steps up. At the same time, though, Air Force could take a little bit away from the 0-4 squad, because even though they were 0-4, they were some of the closest games that we have seen thus far, right? A 13-8. That was the closest that we saw, and that was from Naval Academy. The scrappiness, the ability to continuously change the momentum and just go for those crazy plays. That's a bit of what Air Force are going to have to do, and hopefully they can come up with it because they have to represent. I'm excited to see what's going to happen for everything that Naval Academy did. They fought hard. They missed out. Next time, we'll have to see if they can make it.
Hey, you know what? It's been a heck of a day for this inaugural qualifier for our service academies. So if you didn't make it, job well done for your competition. It's been great to be able to see everyone, and we will see both the Air Force and Army West Point Academies again tomorrow. It will be at 2 p.m. Eastern, but that's the end of our broadcast day. Thank you so much, our awesome production over from Coltoon, as well as Cool Scoots for the production, as well as the observing. Orbital, I think we had ourselves a hell of a time over here.
Yes, we did. It was so much fun to be here for the CECC Service Academy matchup, the inaugural one, as well as seeing all these teams come out and show what they got. We had fun on the desk here as well.
Yeah, and of course, we can't thank you guys enough for joining us, as well as for, in my throat, the official gaming chair that is Zip Chair. Make sure you go to zipchair.com to elevate your level of play and gaming, as well as you guys check out the CECC, that is the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup. The finals will be happening in May, and that's what these guys are playing for, so join us tomorrow. But right now, I'm Hell Monkey Man, that's Orbital. You have been fantastic. We'll see you next time.
We're at the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup. Let's make some noise.
Oh, and it's gonna jumped into it. Corner judges go for 1, 2, dip. He needs more. And
they're doing even more here. You gotta touch the point. Mr. College walks it in.
Toy Boy is gonna drop.
Knife him.
Right out in front.
Yeah, 3, 2, 1, running.
https://twitter.com/Septilence. Don't put that in. I'll get in trouble. So that's worth it. Did I get too close to the camera on that one? A little bit too close. Should I back up a little bit? Okay, sorry about that. My bad. I've been awake for probably close to 32 hours. Like, I have to hold my keyboard the normal way, because if I do it, I feel like I have arthritis and I hold my keyboard like that. It blows my mind. I can never do that. Like this guy right here, he's got his keyboard off at an angle. His isn't that extreme. There's a kid all the way down to the far end who has his keyboard all the way at a horizontal.
That's really cool.
They're gonna be at that table right over there.
Public information?
Oh, I don't know. This isn't live, so it doesn't matter.
It's not live, but you and I know.
Yeah, we know.
I'm not gonna tweet it.
Awesome. What game do you play?
Smash Bros.
Who do you play? Is it embarrassing? Is it like Villager?
Yeah.
Is it Villager? Am I spot on? Oh my god. Is it the Ice Climbers?
No.
Is it Game & Watch?
No.
Is it Pichu?
No.
Is it Wario?
No.
I can keep going. I think I can name every character in the game. Is it, did I say the Ice Climbers already?
Yeah, you said them.
Is it them?
No.
Is it them a second time?
No.
Okay, alright. Oh, is it one of the Links?
Yes, it is.
Is it Toon Link?
It is.
Oh, that is pretty embarrassing. That is rough. Who do you play?
I'll give you $20 if you guess correctly right now.
First try? Give me a single hint.
It's an obscure character.
Obscure character.
Not played very often.
Is it Wii Fit Trainer?
Oh my god!
I'm the interviewer for a reason, baby. I do what I do. I don't need the money. I appreciate it, though. I appreciate it. So Bowser Jr., Wii Fit, and I forgot already. Are you all lying to me? Am I being gaslit? No. Bowser Jr., Wii Fit, and you told me already. Oh, Toon Link. Yep. Where's my main support at? Who are we playing this weekend?
A lot of Brig.
A lot of Brig, really?
Brig Lucio, probably.
Brig Lucio, really? I shouldn't say that too loud. I don't want to give away your strategies. It's over-under?
What do you mean over-under?
Like, do we think we're going to podium? Do we think we're going to come in last place?
Not last place.
Not last place?
Certainly not last.
What about, 5th place?
That's doable.
That's doable? That's winnable? 3rd place?
Third
that's where things get dicey?
That's very doable.
Okay.
First place? That's very doable.
First place, very doable. Love it. That's the mindset. That's what he loves to hear. Yeah. Oh my god. Hold on. Cut the cameras. Well, who are you? Hello. Oh my god. I saw you earlier. I saw the back of your shirt. And I was like, I know that name. I know him. It's a quick play game. They Q-sniped each other at land. I thought it was a scrim. It's just unlucky. Are you actually a Villager player?
Yeah.
How do you feel about Villager being notably worse in Smash Ultimate than they were in Smash 4?
I wouldn't know.
You wouldn't know? You never play Smash 4?
No.
Oh, that's all right. Nobody's gonna hold that against you. Now, who do you play?
I play Robin.
Okay, wow. Did you know Robin has the lowest pick rate in the game?
Yeah.
Isn't that crazy? Come on, the LEDs, it looks just